I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. Game now, me and you, we ain't the same now. Lions coming out to play now. Opposition out the way now. Out of the way, you wasn't invited. Say you come to play, I dare you to try it. You don't wanna try me, then step up to my team. Yeah, out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way, yeah, yeah. Out of the way. accept and ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids as kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
As 2020 draws to a close, there's time for just a few more IVRA races before the new year. For that, we travelled to South America for only the second time in the last 3 years. Round 2 of the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA. At Fuji, it was Impulse Racing who played the caution period perfectly to put themselves in an ideal position for victory, a chance that they did not pass up. What will be the story today? Let's find out with another 700-kilometre race around here this afternoon. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Nolan Rempel and Lorenzo Bonda with Hugo Luis behind the cameras for the start of this race. Nolan, it's one of those circuits that could really go one of two ways. It could be absolute chaos, could be a very clean race indeed. It's going to be another ClubSport Series race, so it's going to be very interesting off of the back of what we saw in Fuji back at the end of September.
It's going to be an interesting second race, as you mentioned before. And I mean, we've already had some exciting races at Interlagos here in the past at the Autodromo Jose Carlos Pase. But in fact, we had some exciting races even in the real world where the Formula One World Championship went here just a couple weeks back. And now we get set to see what an endurance race will look like around this beautiful, beautiful circuit in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And I have to say, I am looking forward to every last one of the 163 laps we've got lined up for us here tonight.
Absolutely. Lorenzo, you are obviously one of the best commentators to have on this broadcast because you'll know the circuit better than a lot of people. It is one of those circuits that could be very, very tricky indeed. But as Nolan mentions there, we don't see an awful lot of endurance racing around here, really. 700 kilometres is going to turn into a bit of an endurance race. Could edge up towards 5 hours. If we get a lot of cautions, we could be well over 6 hours. We'll wait and see. Or we could be on 6 hours, I should say. That is the time limit. So we'll see how this race goes. But as we said, we don't see an awful lot of endurance racing around Interlagos.
No, I think the only endurance races that are ran in Brazil nowadays are basically the Porsche Cup 500 kilometers, the one they do at the end of the year, and sometimes around the year as well, the Brazilian Porsche Cup. But it was home of the 6 hours of São Paulo or 6 hours of Brazil in the WEC calendar, but not anymore. But it's a very compelling track that should prove quite interesting with this format. We ran this in the entrance season in IVRA, and surprisingly, we went green all the way. So with this different format, I really want to see if we can go green all the way as well.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at the format here for this afternoon. Starting in just about 3 minutes' time, TCR qualifying will begin with that 15-minute session. Then we will have the sport qualifying, that's the GT4 cars, in case you're not familiar. Cup qualifying will be last, and then will be followed by a warm-up session, and then the green flag dropping at 3:15 GMT, as you can see there. So plenty of time for us to warm up to this race. This is the selection of cars that the drivers have had available, the teams have had available for the start of this season. We've got the Porsche Cup cars obviously at the top there, the fastest class. Only one car to be chosen from there. 4 in the GT4s, although it's mainly about Mercedes. McLaren in there as well. McLaren actually scored a 1-2 at Fuji, despite being a little bit down on numbers compared to the Mercedes. Porsche and Aston Martin do need to find something to even score a top 10 actually, which neither of those manufacturers managed at Fuji. And then we've got TCR, which is dominated by the Hyundai Velosters. We did have a couple of Hondas up there one or two Audis, but it really is about the Hyundais there. It will. We'll see if that remains the same here at Interlagos. Round 2, and as I mentioned, the last race in the ClubSport series for 2022. We've got one more endurance series race coming up next weekend. That is another 1,000-mile event after our opener at Road America a few weeks ago. And we also have another GT Sprint, at least one more. I don't know if we might have two, but we'll wait and see on that one. 4 in the 2023, though, here for the ClubSport series, with Imola, Mid-Ohio, Barber and Suzuka to round off this season at the end of April. All 700-kilometre races this season, as opposed to a couple of 400-kilometre races we had last season. Before we go any further as well, we are getting towards the TCR qualifying. We've actually just begun. You can see them going out onto the grid now. Now, Impulse Racing here, Nolan, are leading the standings, but those who are eagle-eyed and those who remember the race that we had at Fuji will remember that Impulse Racing didn't win the race. The halfway stage points means that they have been able to get the championship lead despite not winning the race, which is quite rare after round 1, but it's a really, really close championship, and it just shows you what a chaotic race it was when the race winners don't even take the championship lead.
It really goes to show you as well just how brutally important it is for these drivers to be thinking about those halfway points, for these teams to be setting themselves for that halfway point in the race. A lot of the guys like Team Hoytsenfeld and RSR by Buckpicker, they made the decision to try to see if they could get themselves sorted up for the end of the race and only focus about the long game. Impulse Racing, though, they thought ahead of time. They thought about those halfway points, realizing they could score at least 50 right then and there. Sure enough, that is what has allowed them to now pull ahead in the team's championship standings for your TCR class, and we'll see if they can continue on with that momentum here until the race tonight at Interlagos.
It's very early stages, of course, so can't get too excited about those championship standings just for now. But it's worth having a little look at. Just qualifying underway there, you can see the TCRs making their way down towards turn number 1 for the first time. Now, this circuit obviously is, I guess the one similarity it does have to Fuji is the long flat-out section towards the finish line, or start-finish line. I'm not going to call it a straight all the way out of Zhunsao and right the way towards turn 1 because it's not straight, but it is a long flat-out section for all 3 of these categories, where slipstream is going to be very important, Lorenzo. I found that at Fuji, those that concentrated on their own lap times and stopped worrying about the slipstream that you can get in these qualifying sessions tended to do better than those that were jockeying for position all throughout the session, trying to benefit from a draft from someone up ahead of you. And we'll see if that remains to be the case this time around, but it's all going to be about finding that little bit of free track space to be able to use in this session and set the best time over only 15 minutes that these drivers get.
Yeah, but the one thing they have an advantage is that this track is much smaller. It's not smaller, but it's more compact in terms of track length and width. So if you find yourself in a little bit of a bigger situation, you can go back to the pits, not too much of a problem, and then launch yourself back to the track, of course. The greatest problem is, it's not even draft, in my opinion. Draft is quite strong in here. I think it is much stronger than Fuji because you don't have corners where, or lots of corners where you're gonna get that arrow push, and you can kind of navigate yourself from sector 1, sector 3, and sector 3 seamlessly. So if you get a really strong lap under the draft, you can get some good times. And as we see the first few ones already coming up to the board here, Ewan, you can see the similarity between some of the teams. Just Ingersoll Rent is spread apart, but we're gonna have to find out why they are spread apart in terms of times in comparison to Tri Racing, Impulse, and SRP.
Yeah, great start from Tri Racing there, who didn't even make it to the halfway stage at Fuji, by the way. They were out of the race before we even got to that point. It's an all-Belgian team, the team registered in Belgium, and all 5 of their drivers are Belgian. And it's Oliver Budlik at the moment who has the best time, just 2 tenths ahead of Martin Ascher. Then we have Jaime Lopez Prieto in the 2-4-3 in that 3rd place. They're 5th in the standings after a 4th place finish at the end of the race at Fuji. That's the SRP racing team car. They've extended their name out on our timing sheet, which confused me for a moment. Sim Racing Pro racing team is their full name, but SRP racing team will get on our graphics. Otherwise, they're going to break them. But yeah, third place for those guys at the moment, just ahead of our Polestars Geodesic and Full Send Racing that round out the top 5. Impulse were only able to get one of their cars over the line with a lap time on that previous one, and El Neil is going to try and do the other car now, the 233. Headline Racing just go to at the front in the 267. It's a drag race up towards the line for all of them right now, all in a line, and there's going to be some real fast new times coming in right now. Full Send Racing go quicker, Soda Huizingbeld, Soda Maniti. We're well into the 1 minute 42s now, Nolan. The times are coming down and down and down, and this is what we see in TCR. It's not a case of coming into the pit lane and changing tyres like we see in Cup and sometimes in Sport. In TCR, it's about staying out there for as long as possible and going as quick as possible.
You see a lot of drivers pulling off to the inside line as well. In fact, the one that you'd seen right there was Sam Blease of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Echelon 262. And the reason why a lot of drivers are doing that is because they're trying to put themselves at the tail end of some of these drafting trains where you can be able to get a good tow down those very long straighters out of Junsao all the way up to the start-finish line without having to yourself give the draft to one of your opponents in behind. We saw tactics similar to that over at the Fuji Raceway, but it was only really on the front straightaway that was impacted. Here you've got two major straightaways where you always have to be taking that into consideration. So qualifying, very much a strategic game when it comes to Interlagos, and you can see some drivers attempting to get around some of the slower cars in front of them, as I was Impulse Racing trying to see if they can maybe execute a pass on Fiercely Forward's TCR, but move, Jake Ward will stay in front of the line.
Yeah, well, it is open qualifying. The normal rules do apply. You do have to get out the way for faster drivers and drivers that are on a lap, but Jake Ward's on a lap himself here, so I think it's down to Impulse, really, to try and find the space themselves. That's the 222 just in behind, 10th place for now. Struggling to get a lap time in, really, here, as they all come up towards the line together again. Jake Ward will put in a 43.5, and now Martin Asher will feel it's right to go down the inside into turn 1. One of the few Hondas on your screen right now, the 225, making its way over the line with Bruno Kuki for Big One Club. Down the order at the moment after one of the first retirements, the very first retirements from the Fuji race. And we're currently homing in on Maniti Racing here as well. Of the 4 teams that won the most recent IVRA race around Interlagos, that was an endurance series race at Interlagos last season, 1,000 kilometres. Maniti Racing are the only one of the 4 teams that won a category that day who are on the grid here today. Even Pure Sims, who were up there in the ClubSport series last season, have not returned for the 22-23 season. So it is just Maniti, and that experience may well serve them well going through with this race. But as we saw with Fuji, Lorenzo, it's not all about just having the speed, and it's not even about having a previous victory around one of these circuits. It's about playing the cautions correctly, as we saw so many teams do last time out. It's a really close qualifying session right now. At the moment, Maniti Racing 4th place, but only 1.5 tenths away from actual pole position.
Yeah, which is not surprising to see. This is going to be close all the way down to the wire, to be very honest with you, because everybody's going to be following basically on a very big train of cars from all the way from the start of the finish, the racing line or the finish line into the last corner, and then follow themselves all the way back over again and do that rinse and repeat action over and over again. So it's gonna be an interesting one. I think it will come down on having the best draft mate of sorts, and how much of a time loss can you avoid in terms of maybe finding places for you to battle, as we're seeing Norbert Leitner for Ted Line Racing is just trying to find those appropriate lines, and who can follow you, and how can you follow someone just as fast and really get that good time at the board. But the problem will be once the race comes, this will be a very clogged track, and I think more clogged than in the Adrian series at that, because the difference of speed of these cars is, I think, it's much less minimal in comparison to the Adrian series.
Yeah, it is certainly a lot closer in terms of the separation between the different teams. Between the different categories of cars, I should say, as you mentioned there. Norbert Leitner makes his way out of the final corner right now, and he'll be coming up towards the line. A new fastest time from Maniti on that last little round there, and they've gone quite a few tenths quicker now. 2 tenths faster than Michael Polasek, who is currently second for Full Send Racing. As Norbert Leitner comes over the line again, he does go quicker and will go to second. But how long is it going to last for? Well, he's survived the first few drivers, but here they all come. Michael Polasek's got a huge draft here, and he might well have the best time. Not quite. He is going to go that little bit quicker. He's not going to improve on his position as Brabham Esports now, Nolan, start to form up. I just wonder whether they're going to begin to help each other with a bit of a slipstream. This is one of the advantages of having teammates. You can bring both of your cars up towards the front, and they're 4th and 7th at the moment.
4th and 7th for the time being, so a little bit of work to be had for the Brabham Esports machines, but they still have those few minutes to get themselves the remainder of their qualifying laps all sorted. So far, Race Controllers has not given that warning for drivers saying that your session is about to end, so these guys still have a couple of laps in their back pockets. You see Michael Polashek in the Full Send Racing 285, kind of stuck behind one of the Alpine Star Geodesic Racing Echelon machines, as well as the Fiercely Forward 299. Now you can see him actually backing off a little bit. He's trying to make sure he doesn't end up stuck in a position where he's going to have to find himself stuck in a side-by-side battle as one other TCR lets himself up and out of the way. This is also smart. If you know you're not going to be able to get yourself in front, especially if you're going to be giving the draft to your opponents, just lay back a little bit and then use the draft to reel yourself right on in throughout your next lap.
Absolutely, it's a good idea to exercise as Michael Polasek makes his way into the final corner right now. Just a tenth and a bit away from Maniti Racing. Not quite got the draft that he did on the last lap on the run towards the line, but there's only 2.5 minutes left in this session for these TCRs. In case you're not familiar with this format, this session will end with 34 minutes to go in the top left-hand side of your screen. So there's not that much time remaining. Polasek backs off, and he will have one more go at this, but not too long at all. We're reaching that point, Lorenzo, where people are hitting a bit of a ceiling, really, and they're struggling to go any quicker. There were almost no better lap times from anybody on that last round of times.
Yeah, unless they came out of the pit lane and they're trying to spool up their cars and going into the track and building up the time, building up the heat in the tires. The tricky thing is Interlagos is one of those tracks that you're going to find yourself into braking. It's kind of like accelerate, brake, accelerate, brake, accelerate, brake in a constant fashion. You're always going to make a little bit of a different a traction change. You're turning right and right again, or making so many sweeps that it kind of puts stress in the tires. So trying to manage how the tires will perform here, especially those fronts, and getting a good time out of the gate whenever you're doing your fast laps is going to be crucial, because in here, one corner, just simply one corner, for example, you're going to the Senna S, turn number 1, and you kind of mess it up, that one corner, it's kind of hard, next to impossible, for you to make up the ground. If you already have a really good time and you want to make up more time than
Leitner out the final corner right now, and he's going to try and get towards Maniti Racing. Not long to go, as I mentioned, and he's really clutching at straws in terms of trying to get pole now. Still a tenth away. He needs to find something without a draft either. Polasek comes over the line just up in front, as there's all sorts of diving towards the inside line. Polasek does go a little bit quicker, just 16 thousandths faster than Leitner, but he's nowhere near Maniti even now, as both Brabham Esports Velocitas also come over the line right now, not able to go through, or go any quicker, I should say. That time still only good enough for 4th position for the two Brabham Esports. It really is at the last chance now, Nolan, but given what we've seen in the last few laps, Maniti Racing look like they're going to be all right to hold on to a pole position here at Interlagos.
Only by the slimmest of margins, of course, though. Only less than a tenth of a second separate Maniti from Full Send Racing, and it's going to be a tough ride as they're going to have a little bit more, as you can see the Tedline Racing Hyundai, excuse me, running a little bit wide out in towards the S corner, and that's going to force him to kind of lose out on one lap here. If you drift too far out wide, you get an off-track 1X, and that is, of course, going to invalidate your lap. That was far enough out to have gotten that one incident point. So Norbert Leitner is going to have to back off and out the Tedline Racing 267 and try again a little bit further down the line. Looking back to Jordan Bachmeier now, sitting in that 4th position for Brabham Esports is 2:05, sitting exactly 0.3 of a second back from Maniti Racing at the moment. So it is a very, very tight TCR field still, with the top 7 all separated by half a second.
And the top 10 all having made it into the 1 minute 42s as well, which is very quick indeed. Jordan Bachmeier then comes towards the line. I think he's going to be in the pit lane though by the looks of this, is he? Or is he just shortening the distance as much as possible? It looks like he is. Up towards the line for Bachmeier. Is he going to steal it away at the end? He's going to go that little bit quicker, but he can't even improve on 4th place with that lap time, with that improvement there. So it is going to be Krzysztof Malazewski who's going to get that pole position for Maniti Racing. Time will be elapsed for these drivers now, and that will be it for TCR qualifying by the looks of it, with Maniti, Full Send, Tedline, Brabham and Huysingveld rounding out your top 5. A pretty close qualifying session, as we say, but Maniti Racing taking charge once again, as they did in the Endurance Series race around here last season, or earlier in 2022 even. But that is the checkered flag, and there is going to be no more improvement from anybody. The sport category drivers now get themselves ready, and they'll be exiting the pit lane very soon indeed, actually. Not very long at all until they'll be out on their way. As we look at Huysingveld, the race winners from Fuji. Strong team, of course. Reigning champions, getting off to the best possible start by winning that first race, but they're still, as we mentioned earlier, somehow not leading the championship in a bizarre twist of fate. They're just going to make their way down into pit lane right now. 5th place is not a bad place to be starting this race from. You don't want to be too far back with an opening section like Interlagos has, but they're certainly not. Here are the results. 85 thousandths was the margin in the end between Malazewski and Polasek. Norbert Leitner for Tedline runs at the top 3 with Brabham and Huysingveld in the top 5. Impulse Racing at just 6th place ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic. Then it's the other Brabham Esports car on the other. Impulse Racing Hyundai, and then the first non-Hyundai with the first Audi of Tri Racing, rounding out your top 10. Then it's Big One Club with the other Full Send Racing team. That's the 2 Hondas on the grid. James Lopez Prieto for SRP Racing Team got off to a good start in that session, but couldn't hold on to it. 13th place for him. Jake Ward for Fiercely Forward, the first driver 1 second or more down, ahead of Olympus Esports and Ingersoll Rand, rounding out your 16 TCR cars. So out go the sport category machines, out on their way. The SRN leading them around. SRN Motorsports in their Mercedes. Wasn't a great race for them, I'm afraid. Back at Fuji, they're all the way down in 19th and 14th in the standings with their 2 machines. That's the 174 that did a little bit better, but it's still only 14th in the standings. Jason Gerard, who will be out there for them. But it was very interesting, Nolan, to see that we had Mercedes everywhere at Fuji. But it ended up being a McLaren 1-2, and as the race went on, McLaren just got stronger and stronger.
It really does show the long-run pace, that the McLaren 570S GT4s have underneath them, something that the Mercedes AMGs just didn't seem capable of continue with all throughout the race at Fuji. And you have to wonder if we're going to be seeing a similar side here today. We've got now not 2, but 3 McLarens in the field in this one. So you've got that third McLaren now in the mix. It is still a mostly Mercedes-dominated field. I'm still seeing 2 Aston Martins so far throughout this field. Make that now 4 McLarens, actually, now that I'm looking at it again. And then you got a few sparse Porsches kind of scattered around the field as well. So it's a very diverse GT4 field, unlike a mostly Mercedes-dominated field like it was in the 700 kilometers of Fuji.
We'll see if it's diverse in terms of those who are able to contend for a race win as well here, because it was, as we say, very much about the Mercedes last time. Let's have a look at those championship standings very quickly before we go any further with this. The lap times are yet to come in. Alpine Stars Geodesic were second at the halfway stage, winners at the end. Hujas were second at the end, but didn't do as well in the halfway stage. So it's a 28-point lead there, Lorenzo. It does just show, though, that this championship can turn very quickly. These races, when there's 150 points up for grabs, these championship standings can really turn very, very quickly indeed. You know, it's far too early to say anybody is out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And but if we're taking basically the Fuji round as something to take a look at, it's kind of like Alpine Star Geodesic kind of like ran away with it of sorts. They had some small competition midway through the race, but even then, they kind of dominated all the way through the end, pulled it out, and win and to showcase them why they're probably the team to look at in the GT4s. But now you come into Interlagos, like I said, it's going to be a clogged up traffic. For GT4s, it's kind of like the middle pack in terms of racing, so you can make overtakes, but you're going to struggle in some of the corners because the TCR is going to perform better. So it's gonna be a very much more patience race for these drivers as they open up their runs.
It certainly will be. Sven Demel goes quickest there for Hujas Gold at the moment. Very experienced Sven Demel, of course, with the best time so far in this session. There was quite a big accident, by the way, on that previous lap, on the first flying lap for a number of drivers, and this is the problem with open qualifying. Some people would say, but I very much enjoy open qualifying, I've got to say. Makes it feel a lot better. Oh, David Barclay gets things very wrong. Good slide and a good catch. Oh, no, well, I spoke too soon. Talk Freak Racing with the 181 goes right the way around. Braking on the grass never produces the best results, and he'll be getting back going again. But it was down into turn 4, as that was last time where there was a big incident, and here it is. Involves the reigning champions fiercely forward. Ingersoll Rand were in there with Impulse as well, and that was all really silly for a qualifying session, Nolan. I'm not entirely sure quite what they're doing there.
I feel bad for the fiercely forward 101 Porsche Cayman GT4 because they were just minding their business and they got slammed from behind by the Mercedes of Ingersoll Rand, who made contact with Impulse Racing there, and Impulse had that save, that they made the same mistake, just brake on the grass. But you could hardly blame them for that one. Obviously, they were a bit unsettled as a result of that whole mess. But you mentioned before a silly incident to be having to qualify, and you mentioned earlier as well, normal rules do still apply. You can actually file incident reports for incidents that occur in not just qualifying, but also in practice. So you have to wonder if maybe some of these drivers might be trying to call them out for that.
You would certainly expect so. I mean, those drivers who have just been involved might have damage, and they're going to have to come back to pit lane. So certainly there may well be an incident report filed there. New round of times for everybody then. The Geodesic team just goes second, but they're all behind Impulse at the moment. Timo Hayden has done the best time there. He's in the mid-38s. Just for there you can see John Birchford at the moment in the McLaren, just in behind, but he's in a bit of traffic at the moment, and they're all stuck behind one of the Aston Martins from German Sim Racing and one of the Porsche Caymans as well. Two of the weaker manufacturers in this field at the moment. The way the GT4s are in this competition, the Geodesic just worked their way past the SRN McLaren, but it is close once again. And as you said, Lorenzo, Geodesic are going to be one of those teams to look at in terms of championship challenge. They were up there last season. I think they were second at the end. Nobody was anywhere near fiercely forward by the end, who are the reigning champions. Fiercely Forward nearly wrapped it up with 1 round to go, and they certainly did wrap it up at the halfway stage in the finale at the Red Bull Ring. But I'd say Geodesic are going to be ones to watch, and if they can consistently qualify like this and race like they did at Fuji, then they'll be contenders without doubt, and with drivers like John Butterfield, they'll have a great chance.
Absolutely, and John Bader for just proving why he's such a really good GT driver. You know, knows how to drive the GT3, looking for the overtake of the Porsche, going on the final corner, trying to set himself up. Not actually. Like always, the commentator he doesn't know what he's talking about even. Never trust a commentator's comment instead of mathematics. But I'm not even surprised how Alpine Sergeant Geodesic doing so good in this championship so early on. But I really want to see how the tires of the McLaren will perform around here, or GT4s in general, because, like I said before, these cars will take a beating in terms of tires. Those tires will be like fully wrecked by the end of the stint whenever they come into the pit lane.
And that is one of the discussions with regards to strategy with these cars, tyres or no tyres, and what are you going to choose at the end of each stint. Of course, this race will be run to an amount of laps. So how many laps can you go? How many stops is this race going to be for you? How do you rotate your drivers through that? And are we going to get anywhere near the 6 hours maximum limit here, Nolan? That is the maximum that these races can be, as Sven Temmel just gets things wrong in the final corner. The 6 hour limit is an interesting one, because we're seeing a lot of the tracks on this schedule here this season, like Interlagos, like Imola, Mid-Ohio, Barber. They could contain quite a lot of caution periods, and then we could get towards the 6 hour point. It makes it very, very difficult to judge quite whether you need to fuel save because you're not going to make the actual lap distance, or whether you need to start counting down minutes and seconds because we're about to run to the 6 hour mark. It's a very different or difficult juggling act that all of these teams have to make on the fly. Nobody really has a clue right now.
So this is why in the practice sessions leading up to this, if I were a guy that was being a strategist in one of these teams, I would try to figure out a plan for both. You try to figure out what's the fuel going to look like if this race goes out on time, or what's it going to look like if this goes out on laps. If it switches over from laps to time because of obviously these time constraints due to safety car periods, which, let's be honest, those safety car periods alone throw up a big kind of a wrench into the works of fuel strategy, seeing as how much fuel you can save behind the safety car on distance. You need to be able to leave yourself enough of an opening that you can easily swap over from one strategy to the other. And so far, we haven't been too concerned with that. But as I mentioned, it only takes 2 or 3 safety car periods before you do start to get a little bit concerned with hitting that time limit. We weren't really worried about that all at Fuji. We didn't even expect there to be a safety car period at Fuji. But at tracks like Interlagos, the possibility is quite high. Same with tracks like the Barber Motorsports Park, even more so. You have to be able to have the strategy in mind for both. You don't want to be that one guy that's caught out with absolutely no plan if something goes wrong.
It's an interesting point, because I mean, if let's say if this race does run green the whole way, it's going to be and this pace stays a good pace throughout as well. It could end up being as short as 4.5 hours, maybe less at some of the faster circuits we go to at the ClubSport series, especially last season. So it does seem unlikely at times, but then again, if it is one of those races, then you do have to think about what you're going to do if it does run to 6 hours. This is the Ingersoll Rand Mercedes running in 9th place at the moment. Seeing a lot of drivers just pushing the boundaries over the limit, actually going through the final corner there, getting a bad run onto the front straight. But there's not long left now to go in this session. It really is time to get going. And it's very interesting to see, Lorenzo, the team that is on pole right now. We've not seen any faster lap times for quite a long time now. We do just get one from Ingersoll Rand there, but other than that, we haven't seen too many. Impulse are leading this by more than 0.3 of a second, and they were one of the 3 cars to be caught up in that incident we saw at turn 4 earlier on in the session. Clearly, they don't have any damage, and they're clearly going very, very well indeed, which is a bizarre one, because I would have thought they definitely would have damage, and the other 2 cars caught up definitely did come into the pit lane.
They probably had some damage that was very quickly fixable, and got back into the track and were able to do really good laps. So we would have to take a look at that appropriately. But nevertheless, Impulse with a very big remark in this race, putting up a big target on their backs. As you just can see, the Impulse car being overtaken by the Alpine Star Geodesic McLaren going through would be turn number 7 and 8, blinking his headlights towards the initial range using a slower lap. I don't know if that's going to affect his total lap time though here, even going now into crucial zone. And if it does, how bad it's going to be.
Yeah, let's see. Just need to find a lot of time here, but let's not forget this is one of the opening laps for him on what I would presume is a new set of tyres. He did come in, we did see that, and now coming up towards the line again. Impulse not too far behind to give it one last go as well, as they all stay towards the left-hand side. There it is, slightly faster from John Butterford. Maybe he's just secured second place, but he's got nowhere near first, and that's going to be it for the session for Alpine Stars Geodesic. It's going to have to be second for them, as we see 5-Star Motorsport as well trying to improve. Leon Erger trying to get up into the top 5 right now. But Impulse Racing here, Nolan, are looking very, very secure here. And that lap time looks unbeatable, even by themselves.
So far, the only driver that has come close was the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing Black 162, but they just closed in within 0.28 of a second of the Impulse Racing's pole time for your sport class. You did see Team Hoinsenfeld jump up the field by quite a few spots, but it was only up to 7th place. It's still over half a second back from Impulse Racing. I do find it interesting that, you know, the distance that separates 7th through 1st in your TCR class separates just 3rd through 1st in your sport class. It really does go to show just how much more competitive the TCR field can be with how much slower those cars are, but they have that much more drafted ability with each other down these straightaways. You look to Leon Erger in the number 155 Mercedes-AMG GT4 as he throttles his way up towards start finish line. He will not be able to make any kind of improvements from 6th place for his 5-Star Motorsports 155. Same story at the moment for the car right behind him in the 198, who's sitting way back at 17th for HPDS Academy.
Yeah, that's Beckham Jasir at the moment down in 17th as Team Hoisingveld come up towards the line, spreading their or putting their eggs in different baskets this season, as opposed to just having one TCR as they did last season. They're in the sport category as well, down in 8th place in the standings after round 1. As Sven Demo comes out of the final corner right now for Ujas in their McLaren. They were the team that finished the last race in 2nd, of course, to round off a McLaren 1-2. Somewhat miraculously. Demo comes up towards the line right now with not long to go at all. This might be the last chance for him, not able to go any quicker. There will stay 3rd, very narrowly ahead of the reigning champions, Fiercely Forward, who themselves, by the way, didn't have a great start to their title defence, scoring no points in the first round. I think it's all round mind out the way of the likes of Chris Gelatin, one of the Porsches as well, just a little bit further behind, but it looks like that's pretty much going to be it for the sport category. There's still quite a few drivers actually still out there right now, which is a bit of a surprise, but that's pretty much it. And the Cup teams, the Porsche Cup teams, very much limbering up right now to get out there onto the circuit again and back out for their qualifying session that will be starting very soon, of course. But Chris Jadson's going to make his way into the final corner right now. I want to see just how hard he is really pushing here for Eclipse Racing Team, but he is at 15th position right now. Only needs a few attempts of a second, a couple of attempts even would do, and he'd get into the top 10. But it remains to be seen whether he can do that. We'll see. He does have the time remaining to do it. Let's see, over the line. How much quicker is it going to be? It's not any quicker, I'm afraid, for Chris Charlton. And I don't think it was either for the Porsche in the background there. So that is going to be pretty much it for sport qualifying. We've got Just Payment Esports as well here. But it looks like that's pretty much going to be it. And the checkered flag will wave. There was just an improvement for somebody I think it was German Sim Racing. SimCity Racing also improved to 13th place here, Lorenzo. But I mean, there's barely any improvements happening right now. We've seen that for minutes on end now. Towards the end of these sessions, it really seems like these teams can't go any quicker.
Yeah, which for me ponders two questions. First, is the draft really that strong for the Genie Cores that kind of makes a difference at the end of the day? And second, track conditions, as we see Porsche is coming into the track queue, and this is where we really want to break down, because Porsche's is basically one quick lap and that's pretty much it in a reset.
Timo Hayden takes pole for Sport, then we'll quickly rattle through these out of Geodesic and Hujas. Fiercely forward and Just Payment Esports in the top 5. 5-Star Motorsport, the second Mercedes, all the way down in 6th ahead of Team Huisingveld, Ningersoll Rand. Tedland Racing for Ted Lowendick was 9th ahead of German Sim Racing, the first Aston Martin, but inside the top 10. And Alvaro Gomez in the Porsche there for Fiercely Forward, also in the top 10. Good performances from both of those teams. SRN Motorsports miss out with both of their cars. Talk Freak Racing were 12th ahead of SimCity Racing with their late lap time. German Sim Racing jumped to 14th ahead of Hujas in their other car, that's the Mercedes. Eclipse Racing team slipped to 16th right at the end. Sapphire Simsport 17th ahead of HPDS Academy. Archibald Esports and SRN Motorsports, your top 20, your 20 sports category machines for this race here this afternoon. And the Cup standings as well, which are currently being led by Impulse Racing, second at the halfway stage, first at the end. The opposite way round for Maniti means that they're only 5 points behind here, Nolan. Those two teams are the standout teams, seemingly looking at the results here and the standings. But from watching the Fuji race, as we did a few weeks ago, you would say that it's not only about those two teams, it's about more than that.
We just looked at the battle for third place at the moment. You got Trig Esports, Lightbird Esports, and AceNex Sim Sports Visceral all separated by just 2 points, with a tie at the moment for fourth. You got so many tight points battles that are going to be taking shape all throughout the course of this season, and any one of those teams down there also has the ability to absolutely topple Impulse and Maniti for the total Cup class here as well. So you have to make sure that these guys, again, take that big picture into account. That's what Impulse Racing did, just like they did over in the club class, and it is what has allowed them to pull ahead with the team standings here. So we're going to be seeing how this is going to pan on out as all drivers now on their first flying laps. You'll look down to Ollie Peacock in the ATR's Esports machine as he makes his way up towards one of these middle sections of the racetrack, kind of tucked into the middle pack, and you're noticing it's not as bunched up as it was in your club and sport class, because unlike those cars, these guys actually have to worry about dirty air.
Yeah, they want to find a bit of free track space. It certainly wouldn't have looked like that earlier. You just may have seen behind the sport qualifying standings and the championship standings as well. Maybe you would have seen the real bunching up that was happening. That's not the case anymore, as everyone's found a bit of free track space. This is Lightbird Esports, 4th place in the standings for them. They had a pretty quiet time of things actually, but got to a top 5 by the end of the day. I think they were in the top 5 at the halfway stage as well, but this is not impressed Gabriel Streitmar, his own driving that is, and he's going to go straight into the pit lane as the race winners from last time out. Impulse Racing top the standings. First of all, Orion come over the line right now with Akira Awata into what is 10th place for them, and goes flying off at the Senna S. Off into the grass for him. So he's going to have to come back to pit lane. RPC Esports, of course, were those who got pole in Fuji. They're only 3 attempts away from pole here, but they're down in 7th. Just think about how ridiculous that is for just a moment. It is one of those circuits where this happens quite regularly, Nolan, but a bit of I was about to say off-season news. It's not quite off-season, but it is certainly off-race news since the last race. ATRS Esports have been allowed another team into the championship here. I believe they're one of the only new teams to actually be here for this race here today. ATRS Esports have the number 14 at their disposal, so that's 3 cars for that singular team. Which is going to be very useful to them.
I'd imagine so. They're going to be able to get themselves multiple different opportunities to see if they can put at least one of those cars up towards the sharp end of the board. But they've still got all the big players to contend with. But contending with them, they are. I mean, look, you've got one of them already up at the 3rd position, and you've got The other one's a little bit further down the field, 17th and 12th respectively, but you only need that one up there to make your names known. And so far, the 9-1-2 does seem to be, the number 12 season does seem to be where they're going to be wanting to put all of their chips in the basket for the moment. On board with Clement Buzelin as he comes across the finish line for Sebel Esports Porsche Cup, and he'll go third fastest, bumping ATRS down to fourth.
And by the way, that new entry for ATRS is at the expense of Chaos Esports, who are not here today. I'm not sure whether they're out for the season, but they're certainly not here today. The French team, unfortunately, or at least I can't see them. So yeah, I believe that's what's gone on there. It is still Impulse Racing currently leading this session right now with Pascal Costa, who had the pleasure of taking that car over the line for the win at Fuji. Maxime Marriott is second for Maniti. That's Sebel in third. ATRS and Just Payment Esports round out your top five right now, Lorenzo, but it's not gotten any less close now that we've gone to the faster cars. We're going a good 10 seconds quicker than we were at the start of these qualifying sessions with the TCRs, but we are not close. It's still a really interesting qualifying session that could go any which way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If we can take a look later at the track conditions and weather conditions around around Interlagos, it can tell kind of like the tale of the story. Thank you. Here we go. 48 degrees around the track, so that proves it's a very it's not a scorching earth track like we see around 60, 62 around Interlagos during the summer, but also a small gust of wind as well that kind of blocks how the drivers want to perform. But that 48 kind of proves that you cannot make an error, and if you do make an error, it's going to be punishable by you having to reset all over again and basically waste 3 minutes now, give or take, for you to get a really good lap in.
The fact that it's 23 degrees Celsius in November is quite astonishing. I know it's in the southern hemisphere, but still making me jealous. Anyway, Gabriel Drake makes his way up towards the line right now. Much better from him, much better. Third place. He was really not pleased with his own performance in his first lap. He actually abandoned that to come straight in and go out again. And clearly that was definitely the right call here, Nolan, because he shot up the order. And Hyper Esports, I've got to say, is not a team that I remember seeing a lot of at Fuji. I don't know whether that's just me, but they had a really quiet and considered fifth place, which is exactly what you'd need at what was a slightly chaotic opening race at times.
I think it was a good call for them to especially come down to pit road this time around. They were kind of stuck at a bad point where there was a lot of traffic, and they decided to come on in and get themselves sorted into a place where they would be able to have a safe run without having to worry about any of the traffic up the road. And that is something that they played to perfection. And now they sit third fastest, only just over a tenth of a second off of Impulse Racing, but even the top two are still close. Only 13 thousandths separate Impulse from Maniti. It's only going to take one good sector from Maniti to put them up and onto provisional pole here.
Philip Hammer out there as well right now for the number 23. It's WS Racing Esports. Of course, one of the world's best Skip Barber drivers. Or maybe the world's best, but hey, you can argue about that between yourselves. Just outside the top 10 right now, though, for this team, the number 23, 10th place in the standings right now after their performance in the previous race at Fuji for the all-German team. They'll look to break into the top 10 in this qualifying session right now as well. They don't exactly need a lot of time. Over the line now for Philip Hammer. He goes a bit quicker and he's going to shoot up the order after all of that. There he goes, 10th place into the top 10 for him at the expense of RPC Esports. And that is the wildest thing from this qualifying session, in my opinion, so far, Lorenzo, is the fact that the pole sitters from Fuji, I know they didn't have a good race, but the pole sitters, showing they do have the pace, are down in 11th. It's an unbelievable field.
Yeah, which is impressive to see, right? And very impressive field. But it's one of those tracks that it's so quick, but that is so close as well. Look at the times on the board here. 0.2 of a second separate first to 11th place, even 12th place if you wanna put it that way. So it's kind of like bizarre to think that they're separated by 2-3 tenths of a second not a half a second or something like that. It's much closer than we saw at the TCR field. It's much closer than we saw at the GT4 field. So it just proves the high quality of these drivers, how prepared they are. And let's see what Marriott is going to do now. He's about it. So, no, not quite.
Dear me, Maniti Racing into the wall for Maxime Marriott, and that's not great news because they'll need to repair that before going out there again. But Marriott's probably going to have one more chance to get out there, hopefully. ATRS Esports, they're going to be hoping they hurry up there. 2 of the 97 for Aztec Simsports Visceral. Santeri Mochikainen right now in 7th. Once again, only less than 2 temps away from the pole position right now, as is everyone inside the top 8, including SimCity Racing, who are making their IVRA debut this season. It's their first IVRA seasons, both in the Endurance Series and in ClubSport as well. Managed to get 2 cars into this championship. They've got 1 into the Endurance Series as well. As Marty kind of makes his way into the final corner of Jinsao right now as well, and out. An improvement of position for Aztec Simsports Visceral here, a team name that keeps on changing, but this is the one they've gone with just for the moment. Up towards the line for them now, staying as close to the wall as possible, very close to the pit wall. It is into the 39s, into the 32.9s for Aztec Simsports Visceral, and it's into the top 3 at the expense of Gabriel Streitmatter here, Nolan, who's on your screen right now. He'll be looking to improve. Only 18 thousandths of a second will get him back into the top 3.
That was a close one, to say the very least, as Visceral Esports now sits almost exactly a 10th back, just over that from Impulse Racing by a few thousandths of a second. So still has that potential to go for pole position, but he would have to put together one heck of a lap here in the dying minutes of qualifying. Meanwhile, we're going to watch that number 92 car for Leipert Esports as Gabriel Streitmeyer starts to work his way back up the hill, out to the south, through the Subida dos Boxes, and over the crest of the hill, down the front straightaway. Will he be hugging the pit wall, or will he bail out to pit road, getting right down to the apex, and he is going to abort the lap and come down to pit road. So not happy for the number 92 car as he pulls in, along with Subida Esports right behind him.
Let's see for Trek Esports now, up towards the line for Niels van Handel, with just 2 minutes on the clock, and he's going to come in as well. That's going to be the end of his session. It's going to be the end for Leipert Esports to Belt Esports as well. Clement Buzelin is not going to go out for any further lap times either, and Graham Sanders is down in 13th at the moment. That just shows the quality of this field in the IVRA clubs, in the HyperX ClubSport series by IVRA, I should say. Geodesic right now, 13th place. Big surprise for a team of their quality. To turn 10 goes Sanders right now, and he's going to make his way down the hill now and towards that all-important final corner. Arguably the most important corner on the entire circuit, with the amount of time you have to live with the quality of that final corner. You've got to get a good run out of here, because it's uphill and it's a long flat out section towards the start finish line in the CNRS once again to start a new lap. Graham Sanders then, what can he do with just a minute on the clock? He's still got another chance at this, and he's going to need it here, Lorenzo. Big surprise to see this team so far down.
Yeah, which is impressive to see, but I don't think they're going to get another chance again, because it is just one quick lap, and he has not any more laps left for him to do. But he can try to get a fast lap in. I don't know how effective it will be. Well, someone just had a little bit of a moment. Ooh!
Philip Hammer, I think.
Yeah, it was
Philip
him.
Hammer, who was 10th place at the moment, ended up in the wall quite badly there out the final corner. Dalton Zavadil for SimCity Racing goes over the line. That's not an improvement for him, and it's nowhere near, I'm afraid. So that looks like it might well be it for Cup qualifying. Maxime Marriott is still out there, Nolan. It's one more chance as Ollie Peacock gets up there for ATRS right now. Pascal Costa currently has the best time. Only 13 thousandths of a second, I should say, separate him and Maxime Marriott right now from each other. This is a huge lap for Marriott to try and get this pole position away.
Checker flag has flown over Interlagos, and now we'll be seeing one by one drivers start to tick their way across the line. And the top 2 drivers in this field have found themselves pulling into pit road. We'll see what can Impulse Racing do. Can they improve on pole position? They do not, but only by 15 thousandths of a second. They missed out on their own pole time, so they were charged to see if they could secure just that little bit more. Hellraiser's Tershine is going to be pulling it down and into pit road as you'll look back to Maxime Marriott once again from Beniti Racing. He's off the course though. That's the 3rd car in this qualifying session. Almost going to scrape the barriers, but that is certainly going to invalidate the lap of the number 78.
Yeah, Marriott did that earlier on in the session, of course, pulled into the pit lane, and he's going to have to do the same now as well, I'm afraid. That's going to be it for him, as Clement Bouzelin is going to try and get Sabel Esports back into the top 5 again, after being pushed out there by Oli Peacock in the last few moments. I thought Bouzelin was done, actually. I thought he was in pit lane, and it was his session over. But Sabel has still got life in this car just for now. The strike matters just in the background there as well for Leipert as Bouzelin makes his way over the line. It is an improvement. Is it to pole?
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness, it is. He's stolen pole at the end for Sabel Esports. Clement Bouzelin has put in the lap of dreams here. He hasn't been showing the pace to maybe get a pole position earlier on in the session, but right at the end, he's found it when he needed it, Lorenzo, and he's managed to steal a surprise pole position for Sabel Esports.
Just like the old times in F1 here at Interlagos, proves why Interlagos is one of the best tracks to race in general, not just in open wheels, but in racing in general. And what a lap of Bouzelin, just in the nick of time, just catching that perfect lap, not having any big issues. Kind of what I think kind of worked for him, sort of, is marking the Leipert car that was behind him because it was falling to toe in the previous lap, came into the pit stop, managed to get the tires quicker, and then that lap that sealed the deal for them. Well done.
Well, where the hell did that come from? Sabel Esports are going to be on pole position for this race. 28 thousandths of a second separated Clement Bouzelin and Pascal Costa in that session. Maxime Marriott was less than half a tenth away. He will line up 3rd ahead of Oli Peacock, who only got 1,000th of a second faster than Santeri Martikainen there for Visceral. But he is into 4th ahead of 5th. Gabriel Straight-Matter will be in 6th for Leipert. Then it'll be Kevin Krosny for Just Payment Esports. SimCity Racing with a nice performance to get to 8th. The new car on the grid, the only new entry for this one, ATR Esports number 14, is in 9th ahead of Philip Hammer, who rounds out the top 10 despite being barely a quarter of a second behind pole position and Sabel Esports for this upcoming race. Further down, the pole sitters from Fuji are 11th. Joe Vega Goddestad not able to replicate his heroics from Fuji. Niels van Handel will be 12th for Trek Esports out of Alpine Stars Geodesic. Orion Race Team at 14th and 17th for them, I'm afraid. The other Aztec Simsports Visceral got down in 15th. Hellracers are 16th. We've mentioned Orion and the other ATRS Esports number 13, all the way down in 18th. Which is a surprise to see for a car that was contending and I think did lead a couple of laps back at Fuji. Well, what a session that was, Nolan. I've got no idea where Clement Bouzelin pulled that one out from because, as I said earlier, he wasn't showing, pole position pace, good pace for a top 5, and that would have been a success for Sabel Esports. But for them to get pole, what a surprise and what a performance.
I mean, we were talking about it just a little while ago, but how we were expecting for him to be able to put his way, back up onto a podium and potentially up into the top 5 as well. But to get the provisional pole away like that, that was absolutely amazing. So I am so glad that they managed to do that. Boy, I would have loved to sit in on the reactions of the team when they realized what they had just done, because I could almost guarantee you, even they weren't expecting that one.
Possibly not. Let's remind you where they are in the championship standings, of course. 0 points collected at Fuji. They were one of 4 teams in the Porsche Cup category to be out before the halfway stage. That 4, of course, including pole sitters RPC, race favourites Geodesic as well. qualified a long way down in that session. So they were in good company, I suppose, but you never expect to see that after what we saw at Fuji. It's a team, of course, that obviously we're surprised by. A multinational team who Clement Busselin will be joined by Francesco Lamana and Stefan Helvik as well, from Italy and Norway respectively. A European team, but a multinational team nevertheless. And what a moment for them to be on pole position here for this race. 700 kilometers around here in Interlagos here this afternoon. Then Lorenzo, we've got a bit of a warm-up session for this one before we get going. 1:15 should be the actual race start for this one. We'll run through the starting grid when we get it for the formation lap, of course. But kind of interesting to note what these drivers are actually going to do during warm-up here, because after all, trying to qualify on a new set of tyres with low fuel is almost the exact opposite situation to what these drivers are going to start this race with, which is of course a full tank of fuel and tyres that have got to last them about an hour.
Yeah, and but not only that, it's going to be interesting those who try to stretch it out over the hour, because if there's something that is kind of famous around, not famous or infamous, whatever you want to call it, around Interlagos, that used to happen in the entrance series, is the big stretch of fuel safe, because you're gonna be in constant traffic every single time. So you lift up the gas right around the Senna S, then you go into the Interlagos and you lift up the gas once again. So there's plenty of spots, and I mean really plenty of spots. Basically every single corner here is an opportunity for you to save small chunks of fuel and stretch out maybe 2 to 3 to 4 laps. That used to happen back in the endurance series. I don't know how the effect it's going to be here, especially for the Porsches, but if it does happen and we go green all the way, it should prove a very interesting strategy topic we should approach on whenever they start to do their services 1 hour past into every stint.
Now let's see how they decide to tackle it. So 163 laps around here, Nolan, roughly what is 35 lap times. Just trying to work out how many stops this race is going to be, really, for this one. It kind of depends, obviously. It's hard to know just how long these cars are actually going to go on fuel, and after all, the Sport and TCR category cars actually don't know how long their race is going to be anyway, because they're going to get lapped. And they're not going to finish on the lead lap, of course, so that makes things harder. But, I mean, at a pure base level, I would guess that these drivers need to make, what, 32, 33, 34 sort of laps on a tank of fuel, so that they can kind of split this race into 5 chunks, maybe. I'm not entirely sure. I think 40 laps, 41 laps might be a stretch too far, really, because that would be, what, an hour 5, hour 10 on fuel, which I think is too far for a lot of these cars.
I do find it interesting that you bring up that point about how the Sport and the club cars don't actually know how long they'll be able to go on laps with the fuel, because obviously, as you mentioned, they're going to, well, they'll be able to know how long they'll be going on laps, but you know, how many stops is definitely going to be up for debate depending on how many times they get lapped by your club class leaders. Which is why, honestly, if I were, you know, in these GT4 touring car fields, I would honestly say let's just go ahead and go off a time. It's really one of the most reliable ways to do so, because you have no idea how many laps down you're going to go with the club class leaders. Even that can change depending on how, you know, those drivers figure out their pit stops. So I think it would honestly just be a smart decision to just kind of go off a time, take it as it comes along, and figure out how you want to handle your fuel strategy once you're a little bit later into the race.
We'll see how they handle it, really. I think it's the best idea for them to just go as far as they possibly can in the opening part of the race, and then see where they end up when there's about an hour or two to go in this one, which we'll get to later. Speaking of tyre strategy here, Lorenzo, we spoke a little bit about fuel, but tyre strategy. You mentioned earlier that this circuit can get very, very hot. This track temperature can get very, very hot. And even though it's in November, that still definitely applies. Are we expecting to see one of those races where we just see 4 tyres taken by, obviously not the TCRs, but are we going to see one of those races where tyres are taken by every single car every single time? Is it just too hot to take any risks in that respect?
Wow, now it's a good question. If I remember correctly, Endurance Series, we had the funny 1 tire to 2 tires, 3 tires strategies going on around the track. So it's kind of hard for us to properly discuss if it's going to be 4 tires all the way, if there are going to be any funny strategies of going for the 2 tires on the left hand side only, or 2 tires in front only. So it's going to be those interesting topics we're going to be breaking down in the race. But I do believe somewhere maybe in this first few stints where we might see maybe 4 tires being done, if the drivers are staying on the car, of course, and see where it will lead them around the traffic as times go by.
Yeah, we'll see just how they decide to play it. They're at the 163 laps here this afternoon. Second round of the HyperX ClubSport series by IVRA for this season, the last race in 2022. Don't forget, of course, we'll be returning with this series again very, very soon in 2023. You don't have to wait very long at all for IVRA action to continue, because it will only be the 7th of January when Imola is upon us. That's another 700-kilometre race there, and then about roughly every month and a half from then there'll be a race until the end of April. So we'll be looking forward to those races. Don't forget, also coming up on Racebot TV next weekend is the IVRA Endurance Series. I couldn't find the word there. IVRA Endurance Series second round is coming up very soon as well. It's another 1,000-mile race. So we look forward to that very much too. I can't quite remember where it is, actually, which is good of me. But that'll be coming up on Racebot TV next weekend, as will the next round of the IVRA GT Sprint Series, which is coming up next Sunday as well in just 8 days' time. So plenty of races coming up here on Racebot TV before 2022 is over. So make sure you join us for those. It'd be nice to have your company once again. Just a few moments to go in qualifying for this session here, and what's immediately apparent here, Nolan, is the fact that there's 54 teams on the field, on the grid right now. It is, as we mentioned already, not one of those long circuits, not one of those really wide circuits where there's loads of roll-off everywhere and you can go where you like. It's narrow and it's difficult, and it's going to be a really difficult one to think about for these cup cars especially. There's what, 17, 18 cup cars. That's leaving nearly 40 other cars for them to overtake many times throughout the race.
I do actually remember the last time the IVRA HyperX ClubSport series did make their way on down here to Interlagos some few seasons back, and it was a very, very chaotic race, and it's looking like it's going to be the same here tonight, as we had an even bigger field over in that race those few seasons ago. So we are really, really hoping here that this race will go clean, but I think it's safe to say we shouldn't necessarily keep our fingers crossed about that.
Possibly not, but we're willing to be proved wrong about that one, because as you mentioned, Lorenzo, it can be one of those circuits where we can go green all the way through. My memory of the previous Endurance Series race series is not fantastic, but I mean, I think you said earlier it went green all the way, which is very, very impressive, really, and maybe what we can see here.
Yeah, let's see how this race is going to be, because this is, like I said at the beginning of the broadcast, it's totally different from the other race that we done here last season in the Endurance Series. But it's going to be an interest, and let's go for how it's going to be the grid.
Absolutely. Not long to go until the 700-kilometre race around here is upon us. So about Esports, with that surprise pole position, will be on pole ahead of Impulse Racing. Then it's Maniti and ATRS sharing row 2. And Avastec Simsports, Bistro and Liper Esports rounding out your top 6. 7th place will be Dutch Playman Esports and of SimCity Racing. ATRS Esports managing to get 2 of their cars into the top 10 Pintaras-Berg starting from 9th. Philip Hammer will be starting alongside him in 10th. RPC Esports will be 11th, ahead of Trek Esports with Niels van Handel. Then it will be Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in 13th, ahead of Orion Race Team. Visceral Esports will be 15th, ahead of Hell Races Tershine. Then it will be Orion and ATRS rounding out your Cup category. Then in the sport, it is going to be Impulse Racing ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, who did a lot better here. Josh will be 3rd, ahead of reigning champions Fiercely Forward. Just Payment Esports round out the top 5 with 5-Star Motorsport in that 6th position. Team Hoisingveld will be 7th, ahead of Ingersoll Rand. Then Tedline Racing, only 9th for them, ahead of German Sim Racing, rounding out the top 10. SRI Motorsport missed out on top 10 with both of their cars. They're ahead of Talk Freak Racing, though, who will be starting from 12th. Then it's going to be SimCity Racing and the other German Sim Racing car in 14th. UJust will be 15th, ahead of Eclipse Racing Team Survive. SimSport 17th, ahead of HPTS Academy. Archer Brothers and SRN rounding out the rest of the sport category. And finally, with Maniti Racing on pole in TCR. Then it will be Full Send Racing ahead of Tedline Racing. Brabham Esports 4th, ahead of Team Hoisingveld and Impulse Racing to round out the top 6. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing only 7th, and I hope they've made it to the grid as well, based on what I'm seeing right now. Brabham Esports will be 8th, ahead of Impulse Racing. Tri Racing rounding out the top 10. Big One Club will be 11th, ahead of Full Send Racing, I should say, and then SRP Racing Team, Fiercely Forward, Olympus Esports and Ingersoll Rand round out your huge grid. Coming up towards the line here, Nolan, not long to go, but anticipation very much building for an exciting race. Let's see what will transpire. This is the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA. HyperX, the official gaming peripheral sponsor of this great series, and long supporters of IVRA, of course. Great to have them on board for what is going to be another enthralling race in the ClubSport Series. Sabel Esports and Clement Buzelan will be getting up towards the line. It's a very chaotic start. A jump start there for sure by some. Sabel Esports down in 2nd. SimCity Racing and Dalton Zavadil will go into turn 1 first. But that was for sure a jump start. One of the most obvious probably you've ever seen. Pascal Costa side by side at the moment with Aztec SimSport Visceral. At the moment, they're all the way down in 4th place already. Impulse. Zavadil gets through the Cup category first. He will be leading towards turn 4. It's much cleaner in the sport category, I'm pleased to report, with Impulse Racing holding on to their lead in that one. It's a clean start through the centre S for them as well, as it was in the Cup category. Oh dear, spoke a little bit too soon, as out of turn 2, a couple of cars go off the road as the TCRs now get towards the first corner. Maniti Racing through there as it's side by side between Michael Polasek and Norbert Leitner, I think that is, as the GT4s are picking themselves out of the barrier and all sorts. At the moment, Ingersoll Rand were involved, so were Just Payment Esports here as well. It's a very chaotic start with, without doubt there, Nolan, some jump starts.
More trouble in the back as one car, Fiercely Forward, gets sent hard into the barriers in the middle of the Aposta Straight, and that was Jake Ward's 299 that had a good qualified run and is now out of the fight. So a very messy opening lap in all 3 classes.
Well, Maniti Racing lose their lead as well in TCR. Full Send Racing and Michael Polasek take that early lead ahead of Norbert Leitner. Then it is Maniti Racing who round out the top 3. But what a chaotic start that was. Number of drivers, especially in the sport category, have been off the road, as I mentioned. Ingersoll Rand, along with German Sim Racing, Just Payment Esports have all been off. I think SRN have been involved there as well. So that is not good news at all. SimCity Racing, though, leading overall. What a surprise that is, but it was certainly a jump start, Lorenzo. Very, very messy indeed.
That was the jump start of the ages. Really interested to see what happened over here, though, as also Maniti lost to Sabel on the line going to turn number 1 and SP number 3. I was looking at the replay what happened between Deutsche Payment. Oh, just clipped on the grass, looks like, and caught the SRN off guard. It looks like German Sim Racing and who that was, SRN on a similar situation.
Yeah, I think there were 2 separate incidents there. First of all, the Ingersoll Rand one where Ingersoll just drifted up towards Just Payment Esports. I think that was Jorge Alvarez Dominic, by the way. And I believe was possibly the cause of that one. Maybe we'll get an incident report on that one. Unfortunately, Ingersoll Rand also came unstuck in TCR as well with the fiercely forward at TCR. So we'll get a replay of that one pretty soon as well. But a lot going on in these opening moments as SimCity Racing to continue to lead at the end of lap 2 here. Here is the incident with Ingersoll Rand and fiercely forward. My God, that was a big accident there, Nolan. And it's no surprise that both of those cars are in the pit lane.
Yeah, that was a tremendous hit, and it's honestly amazing that we didn't get a safety car just based off of that first lap there. But luckily, we do manage to escape that with green flags for the most part. So that is going to be a bad run then for a lot of the drivers in this field. They're having a couple of penalties handed down as a result of some qualifying incidents. And the most notable of the ones, remember that 3-car wreck we had in the sport qualifying class? Well, you've just got yourself a 20-second penalty to the 134. Take a look at a replay of what happened in the sport class. That was the second incident where you saw one of the huge ass cars get sent into the inside barriers, while the others went to the outside wall.
That's a separate one. That's lap 2 there. So that's not the lap 1 incident. So that's 3 incidents in 2 laps for one category at turn 2. I don't know how that's happened, but anyway, it has. And so that was a huge ass involved there in that one. As the TCRs make their way down towards turn 1, and Maniti Racing are not having a good start to this race. It was a great qualifying from Krzysztof Malisewski, but it's not a good start to the race. Down to 4th as Brabham and Huitingveld also overtake them and are running away already from them right now. I know it's early days, but it's not a great place to be for Maniti right now. You can be sure there's going to be some penalties and some things for race control to go through in these opening moments here at Lorenzo, and it's going to take them quite a while as well, because there's been a lot of incidents and a lot of rule breaks already, you would imagine.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I do believe that race control is already having a little bit of a cup of coffee with some rye or something in it, because they are coming in plenty. As I'm looking over here on the sheet, thank God that we actually have access to those. But it's gonna be quite interesting, because it might change the dynamic of the race a little bit, maybe in some of these categories. But soon we're gonna be looking at those pickups we're seeing on the screen right now, reaching those TCRs, and then the traffic jam starts.
Absolutely. It's not too far away as Clement Bouzelin makes his way down the inside for Sabel. Sabadell gives him room. And Sabel Esports are back to the front. You could argue they should have been there the whole time anyway, but either way they are. They have restored that first place now. Maxime Marion eager not to let them get away as he's down the inside now for Maniti. He'll slide on through into second place. Very important there for Maniti, Nolan, to actually follow Sabel Esports through. They can't afford to let them get away.
It's a very tight cup class field at the moment as the hightailer back up out of Junsao, up down to the front straightaway here as the 97 continues to try to close in to see if it can get around the SimCity Racing 2 number 71 across the start finish line here in the battle for third place at the moment. It's going to be a move being made down over into turn numbers 1 and 2 and down the hill.
Yeah, here come Liper Esports on the outside line as Impulse couldn't quite get through. Pascal Costa got blocked a little bit there by SimCity Racing as they went deep into 1 and it compromised them into 2. And now there's going to be all sorts of diving. Liper go on the inside and they will be through. Dalton Zavadil here just trying to mind out of everybody's way and not cause any incidents, I think, at this stage. Impulse just looking for their way through as well, but that was costly for Costa to not get through, and allowing Liper Esports to get through here as well. Because as we're seeing already, Lorenzo, I mean, the top 3 are getting away, and everybody behind SimCity Racing is just getting bunched up here, and all sorts of fighting is beginning in the lower parts of the top 10.
I'm wondering if they're taking like possibility of whenever they reach traffic in about a lap or 2 for granted, and they can kind of close out the gap, especially to those in the top 3, because at some point you can see Liper and SimCity being a little bit racy more than usual. But I think the more than one is a little bit outside the top, a little into the ranges of the outside of the top 10, because I saw Alpine star Geodesic making some moves nearly 3 wide going into turn number 7. So it's going to be an interesting, compelling race now moving forward, because now you have cars trying to find themselves in the track, once again trying to find the better position, because they know traffic should be coming up really soon, and then you're going to have to make up ground quickly and as fast as possible, just like the São Paulo traffic at 6 p.m.
Yeah, that's a bit of a nightmare. As Geodesic try and make their way through, it's a run out of turn 3 that they need, but they haven't really got one. They've ended up with the outside into turn 4, always risky, very close between them. And they're actually going to try and hang it all the way around there. It doesn't often work, and HyperX Esports may try and benefit from this. Doesn't look like they're able to right now. It's the other Aztecs Influx Visceral car just up in front of them, by the way, with the WS Racing Esports just in behind as well, just in 11th there, dropping 1 place off of the start of this one. Not quite as many as RPC Esports have dropped there. They're down to 13th place, you can see just in the background of this train. This is what we typically see at the start of these races, Nolan, but this impending TCR traffic that is only around the corner here is, well, it's going to split this group up wildly.
Catch it up to the tail end of that TCR field as it's back down towards the front straightaway. Looking up now to the class leaders as they crest over the top of the hill. Sebelt Esports, after taking a very shock pole position, have got Maniti Racing close it in courtesy of that draft. They did pull away by a couple of tenths this last lap by, but that 78 car is still very much in touch. A move he made deeper in the field. Alpine Star Geodesic Racing going to the inside of Visceral Esports down into turn number 1 as ATR's Esports also tries to go on the offensive, but the 12 gets chopped off deeper in the field as we hightail it back down the Reto Aposta Straight.
Yeah, that was just in the background of SimCity Racing getting overtaken there. This is the group that you can see with Ollie Peacock now inside the top 10. But you just saw in that previous shot there, the leaders are nearly upon traffic. I just saw the the Olympus Esports Audi just in the background, and there it is in better view. This is going to cause problems for everybody, really. It's about Esports currently leading. Then it's Maniti Racing. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral, your top 3. Are they going to be 1, 2 and 3 after this round of traffic? Are they going to be this close? Well, we're about to find out as into the Bico de Pato we go, and traffic is now affecting this race already on lap 7. Around the outside it's going to have to be at turn 11, although Bruzalan doesn't want to go for that maybe. Marriott's going to go for the inside, and he's going to go for the lead. He takes 2 in 1. Oh, tried to go for 3. The Sebelt are going to get the cutback here. Bruzalan with a nicer line out of Juncker there, and here comes Sebelt Esports maybe to try and go through. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral with a clean line through there as well, and so we could see 3 wide into turn 1 quite possibly. Let's see if Bruzalan has to go to the outside line now. Marriott defends well, and he'll close off the apex on the inside line there, but it's going to be inside for turn 2 if Clement Bruzalan wants it. He's not going to go for it, and so we do have a new leader here, Lorenzo. Traffic, very first lapped car affecting this race with a lead change.
And remember about the 6 p.m. traffic jam in São Paulo. That's pretty much it. You know, you get boxed in sometimes in very bad spots. You're gonna lose some spots in the making. Also, look at Liper. You know, just when I was talking about that, was a little bit far behind, but managed to catch back into P3 right now. So grab Gabriel Streitmeister in a very good spot. As Apex Tech now a little bit of an issue. One of the 3 cars just around the Cida do Lago. Still in the track though, still in the chase.
He was Ollie Peacock, who had recently got into the top 10, but he's gone around, and this is how it was lap traffic again. Olympus Esports Audi. We joined that one quite late, but it looked all a bit unnecessary. And so Ollie Peacock goes around and down to 18th position. So around the outside goes Sebelt Esports, and they really don't like that turn 11. The kind of hesitation through there lost them the lead on that last lap, and it's going to put them under pressure from Aztec Sim Sports Visceral into turn 1 this time as well. It's opened up a 1.1 second lead for Maxime Marriott out front right now as they're on the front straight and towards the line for the end of lap 8 already. Race flying by in the chaos of Interlagos. Down towards turn 1. There's going to be no chance here for Martikainen to make his way through. 1 second is the advantage. I just think Marriott Nolan has been a little bit more decisive in traffic than Clement Bouzelan.
And I agree, and I think that's what's allowing Marriott to start to pull away now with this race lead by a good 0.7 of a second and continuing to grow as you see everybody fanning out. It is a madhouse at Interlagos deeper in the field as we jam hard on the brakes for Descida del Lago as we now throttle our way back up the hill as we file our way into the middle portion of the circuit through turns 6 and 7. Now clearing of more TCR traffic, but they've still got just one Audi R8 LMS in the way, or Audi RS3 LMS in the way, I should say, excuse me, on that one, as you can now see. Here we go. Once again, Cup car traffic starting to bunch up behind touring car traffic. That's just an occupational hazard of racing, multi-class racing of this nature at this track. Moment, they're doing a good job on working their way through with as few incidents as possible.
Michael Polasek has just got a 1 second advantage now at the front of TCR as a result of all of that. As of Maxime Marriott, as a result of the TCR traffic as well. That was wide in the final corner for Sabel Esports, I'm afraid. And here comes Azatec Sim Sports Visceral. Outside line, it's a long way around this very gentle final left-hander. And so it's going to have to be a challenge into turn number 1 on the brakes here. Inside line, it's been given to them almost. Is Bouzelan just going to lift off early here and let them have this one? He is indeed. So through goes Terry Martikainen into second place. A bit of caution and a bit of calmness being exercised here, Lorenzo, in these opening moments by Clement Bouzelan, the pole sitter, not letting that great performance in qualifying go to his head, which is good to see.
Which is good. Yeah, I agree 100%. You really don't want to take things for granted and everything like that. Look at the mayhem in the back as we're seeing Graham Sanders on the inside of the Impulse car, down side by side. Really good overtake by Graham. Just ran off wide into the del Lago turn. It can open up the door for Impulse to try to make a comeback. But Graham, we saw him P13, but that race setup for the Alpine Geodesic car, the Alpine Star Geodesic car looking really good as we see Peacock come down on the inside.
Cheers, Burke.
Sorry.
The only Peacock in the other car. It's quite confusing having 3 of these ATRC sports cars out here, to be fair. And
They need to be distinguished.
Yeah, can you at least put
Painters.
Something a bit different, will you please? Help us out. But anyway, Matthias Berg is he's still in there at the moment, still fighting away as we complete lap 10 for the moment. It's actually been a good start for Matthias Berg. Only three or four laps ago, he was down 14th, 15th position, so he's climbing well. As we see David Baraklov also climbing the order right now, inside line into turn 4, and that's going to be a move on Ted Lowendig there. Into 8th place goes Talk Freak Racing. Ted Line Esports go down to 10th place for Ted Lowendig there in the 1-2-7. On board with him now in this pretty much all Mercedes battle. Other, of course, than that German sim racing Aston Martin. You can see heading the train. But we've seen Nolan this race really kick off in these opening moments, and I think that's being reflected by what's happening in race control right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting start for race control, and we've already got 3 penalties being handed out, all for incidents so far within the first 2 minutes of this race. So the way it sits, you've got a 10-second penalty for the number 12 car, who was deemed to have jumped the start, a bit of an obvious one, which also caused a minor collision with 15 as a result. And then there was, of course, a 30-second penalty as well to the number 71 for a jump start with no mitigating action as well. And I believe the 71 was that car that had jumped down so far in front that he took the lead down to the turn numbers 1 and 2. So David Barraclough now making a move up on the Aston Martin as we dive it down back into turn number 2 through the Senna S and out to the Roberto Pasta straight as Barraclough doing good work here in the 181 to see if he can continue to put his Torque Freak racing car further up the field. The German sim racing Aston Martin now falling back one position and might fall back another one here at the Sim City Racing as they're trying to find a way through as well.
That was getting very close. I wonder if those two made it out. They did indeed. They're similarly painted, those two cars actually, but not teammates. German sim racing and Sim City Racing, just similar. Still holding on to 8th place there for the Aston Martin. Best performing Aston Martin in this race for now. It's another dive from Sim City Racing into, whoa, dear me, into turn 8. Out all over the curb there for the Aston as well. And now it's going to be the inside for turn 10 eventually. And Sim City Racing should be able to make their way through finally now with Mackenzie Corinth on the inside line now. And he should be through. Sport is the only category actually with a margin under a second for the lead here between Impulse Racing and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. So that's good to see. Oh, it turns out that wasn't done behind. I thought German Sim Racing would be tucking into 9th place, but indeed they're holding on. Well, they are 9th now, but it wasn't without an incident there in that one. You don't often see moves actually being made into the final corner there, Lorenzo, but that battle just went on for ages and ages.
Yeah, you do see moves in the final corner. It's just that how side by side you're gonna be. Let's look on the inside. All right, here's my take. This is racism because I think Sim City kind of forced themselves in there. They never had the overlap going outside of Jimson, though it's kind of like, why are you trying to force if you're already kind of like behind the car, even though you're in his back bumper? So it's kind of a drift back a little bit, but even then, you might open to the 10 line, but I understand their point of view. Well, never mind. Race on.
I think they will do. Side by side through the centre S here for Aztec Simsports Visceral and one of the ATRS Esports cars. Now, here comes SimCity Racing. Not taking their penalty yet, by the way, for the jump start, but they are still inside the top 10. Inside line into turn 4 for them. Slightly early on the brakes, actually, from Dalton's Avenue, but he's through anyway. And a nice cutback there from Joe Vega Godestad for the RPC Esports team has also seen them back to 11th place now as Visceral dropped to 12th. Try not to make that 13th as they defend a little bit from one of the Orions. Sorry, that's not Orion, but inside line anyway. It is Orion. Excuse me, Matteo Kurenza making his way, trying to down the inside, but not quite able to in that fight for 12th position. Orion still at 13th and 17th, which is almost where they qualified as a pairing, as a team. So that battle will continue on, but we can't be too far away from getting onto the back of the sport category cars now. Indeed, they are onto the back of them with the leaders now. Maxime Marriott has just dispatched of the first couple of them. Hujas and Sapphire Simsport just payment also now 1 lap down to the overall leaders here, Nolan. This is where things get really, really interesting because not long after these Cup cars go through the Sport GT4s, the TCRs will be lapped again, and that makes things really complicated.
And there is the move as Orion is going to go up and by Visceral Esports IVRA down into turn number 1. Perfectly executed pass down the front straightaway there. And now we're going to be seeing Matteo Kunzer starting to try to pull away and catch on up. See if he can catch up to Joe Gotterstad at the moment for RPC Esports, who currently runs in 11th place, a few tenths of a second up the road. But he still has all those drivers in the back to contend with. But you mentioned, of course, it's all going to be about how you're going to navigate that sport traffic, that GT4 traffic that the leaders are picking their way through now. I can see these guys having to start to climb their way through as well. It's much more difficult to make passing of these cars because those GT4 cars, they do have some surprising top-end speed underneath them, but they've got very similar corner speeds to these cars as well, as that was an aggressive lunge from Eddie down the inside.
I think Marriott thought that Porsche Cayman was going to pull to the left there a little bit earlier, and so he ended up finding himself on a very narrow line. Inside line of Chatterton though into Junxiao now, and Mercedes even getting a cutback on him, but either way he's through. Gap down to 1.2 seconds though as Santeri Marticana makes up some ground. They'll all have to make their way around the outside of everybody. Round towards the home straight now, and there's a little bit of a pocket of clean air there, as you can see. So Marriott's going to use that, and it's going to be side by side in front of Martikainen here at Lorenzo, which is really not what you want to see when you're a Porsche Cup car. Thankfully, they've sorted themselves out pretty quickly, but that could have been really bad for him.
It could, but luckily for him, it was decided quickly that the SimCity car just kind of like took back and let Talon Lowendeck pass. But I think the damage is kind of done for Santeri Martikainen over there. Lost a few tenths of a second. I think he lost about 2-3 tenths of a second going to turn number 1 and 2 outside of the Sienna S. So it kind of happens like that. So it's unfortunate for them, really, but still it's in contention. But I do have a question to you both, though, as we see Sabelt and Leiper and Deutsche Payment battle for around Laranjinha. Does that gap between P1 and P2 in sport category keep it under a second after the Porsches overtake them?
I guess we'll have to wait and see. It's impossible to at this
Make
stage.
a guess. Make a guess.
Well, I could do, but I don't want to make more of a fool of myself, really. by getting it wrong. So we'll wait and see what happens, and then we'll decide. But yeah, it's going to be one of those days for some. By the way, few retirements already here, Nolan. 4 teams, came into the pit lane after only 1 lap today, or barely completing 1 lap, and 3 of those teams already out, unfortunately, and it includes all of the Ingersoll Rand cars in this race, which is especially disappointing for them.
And of course, the Ingersoll Rand 134 was among one of those drivers that was collected in that big melee over in turn number 2, and they were given a 10-second penalty because of that. But it's a moot point. They're obviously down and out of the race now, 14 laps down, so they're not going to be able to serve that penalty. They'll just kind of tagged on as a post-race incident as a result of that one. The 234 you mentioned, though, also out of the fight. That was their TCR class that is down and out as well. It's a big shame for that team. They were having such a good run, and unfortunately now, as a result of all of this mess, they find themselves very much out of the fight, and they're going to have a lot of work to do if they want to get themselves back into title contention in the coming races.
Yes, we have seen an incident here for Alpinestars Geodesic Racing as well. I believe, with samples. Here it is. Oh dear, that was all very clumsy. And off into the grass briefly, up into Ferradura there. Samples going around, and he is, unfortunately down in nearly last of the TCRs that are still running in this race. Ryan's still trying to find their way through on RPC Esports right now through the middle part of the lap, where traffic really does become a bigger factor than it is even at the rest of this narrow circuit. Oh, that was close. Ryan very nearly chopping off the nose of the SRM Motorsports Mercedes there, but they all survive. They all make it through. By the way, at the front of the sport category, we've got 3 teams separated by less than 2/10 right now, less than half a second, certainly, as John Budford tries to make his way through on Timo Hayden. That was a big bit of contact as well there, Lorenzo, that saw WS Racing Esports, I believe, go around there. A strange bit of wheel-to-wheel contact.
Yeah, but I think that was a little bit forced from the Porsche on the outside, to be very honest with you, even in... And you can see that the Mercedes from the Huge Ass team just kind of had the inside going basically into the Bico Pato, and unfortunately for the Porsche, because they forced, it's kind of like a little bit of karma, basically spun themselves around, lost a lot of time.
Really did. A real shame. Let's see, Just Payment Esports on the back of Leiper right now. That's been a gap that's been steadily closing throughout the day. And it's very much a battle now, as we are not even at the half an hour mark here in this race. Lap 17 here of 163 in round 2 of the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA. It's the fight for 4th place in the field right now, and Leiper are not that far behind Sabelt Esports actually in 3rd. You can just see them right now, having made their way through, or these guys have made their way through most of the sport category traffic, but there's 20 of them and they're still not quite done it. Clement Bougelin with not a great run out the final corner, and here come Lightbird around the outside on the run up towards the line. Oh, they're going to get trapped here. Is it going to be 4 wide possibly? I think it was for a very brief moment there. My goodness, Lightbird make their way through and they'll be on the bottom step of the podium as things stand. Sabelt Esports down to 5th after starting this race from pole. Just Payment Esports around the outside, and they're going to make it worse. 5th place it is for Sabel Esports. Here's Pascal Costa as well. Nolan, I think that was briefly 4 wide on the run up towards the start finish line.
Well, we mentioned it was going to be a chaotic race, and I think that really does kind of secure that notion right there that that's going to be the norm when it comes down to lapping all of this multi-class traffic, especially when you get these sport guys started to lap the TCR traffic while they themselves are being lapped. That's always one of those things that we talk about every single time we get down into this series. How do you negotiate all of this traffic, especially later on into the race? It is a fact of life here that you have to always be putting up with this traffic. It's never going to go 100% your way. You got to just make it work. And boy, did they ever make it work. Here's a replay on your screens now of that potential 4-wide move. It was only 3, but it was nearly 4. You are correct.
I got overexcited. That's the word there. But yeah, very nearly, very close, and could have gone very wrong, but thankfully it didn't. And we saw a great battle play out. 5-Star Motorsport mining out the way of everybody right now as well, as Clement Buzlan is trying to get a better run out of the final corner there rather than having himself on the outside line. Probably a good idea, but it might not keep Pascal Costa back here in this one. He's on the defensive right now. And here's the Huge-Ass McLaren as well. Costa looks to the inside. That was close. And now they could be splitting the difference with a GT4 through the middle of them. Is Buzlan going to let Pascal Costa dive down his inside? He's not. And they're going to continue through. That's going to be pretty much all of the Sport Lap traffic to go. Hoisengold here are just about to be lapped. They're 4th right now in the sport category, and they're going to go either side of this Mercedes here as well. But look at that just up in front here, Lorenzo. The back of the TCR field is upon us once again. There is no rest as a Porsche Cup driver.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you're a fast driver, this is why I was saying this track being smaller in dynamics in terms of how the track works out compared to Fuji. You're always under constant traffic. You're always going to be under something. As now there's not just a mix-up of TCRs. There's also a mix-up now of Porsche Cups, GT4s, and TCRs at the same time. So this is more complicated, as Buzlan nearly going to the inside of the Deutsche pavement car. It goes into the Alpine Stars cars instead. But look at the impulse, and now Alpine Stars, the pickup right behind, having to duel it out.
It's very, very busy indeed. Just as you can see there, the Porsche Cayman are fiercely forward, reigning champions, having a good run for once. The reason I say that is because they did not have a good run back at Fuji as we approach the 20-lap mark now in this race already. It's been intense, fast and furious so far, but by no means decided, or we don't really have a clue quite what the rest of this race is going to look like. Into the centre S they go. To the sport category leaders, in amongst the Cup category leaders as well. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing here with a nice start. Graham Sanders qualified lower than you might expect for a driver of his quality, but he has really raced very well in these opening moments. He's gotten through on his teammates there, the other Geodesic car, the McLaren. And so now he can start to work on Pascal Costa just up in front here, Nolan. But I think that does just show that Geodesic just had one poor qualifying session. It's not that they're exactly lacking for pace here at the moment.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on that one. I mean, these guys clearly do know that they have the pace. They just have to find the luck when it comes to some of this lap traffic to help them work their way through as we continue to watch the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing cars now working their way around one of the Olympus Esports Audi RS3 LMS TCRs as continues to apply the pressure to the back end of the Impulse Racing 15 of Pascal Costa for the 6th position on the racetrack. We'll be seeing anything up through Junsao into the front straightaway. They're both trying to close up to Sabel Esports, who still hangs on for 5th, but is now starting to pull away in their own regard. And here's a bit of chaotic mess going on back here. That's Team Ojeda getting pinched in from both sides by Cup and Club traffic. So John Baderfer going to be making the charge now. This is for the sport class lead here down to turn 1. Is the McLaren going to be brave enough to have a look? No, he's not. He's way too far back to make that one work, and he was recognizing that. But he's too deep for Impulse into turn 1. And now down to the Red Aposta straightaway. That's going to give Beta for once again momentum to potentially make a move down into the seat of Interlagos.
Certainly too late on the brakes there from Timo Heiden, but John Butterfield wasn't really close enough to capitalise, and he doesn't really seem very interested in capitalising either, as he stays to the right-hand side there, doesn't even follow the draft, and so just wants to try and get a gap over the rest right now. Wants to stay out of trouble, and I just wonder here, Lorenzo, how many people are thinking about self-preservation right now? How many of these teams are thinking about the position in front of them, and how many are actually just trying to stay out of trouble? Because it does seem that after watching him for the last few seconds, Butterfield is not actually interested in his position at all. He's just interested in still being, undamaged in this race.
I can't answer these questions with 100% certainty with you for you, Mr. Human. Thinking about survival, everyone. Thinking about track position, I would say 95% of them. Thinking about not crashing, having to tow back and throw a yellow flag, I would say 120% of them. Because this is quite tricky for you to manage. I wouldn't want to be any of those drivers right there right now. Thank God I'm not driving it.
It's a stint that I'm not jealous of right now. It's I'm glad to be here watching it and not driving, as you can just see the amount of ducking and diving from everybody. Three wide in towards turn number 1, ATRS and Visceral. My goodness, trying to dive down the inside of 3. Timo Heiden there trying to stay out of it, as there's a spin there for someone who will try and rejoin. Oh, SimCity Racing, I think that was, in the Porsche Cup category. It is now side by side for third, as Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and John Butterfield did just take a bit of caution into the center S there, seeing what was going on in front of him. He drops to 4th as a result, but he's going to try and stop that from happening. Huysingveld around the outside, and so Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing are down to 4th, but I suppose it could have been a lot worse. It was indeed the SimCity Racing that Porsche Cup car that went around here, Nolan, and here's why.
Might have been a little bit of contact, I think, down in the turn number 2. Just barely nudged that tire bundle there in the center S, and lucky to escape that without too much damage. That's usually a place where it's very easy to shoot that car back onto the racetrack, which almost certainly would have resulted in the safety car period if that was the case, because that would have resulted in a massive pile-up. So it's a rough ride for a lot of drivers in this field, and again, this is the norm. This is what it's going to look like all the way through this race. We're not going to have any breath left by the end of this, with how many incidents we've been saying so far throughout the course of this race.
Yeah, oh dear, 3 wide again. Impulse Racing, very nearly 3 wide anyway. Impulse Racing of Pascal Costa is on the inside of Sabel Esports now, side by side. Oh, bit of contact. Costa will stay in front though, and Buzzeland will have to give that one away. Liper Esports now just in behind them. This has all changed through traffic, of course, as this is a fight inside the top 5, or around those top 5 positions, that you would say. Trek Esports also joining in from behind as well, as Strike Matter tries to make his way into this fight as well. Not quite able to, but what is helping these drivers just a little bit, I know that was very chaotic for the last few moments, Lorenzo, but as they get towards the front of the TCR traffic, things are starting to spread out just that little bit more, and so the heart rate maybe can come down just a few notches.
Yeah, maybe a notch or 2, and still would be at its highest, which is completely normal to think about, to be very honest. As now Liper into the inside, catching a little bit of grass and a little bit of the rumble strips, making the overtake on the Beniti TCR, but everybody's still stuck in one together into a very big train, a lovely train. But where did track come from? I didn't see anywhere behind Graham in the past few laps, so kind of surprising to see track now into this 5S train of Porsche Cups.
It is a little bit of a surprise, but they've had a quiet one so far. As we mentioned with Liper last time, it's sometimes better to be that way. Just have a quietest day, and then you can be loud at the end. As into turn 1 comes this battle once again. Battle for 4th it is. Pascal Costa at the head of it. Makes his way through on a battling pair for the lead right now. That's Mogul Polasek along with Jordan Bachmeier for the lead in TCR, by the way. They all filed their way through that one here. And speaking of TCR, by the way, Nolan, we've had a huge penalty here, I'm afraid, for Fiercely Forward, whose 11.5-minute stop is clearly not enough for them just yet.
That is a 45-second penalty to the 299 Fiercely Forward machine. That was Jake Ward that got that penalty. That was for that incident way back on the first lap of the race when we saw the Fiercely Forward car go straight on into the wall. It was for an unsafe rejoin. It was actually deemed that it was in fact the Fiercely Forward TCR that was at fault because they drove off the track at turn 3 and drove right into the 234 as they came back on. Now they are about 8 laps down as it is, so this is going to nullify any chance they had on getting back into the fight.
It certainly is, and they were slim chances anyway. To be quite honest with you, 6 laps down on the next running car. Never mind the leaders. The next running car is 6 laps ahead of them. A long day in store for them. As who's that in the pit lane? One of the top 5 have just come in here. Was it Leipert maybe? No. SimCity Racing are already in there. But making their way down the pit lane. It is Leipert. Making... Oh, is this a pit stop? A penalty? Not entirely sure, but Gabriel Streitmatter is doing something here. And if this is a strategical call, then I'm absolutely here for it, Nolan, because it's a strange one.
It's a strange one, but hey, a strategy is a strategy, and some people like to make these kind of bold strategy calls later on. That's what most people tend to do. Some people like to take them early and go on the gamble that it's going to go their way. So this is going to put Streitmatter all the way at the tail end of the field, and he'll have to see if he can get himself sorted with a position further up, deeper on into the race here on this one then, as we look back to your sport class field to one of the team Hoinzingfeld Mercedes at the moment, who is trying to close up to, I believe it's the Fiercely Forward Porsche. This is the fight for second place, if that is the case then, in your sport category, as you're going to be finding yourself Florian von Minkvitz trying to work his way around Alvar Gomez in the 101 as they work their way through the middle portion here of Interlagos.
Well, it was a 48-second stop there for Leipert here, Lorenzo. So, you know, that seems to be pretty normal. But it's a different call. It's a very different call to what we would expect normally. I guess the problem they've got now is if a caution comes out, they really could be in quite a lot of trouble. Although I guess everyone's going to have to come in together and maybe they bot up towards the front. But either way, it's always a risk, especially in these races that do have cautions and safety cars and whatever. It's always a real risk to come in early and get yourself off strategy compared to the rest. You can find yourself a lap down very easily.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's even a bigger risk because coming out alone by yourself, if you come under heavy traffic and you lose time, I think I'm trying to remember. We had a broadcast we I think did a few days ago that we were seeing that undercuts sometimes didn't work, and in Interlagos, even though undercuts over here are kind of powerful, you know, they can work pretty much your way if you know how to play them appropriately. Because you have the yellow flags and everything, if you just get one thrown out, it's complicated. But if you get one guy that likes to be racy before he comes into the pit lane to defend his position, all that margin you'd be looking for to try to cut back whenever everybody else goes in, you get the positions from the other ones, immediately evaporate, as you really don't want to have that. As we're seeing the battle for the lead in the TCRs, Brabham Esports, Lucky Racing, Jordan Bachmeier trying to look for that position here, Ewan, but well defended by Polasek.
Yeah, Polasek has held the lead for a while now, and he's continuing to do that. The top 4 was just in your shot there, as they're about to be joined by, oh dear, by some, well, they were going to be joined by a Porsche Cup car, but that was a real snap for someone. I think it was Philip Hammer, actually, in the WS Racing car. It's certainly one of those 2 blue Porsche Cup cars that you can just see going through there. That was really, really out of shape. as Michael Polasek does just stay to the left-hand side there just to let some of the leaders through. Jordan Backmeyer doesn't come back to the racing line. Instead, he dives to the inside, and he's going to take the lead away in TCR. A very nice pass indeed. So that long stretch in the lead there, Lorenzo, for Michael Polasek has finally come to an end as this 4-car leading battle starts to just heat up a bit.
Not just a 2-car battle, but I think you said 3. If you said 3, I need to take the wax out of my ears, to be very honest with you, and I apologize. But that was kind of well planned by Polasek, not try to fight too much. I think he had to save the car a little bit because he had a little bit of a dip on the grass coming into turn number 1 while it's still braking, or kind of turned the car in. So I think that made the car a little bit twitchy, and he didn't want to have couldn't have the mid-speed acceleration between the left-hand side of the Senna S and the right-hand side of the Senna S. So that's why he probably lost the position to Backmeyer. But Leitner now also racing as well, and looking maybe for that position that Polasek is currently holding at P2 right now, because the gap between them is the closest one you can have in this race, because the only far behind is Team Hoistingfeld, and Team Hoistingfeld can actually reach those guys if they keep battling for position.
Here's the battle for the lead overall now. I wasn't expecting this battle to start again very soon, but it has done. Maxime Marriott is under pressure now as Sabel Esports have been in, by the way, in the background. Santeri Montikainen threatening for the race lead there, but at the end of lap 27, Clement Bouzelan is into the pit lane as well here. A very interesting call from them as Montikainen gets a good run out of 4 and 5 up towards Ferradura's a long way around the outside here, and Maxime Marriott is going to hold caught on the inside line. He's going to continue in the lead here, Nolan, but different strategy calls coming to the fore once again as this battle for the lead begins in Cup as well as TCR.
Up into Big on Pato. Will we be finding ourselves any more moves here? Not for the lead this time around. It's a 3-car fight for the lead as you've got Sasha Engelhardt as well for the Deutsche Payment Black Dog Porsche team now in the fray as well. So 3 cars under a blanket up through Junsao as we fire it up towards the front straightaway once again. It's going to be a long traffic run for Visceral Esports. I'd be shocked if they didn't try to make a move on Maniti here, coming on down to the turn number 1. But to catch up the TCR traffic, they're going to have to split him and go 3 wide. Maniti takes to the inside, and Maniti, I believe, is actually pitting. Maniti racing, bailing out of the race lead as they will file it down into pit road, and that will give up the lead then to Visceral Esports for the time being.
Well, Sabel have come out behind Lipo Esports despite a 2-second shorter pit stop there. For Clement Bouzelan, so maybe there's a little bit of worry at Maniti Racing that they could get jumped by everybody here. I know that Sabel were a few seconds behind Maniti at the time anyway, but maybe they are just taking no risk. But it's interesting here, Lorenzo, because that would turn this race into a 5-stop race, which, I mean, I would have thought these teams could have gone 32, 33 laps and made this a 4-stop race, but maybe that is not possible as a Porsche Cup team.
Yeah, I thought they were going actually 30 laps, like average instead of 27 to 28 laps, maybe even 29 to 30, which kind of surprises me a little bit as well. But if we keep going like that and make a 5-stop, the question is how... Oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, Cesar Engelhardt, that was a surprise, but straight down the inside and straight into the lead. Santeri Montikainen seemed uninterested entirely there in fighting over that one. And so Just Payment Esports are now in the lead themselves in the number 87. About half an hour ago, they're outside the top 5 by a mile, but now here they are in the lead of this race with Sasha Engelhardt. Great start to the race for the number 87. And they all stay out once again here again, Lorenzo. So I'm slightly baffled at the strategy calls at the moment, but it's all to play out later on.
I think, is it like you saved and I saved, you saved and I saved? They're going to keep kind of like switching back and forth. If it happens, that would be an interesting one. I wouldn't mind for that, to be very honest with you. But like I was saying, in terms of fuel strategies, if this becomes like 28, 29 laps, we might have to see maybe a slight under fuel. Maybe in the final pit stop or something like that, that would kind of like change the game dynamics a little bit. But I'm right with you. I'm surprised to see them not go like all the 30+ lane that we normally suspect it to be.
ATRS Esports also into the pit lane now. Maniti, by the way, of Maxime Marat came out 4.5 seconds ahead of Liepert and Sabelt, who are now fighting away, even though they had a 2 seconds longer pit stop than Liepert and 4 seconds longer than Sabelt. So it's, you'd argue, a net race lead for Maniti at the moment, but it's hard to quite know. I was thinking earlier about maybe these drivers pitting a little bit early to avoid a little bit of traffic. But maybe that's not, well, that's clearly not the case because we're not in traffic at the minute. Still clean air, just for now. Out towards the line. Just playing, they're going to continue on. And they're building a near second margin here, Nolan. I just wonder whether Sasha Engelhardt has just taken a little bit better care of the tyres under that Porsche at the moment. And they're starting to, really feel the benefits of that as Pascal Costa and Santeri Martikainen, after it being in fights for this entire stint, are starting to maybe suffer as a result of that.
The possibility is certainly there as we continue to watch these drivers slice and dice their way down the straightaway here and into Interlagos. I think you're right. Some of these drivers now starting to suffer a little bit as a result of all of the events that have taken place throughout the opening portions here of this race as we continue to work our way further and further into the 700 kilometers of Interlagos. Just over double the distance of the Formula 1 race that is held here on an annual basis. And there has been a 15-second penalty handed down to another one of our TCR drivers. So it's been a lot of penalties with the TCR guys so far. This one to the Full Send Racing 287, driven at the moment by Oliver Ackerman. That was for the collision caused at turn 6 some time ago with the 262, who is, I believe, the Alpine Search geodesic racing car, who now finds himself at the tail end of the lead lap in your TCR class.
To reassure Full Send Racing fans, that's not the car running in second, but the one down in 11th. At the moment, they do have 2 in this race right now. Side by side for second as Pascal Costa makes his way through. I think he's in the pit lane now, though. Oh no, he's going to stay out and he's going to take this second place on the road ahead of Azatec Simsports Visual. Martikainen makes his way back down the inside again. Another dive. He wants to reclaim that second place and will do into the Centre S. So a good overtake once again there, but they make their way to lap 32 now on fuel. And, well, we'll see just how this race will pan out for those that stopped earlier. But it's looking good for these guys right now. 3 wide up the inside. Thought about it, Martikainen, but didn't go for it. As SRP Racing Team and Olympus Esports go side by side briefly. The Porsche Cup cars just had to wait for a moment there before going through. Pascal Costa has not been able to take that position there, Lorenzo, but this is all helping the leaders. Sasha Engelhardt continuing to build a bigger lead now.
And not only that, I think that is helping Maniti and some other teams in the background as well. Because you're battling for positions and you have to constantly deal with slower traffic, and these marginal gaps might help those teams who are trying to undercut on the first pit stop and trying to gain advantage on the other teams. As I don't know, man. I understand you're trying to go for the full length, the fuel. Maybe short field them. I think I'm seeing some GT4s into the pit lane here. I think that's the start of the pit stop here, Ewan. But I don't like that strategy of those pickup teams.
Yeah, I'm not so convinced on it myself either, really. But it's early. You never know what can happen throughout the rest of the day. Is into the pit lane after 32 laps. Now comes the 97, the Visceral Esports car. So into the pit lane for Santeri Martikainen, and now a whole host of the Porsche Cup cars are in now, Nolan. I get the feeling, well, and the sport category cars, look at that. I get the feeling here that people are reaching the end of their fuel loads now, rather than the strategic calls that we saw earlier. It's necessary for these teams to come in now.
At the moment, you have got about 7 drivers from your Cup class into pit road and another 7 or 8 from your Sport class that are all into the lane at the exact same time. So pit road is a very, very busy place at the moment. As you can see, a lot of the GT4 traffic now starting to file their way out as they come in sometime before your Cup cars did. And That's going to be seeing some of these guys exiting right around a 30th place at the moment overall. Just going to be around 10th place in class for your sport cars. And for the Cup guys, they're going to be entering around 8th place so far, but you are still weighted on the entirety of the top 7 to come on down, which we're expecting those guys to be down to pit road within the next 2, 3, 4 laps-ish, as well as now we start to see drivers pitted in, as you mentioned, just for the fuel as opposed to going off what they would have had to do for their basic strategies tire-wise.
Up on the jacks for a number of them. Oh dear, Santiago Marchicane makes his way out of the pit lane in a bit of traffic as well. Now, how far behind Leiper and so on is he? Well, quite a long way behind. Although, it's a very short stop there from Trek Esports. We'll talk about that in a few moments' time because Sasha Engelhardt is in at the end of 33 laps now here for Just Payment Esports. Just pulls in. You can't drive down the pit boxes, by the way, in IVRA competition. You do have to keep it realistic. And there is a driver change here as well to Kevin Crosney. It is interesting, actually, Lorenzo, that they didn't make Kevin Crosney start this race, since I believe he qualified that car. Although I couldn't tell you exactly, but not too often you see a driver change after less than an hour of racing.
Yeah, but then again, I think this is one of the tracks that you're under so much constant vigilance that you're looking for cars. You have to keep up with a lot of things that are going on around the track. That I'm not surprised at all to see these driver changes happening in the first pit stop. So let's see where Crosney is going to come out now that he's nearly done with his service.
Yeah, let's see. Down off the jacks now. Crosney's out the pit lane. And they're going through, I think that was Leiper. They need to make sure they're not caught up behind Olympus Esports Audi. And there we go, down the inside in pit lane. Not sure how allowed that is, but anyway, I'm sure it is. As I believe Marchicane in there is on the outside line. And we'll go through. Where, yes, they will. So 7th place for the moment, but we're still waiting for Impulse to come in. And they're going to be around the same kind of area. Now, there's been quite a lot of similar length pit stops here. Pascal Costa is now in Nolan, but Trek Esports have only done a 33-second stop here, and I'm scratching my head a little bit as to what they might have done to actually be so quick in that pit stop.
At this point, I have to say it's probably based on how much tires they took. They might have gone for the double stint. Because these cars do go up with the jacks regardless, even if they're just filling up fuel, I do believe. So I have to imagine maybe they're trying to double set the tires and go extra long on those, because the tires alone would add about, at least 20 seconds on the pit stops here. So it is a lot if you can make it work. It's a risky strategy in the Porsche Cup cars, but if you can make it work, well, and then more power to you. And it looks like that's exactly what Niels van Heindel is making an effort to do. We did see the number 15 of Pascal Costa come down into pit road for Impulse Racing, as he is still sitting in his box, and he'll be losing the lead as a result of that one. As they continue to observe, there is Full Send Racing serving a penalty that they had. That's the 287 serving that 15-second stop and hold penalty. They're not going to be the only car, though, visiting that box anytime soon, as the number 92 Leopard Esports machine, a 1-minute penalty for that box for later on.
I didn't quite grasp, though, Nolan, quite what that was for. I don't remember an incident that would have deserved them a 1-minute penalty.
It was an unsafe rejoin at the apex of turn number 2, impeding conveniently enough, the Full Send Racing 287. The reason why the penalty was so harsh, the driver that did it was already on probation.
That makes a lot more sense. So into the pit lane for the top TCRs now. You see Jordan Backmeyer just in the foreground of that shot there, up on the jacks from the lead, of course, in TCR. There's Impulse Racing. Pascal Costa has just come out in 5th. Now in this one, and it is still Pascal Costa at the wheel of that Porsche Cup car. They file their way through on one of the Audi TCRs. But a near 8-second lead here, Lorenzo, for Trek Esports, and a different strategy call as well. There's all sorts of different ones going on, actually, at the moment in the Porsche Cup category. But Trek Esports, the most interesting of them, to have only been in the box there for 33 seconds.
Yeah, That's surprising, but that's going to be a very interesting strategy moving forward. Okay, I got scared for nothing, but I like to see this different side of the track. You know, trying to be more aggressive into the pit lane, trying to cut the deficit or try to underfield the car a little bit more. Maybe go for a more aggressive stint this time by in comparison to the other cars in the field. But I think more importantly, out of the cars in the lead, I think the one that played the best strategy, not just track kid, is going to be Manini, because Manini we saw coming in like lap 26, 27, 28, and then basically getting the comeback on every single car in the field. And so that's why they're P2 more than 8 seconds ahead of the EX car, which I think is the Aztec car, the Sabelt car, correct?
It's quite confusing. Lampert and Sabelt have got very similar liveries as well. It's just now both yellow and black, and so running third and fifth at the moment. Sorry, third and fourth, even in this race. More traffic for Lampert, as that's a very wide moment for one of the TCRs, having to stay out the way of this 4-car battle now for fourth position. And it could well be a 5-car battle for fifth if they can just reel in Sabelt that just went through at the bottom of your shot there as well. Nearly 36 laps complete now in this race. The first round of pit stops are over, and it's been a good race so far. Pascal Costa moves to the outside line. He's going to try and go through here, as they're going to go either side of Brabham Esports in the TCR category. Outside line for Pascal Costa, they're into fourth. He's not going to go into that position. He's going to have to stay in fifth as they go through the Senna S. A nice run, a straight run out of turn 2 there. Might give him the chance into turn 4, but it doesn't look like it. He'll need an almighty run into here. Not really a huge braking zone down at the end of this straight, and it is hard to make moves. But looks like Costa might try it anyway. Not quite. Couldn't quite go down the inside on that occasion. So pit stops are over now, Nolan, and it looks like the rhythm is going to be settled into, at least try to, as these two go side by side towards Ferradura.
Try to make that move for side by side up the hill now, as Pascal Costa going to try to take that one for the outside line, trying to get around Stretmeyer at the moment. It's such a difficult run, though, to be able to try to make a move like that, but he is doing a good job so far on trying to make sure that that car is as fast as it can possibly be for the moment, as we continue to observe this fight here for that third place. And it looks like it will be a yield there as we fire it back down towards Judsao. There's the look back to the inside, a lock up, and around goes Stretmeyer, who goes off and into the grass.
Yeah, just got things all wrong there. Pascal Costa will stay in fifth. We didn't actually gain a place as a result of that, because Santeri Marchikainen read that really well and got through all the way up into fourth. He'll be under pressure once again into turn 1 now, with Pascal Costa having a look, but he's not able to go down the inside properly. But that is really, really damaging, I'm afraid, for Gabriel Streikmatter, who has gone around and will drop to 7th, a good 6 seconds behind this battle now, Lorenzo. It was just a case of everybody going and ducking and diving everywhere. Miscommunication, and in the end, Streikmatter just got things wrong into the final corner.
Yeah, that's kind of like adding insult to injury. If it wasn't bad enough that he had the 1 minute penalty, now he has that plus the 1 minute penalty that he has to deal with whenever he serves it. So it's just gone from bad to worse to Liper, where it had a promising start, had a possibility of a podium, maybe a possibility of a win if they had played the strategy card right. But now certainly and most definitely they're probably going to be at 1 lap, maybe a lap and a half back whenever they're done with their service by, I don't know, maybe 30 minutes or something like that, because it is in IVRA is a little bit different how they serve penalties in comparison to my racing penalties.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a separate box for it, that's new for this season, partly, which is part of the process. But yeah, it's certainly very different. As Pascal Costa is trying to get through once again here inside line on the Aztec Simsports Visceral car, and it looks like that is going to be a position for him. The race winners from Fuji taking another position there ahead of Aztec Simsports Visceral. So a nice move. And here come Dutch Payment Esports as well now. Oh, Kevin Krosny gets his nose chopped off there. That could have been dangerous. Defensive line into turn number 4, and it's going to go to Visceral. That one stays in front just for now. Kevin Krosny is going to have to find another way through in the next few moments by the looks of things. Stay behind for now as they go through on the Maniti TCR. Currently running in 5th position with Krzysztof Malisewski. The pole position for them, of course, but nowhere near as good of a race for them just yet. But plenty of time still remaining in this one. We're coming up to 1/4 distance in this one. Nolan, inside line for Just Payment Esports, and that pass is now made. We're definitely settling into a rhythm, though. This race is starting to enter its middle phase. We're going to try and work out what the hell is going on strategy-wise, but it is pretty difficult.
At this point, with how diverse the strategies can be and how much they can change from moment to moment at IVRA, I've learned to just kind of take it as it comes along. Sven Demmel up the inside of your fjord, down in towards turn number 1 in your sport class. That right there, I do believe, would have been the move for 6th place in class. That was Huge Ass Gold make the move on Torque Freak Racing, as Sven Demmel now going to be up another position. So a solid run there as Maniti Racing is going to file their way through around the inside line, and it's been a solid run so far for the McLaren 570S GT4, currently headed up by Sven Demmel in the 137, but now he's going to be able to power his way up the hill and hopefully try to break with that 6th place. He's already built up about a 3-car length gap over the Mercedes-AMG GT4. So once again, the long-run pace of the McLaren starting to come into play.
They qualified 3rd in this car, did Sven Demmel, but has been running 5th for most of the day so far. Has just restored that 5th place now with that pass on Øystein Fairfield. You can just see that Mercedes in the background. A lot more dynamic, though, in terms of the manufacturers that are involved in sport this time around. It's Mercedes leading Porsche, leading McLaren, with an Aston Martin inside the top 10 as well. The Porsches and Aston Martins couldn't even touch the top 10 at Fuji. But things a lot more dynamic this time around, and that's great to see. That's exactly what you need, Lorenzo, in a category where you can choose which manufacturer you go for as ATRS make their way down the inside. In a spec category, of course, that has its own charm in the Porsche Cup, but when you can choose different manufacturers, you want all of them involved, and you want all of them in the conversation for the race winner. We might just have that in the sport category today.
Yeah, that makes me a little bit happy. Makes me chuckle a little bit because all right. Can I go on this tangent and say it is not like the Porsche GT3 Cup, the GT3R Cup that is actually on GT3s like we normally see in the VRS GT Sprint Series and the official series in iRacing, unfortunately. That we have this heterogeneity of cars that are able to fight for victories and everything. So that's good to see. Also, the BOP is kind of working for some of the drivers, so that makes things more competitive. That's what we like to see.
Certainly does. And we're certainly seeing a good race there as well. This could get tricky. Oh, 3 wide, maybe. And ATRS deciding that maybe not is a good idea right now. That's Pavel Kowalik at the wheel of the number 13, just in behind Visceral Esports. So, just pausing for a second there because they took a slightly shorter pit stop on that last time around, did Visceral Esports. Only 43 seconds, which is a good 10 seconds shorter than a lot of the rest, and that's how they're in this position. It is interesting to see that there's so many different amounts of time these drivers have spent in the pit lane so far. It's something we didn't see too much of at Fuji, but we have done here, which I'm kind of surprised about. but pleasantly, of course. Always good to talk about and figure out quite what's happening there. We're seeing it at the moment as well. The Maniti Porsche Cup car just struggling for pace a little bit at the moment. Lorenzo, 10 seconds is the gap between themselves and Maxime Marriott, quite possibly right now, and yeah, just not finding the pace as things stand.
Yeah, it's quite kind of unfortunate, but it still worked out for them at the end of the day in terms of strategies, because they had a little bit of a breakaway towards P2, P3, but might have to nurse the car a few more laps to try to get the car into the track and maybe hand out the car to the next driver. That might be Pedro Burger in this case. So they're gonna bring out the homecoming Brazilian into the car that did also stints around Fuji. So let's see if it's going to be the case, and how competitive it will be under the helm of the Brazilian GT. Actually, he drives a GT4. Yeah, he drives a GT4 IRL, and if I remember correctly, also drives a prototype in the Brazilian Endurance Championship.
It'd be a very good asset to have actually at a circuit like this, and obviously very. Well, I don't know if it's his actual home circuit, but it is in his country, I suppose. So that helps, and so it'll be very used to going around here, especially in the sim, of course. As down towards turn 1, come a whole clump of lap traffic right now. This is messy. Oh, that is 4 wide. There we are. Deadline Racing, Deadline Esports. Sorry, German Sim Racing, ATRS, and also one of the TCRs as well involved in all of that. That could have been the race leading TCR actually. I think it could be one of the full send ones. So that was all very messy there, Nolan, and this circuit just about wide enough for 4 wide. I think that's probably the only portion on the circuit you can do that.
There's a juke to the left there for the Mercedes as he was trying to avoid the Orion Porsche that was flying up on his left-hand side, just as unsighted to the other, will try to pass him on the right. You mentioned earlier on about how we thought that incident might have been 4 wide earlier. It ended up only being 3. Well, that was undisputably 4 wide. There is no doubt about that one at all. Matteo Kutenzer for the Orion Race Team trying to see if he can close on up to the driver just up the road at the moment. That is the Visceral Esports machine. Driven up by Custer at the moment, right in front of him. He kind of chops the nose, though, of the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Gotta be careful with doing that because, while yes, it's slow traffic, they have to get out of the way. They don't have to slam the brakes for you if you're the one chopping their nose off.
Yeah, it's the rules with blue flags in endurance racing, as I'm sure you all know watching at home, are very dynamic indeed, or especially very dynamic compared to F1 rules, which are very strict. Yeah, it's a little bit more room for leeway there. But then again, like you say, you can't just go out and cause incidents because those rules are a little bit more lenient. This is one of the closest battles, though, inside the Porsche Cup category right now. Visceral Esports versus Orion Race Team. Fighting over 11th place right now. Bertrand Kuster has obviously lost that place to Pavel Korlik a little bit earlier on and has fallen out the top 10 as a result. And now Orion are going to try and fight their way through right now as well. A little bit wide there from Kuster, it looked like. And so Orion could have the run out of 4 and 5 for a chance into 6 and 7. It's going to have to be outside line at Ferradura, which has never normally worked, but a nice switch to the inside is not quite going to be enough. The space was not quite given to them. The opening wasn't quite there. And so Orion will have to stay behind and stay outside the top 10 here. Lorenzo, I'm afraid it's been a little bit disappointing for Orion Race Team so far to both be outside of the top 10, but they're both still running and they've both been relatively consistent so far in where they've been running. So maybe there will be a chance for them later on as they do now find a way to the inside at turn 11. And now for the final corner, it looks like they've made their way through.
Yeah, nice dive on the Mergulho and then finalizing the overtake right before going to Junção. So it's really good to see that that Orion team that kind of had a little bit of a struggle At the Fuji round, they got a lot of points. I was taking a look over here right now. They got 19 points at 45, and the 44 got 13 points. So not the best points on the halfway stage of the race, but still within the top 10 because they had a solid result whenever it came down to track positions. Right into the top 10, they kind of propelled them into right now 7th and 8th place in the overall standings.
Nice move, and so they'll be on their way for the next couple of moments. This has been a feisty battle for the last few moments. SimCity Racing trying to get through on Tedline Esports now. I think that's still Ted Lowendick at the wheel. It is indeed. Qualified and started that Mercedes, but is about to lose a position, is he? On the outside line into turn 4 is never really the place to be. Side by side, it's going to hold on well actually, but it looks like SimCity Racing are going to get through there with Mackenzie Currens. So into 9th place goes SimCity Racing. Now just up ahead of Tedline Esports. A nice move into turn number 4. So they will absolutely take that just over the quarter mark of this race. Right now, approaching lap 50. Now, this is the interesting thing now, Nolan, because the number 92 of Lipa Esports came in on lap 24, so they may well be in well short of lap 60 in this race. But you just wonder what an effect they're going to have on the rest of this race now, because even though Lipa are still running it in, well, they're actually down to 12th at the minute. I wonder if they've been off again since we last saw them. But they've got that 1-minute penalty, and as you said earlier, it's going to be very hard to recover from.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them to be struggling so much with all of that. Now that they have that 1-minute penalty, they are guaranteed at this point to lose a lap with how far back they are. And Strattenmeyer for Lipa Esports, you are actually talking, you'd be in well shy of lap 60. Well, he just pitted now, so I guess there you go. He is going to be in well shy of 60. It'll be on lap 46 when he makes his pit entry. We look down to the sport class once again to, I believe that is going to be Chris Wally at the moment, trying to work his way around the racetrack, as this is for Eclipse Race Team and Sapphire Simsport Alpha for the 12th position at the moment, about a quarter of a second separating this pairing as we hightail it back down into the Descida del Lago, as continuing to work our way slowly but surely through into the second quarter of this race.
I do wonder, by the way, if Lipa Esports have damage, by the way, because they only did 21 laps there. I know Yannick Burkhoff has got into that car now, and yeah, I think there's been another incident there. But either way, Lorenzo, I'm not sure what you're about to say, but but something about the course of this race. Go on.
No, surely. If Hugo can bring up the track conditions right now, I was actually was wondering about this. There you go. 54 Celsius degrees, even. Actually, this is not the hottest. It was 58 degrees from what I got from the drivers not too long ago. So it's a little bit of a scorching earth. So I was talking with a few teams and drivers while we were actually discussing this. Some teams might have gone for 2 tire strategies, because what happens now during these conditions, the tire that actually gets the most beat up are going to be the rears and the front lefters. We're seeing something with Liper, just a big spin around turn number 4, going into the log. Did they hit the wall? No, just hit their ego a little bit, unfortunately. But that's why we might be seeing track with a very different strategy, because their pit stop, from what I heard, was 14 seconds faster. I just don't know what wasn't that precisely, as we see SRN now, I think, it's probably as well.
Yeah, another spin. Mistakes starting to creep in for a couple. So I want to ask you, Lorenzo, with that in mind, 54 degrees down on the track at the moment, right in the heat of the day right now. How have Trek Esports managed to have an only 33-second pit stop, which is a good 22 seconds quicker than a lot of the rest? Have they skipped tyres? Is that even possible here today for them, or have they done something else?
No, I think they've done something else. I think they underfueled the car. My theory is underfuel the car and maybe go for the rears only, or maybe just one tire and try to manage and nurse it all the way to the end, and try to make it work. And apparently that's quite working well enough for them. But I believe they might be pitting up really soon if we're going to be judging 33 laps by its face value, and say they heavily, I'm not going to say heavily underfueled the car, but what would be maybe 2 3/3 of a stint, 2/3 of a stint into the car, and see how it will take them into the end.
I certainly think that we could see Sabelt and Maniti in the next, in about 10 laps time, so not too far away, just about 15-20 minutes away from now, and then they'll be into pit lane, but of course they'll be stopping early after stopping early in that first round of pit stops, so that's the situation for them really, but still a near 10-second lead for Trek Esports. It's hard to believe that they would have skipped tyres, but I find it bizarre that they would have underfueled really. I don't know why they would have done that. An underfueling by 20 seconds as well is not an insignificant amount to do. So maybe they would be in soon. I think if all of that margin had come just down to fuel, then maybe that would be correct with a stop coming up soon. But we'll have to wait and see. On this one, of course, as RPC Esports now are struggling to find their way through a bit of traffic here. They've got ATRS just in behind. They're going to be slowed up by that Honda in the final corner. ATRS are going to be able to tuck their way through here as well. And maybe there'll be a chance for them by the end of the straight. This is the fight for 8th position. It's the number 13 of the 3 ATRS Esports Porsches. Outside line. He's not that far alongside, hasn't quite got the straight line speed here, and Joe Begor-Gutterstad's going to have the correct position, but later on the brakes, more confident around the outside, and ATRS make their way through into 8th position for now. RPC took in, and at least they've got further than they did at Fuji, admittedly, with an early incident for them, I'm afraid, that saw their pole position efforts all go away very quickly indeed. Now they're down in 9th place, but a nice move there through for ATRS Esports. Nolan and RPC could well be under pressure from Orion before long as well. You can see quite a few Porsche Cup cars in this in the surrounding area of this battle.
That 10th place driver is certainly closing on in. Mateo Kuzner is certainly piling on the pressure here to RPC Esports, and a half-chrome accident is going to be up and by them for too long at this point. It doesn't help as well that at the moment ATRS Esports is almost backing them up into Orion, and I wonder if that's a strategic thing that ATRS is doing here, because as Koala continues to back out Gutterstad up, if they get side by side behind him, that's going to allow him to just break away with this position. They won't have to worry about the long drafting run. He also wants to make sure there's not too big of a gap, because then he's going to find himself under threat of a slingshot move down this pit straight here. But now they're catching up to some more TCR traffic, and this is where it's going to get antsy, because these guys are also battling at the moment for position. Closing on up onto your battle for some of the spots are further up. They're going to go right up the middle, though, with no problems. The TCR practically parting the seas there as they work their way through down to the turn 1.
Well, and the reason for that is because one of them is the fiercely forward TCR, being driven by Jake Ward at the moment, still 6 laps down from the next car. That's why they are taking so much, taking that line so wide. RPC with a nice run out of turn 3 there, actually, which is sort of challenging, but not having a go quite into turn 4. Stay behind just for the moment. It is allowing Orion to get in on this, though. Mateo Cuenza is the driver as we just get on to lap 50, nearly 50 laps complete here in this race at Interlagos. Esports Esports just in the background of this battle as well. Now it's one of those calmer moments now, Lorenzo. We really are waiting for the next round of pit stops for the next bits of excitement, especially up towards the front. We saw battles for the lead almost the entire way throughout the first stint of this race, but through the middle it generally just spread out. We are going to get, of course, an exciting finish when it all makes sense again, but for now people are really all over the place and waiting for their next pit stops coming up in the near future.
Yeah, not only that, but at least some people could say, oh, this is more not only just a strategy race or something like that, but I think the good aspect about this track so far, because it is so plunked up, you're always going to get something going around the track, whether it's going to be peak ups or you're seeing, I think I just saw on the timing screen, some gaps between the GT4s that are not close to one another. Like take the traffic or something like that, and then you can kind of close up two cars in battle position. I think P3 and 4 are kind of not far one together, as we're seeing now the Alpine Star Geodesic kind of like trying to break away from the Team Hoistingfeld GT4. So these things going around the track, you always get constant action. You always move. You always try to look up at the relative. That makes what makes it, I think, this track more than future more interesting, because for us, there's always something to break down.
Well, there's been a few driver changes in the realm of the sport category. We saw the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing black car of Justin Rehm there, as opposed to John Budford earlier. Yannick Danish has got into the Team Hoisingveld 148. So yeah, a couple of changes in that top 5 there, but not a real battle going on between these two for third just for the moment. Liper Esports, by the way, back in again here. I wonder what's happened to them. Not sure just for the moment. This could well be a battle once again, though. Visceral Esports have had a bit of a resurgence here. They were falling away a few laps ago, but now they're on it again, looking up the inside for just a brief moment there. They didn't quite go through with it. And now here they go on the inside line, not going to go for it just there. Oh, they're going to go into the pit lane on a little bit of an early one. So that's a bit of a surprise. Only 18 laps out there on this occasion. Nolan for Kuster. I'm not entirely sure why he's decided to come in.
Could potentially just be a strategy call for him on that one. This is his second pit stop of the race, it is worth noting, and I believe he was among the drivers that did pit a bit earlier the last time by as well. So we'll see how that's going to pan out for him and where he'll filter out in relation to this ongoing battle between Godestad and Kunzer at the moment for the 8th position, but you've got 10th still in the mix back here as well. It's really between 9th and 10th at the moment that Kunzer has to be concerned about, as Paweł Kowalik has been just reeling him in lap after lap, and ATRC Esports is wanting to find some way to get through in a hurry here as we continue to work our way around the Interlagos circuit.
Really making a good recovery now is Kowalik. I believe that is the car that was spun by Ollie Peacock earlier on. No, that was the 12. See, this is a problem for these ATRS Esports Porsches are a bit of a problem for us here, because Ollie Peacock's still at the wheel of the 12 there. So Kowalik is one of the others, but certainly is drying quickly right now. Hoisingveld starting to apply a bit of pressure here as well on the back of Geodesic, but it's not really happening for them right now either, Lorenzo. And I do just wonder, we say this all the time at this stage in the race, but Hoisingveld might well just bank the fuel here and wait till the end of this stint to even think about trying to go through here. I guess the situation is a bit different because they don't want to let Timo Hayden and Alvar Gomez get up the road too far, but Hoisingveld might well be just encouraged and inclined to just bank the fuel here and just wait.
Yeah, just play the conservative game. Let me just look at the relative gap, because I think it's a little bit, it's slightly out of reach, to be very honest. I'm not gonna say that Timo is gonna fully break away and everything, because if something happens to Timo, it's gonna be #blame Lorenzo, like normally is, right? But the thing is, 30 seconds is still a very doable gap. The problem is, the traffic here has been so constant, and sometimes it's been so unfavoring for these middle-class drivers that you have to try something different. And I don't think safe fueling over here is going to be a big factor for them to try to feel safe, because one of the biggest issues is that you don't have the clutch. As we're seeing track, like I believe it would be under-fueled. It kind of proved my theory correct.
Absolutely. So Niels van Handel is going to get out now, and it's going to be Jim Hertroyce who's going to be in for Trek Esports. Now I think they're going to take tyres and full fuel. I do wonder though, Lorenzo, whether this is looking at the halfway points that will be awarded at lap 82 today. They'll be able to make it to those, and if they're the only ones who have had this idea of short filling and kind of treating that almost as an end of one part of a race, and then they'll get on with the other part in a moment, I just wonder whether that is the reason for this. Whether they want those points, because they are third in the standings.
Yeah, they are. I think that would be a very interesting topic for us to try to observe now in this third stint. For now, it's going to be Jim Hertois into the car, but if they go for midpoints, that would be interesting. As now Hugh Jazz moves up into the field, probably something with traffic being played out, and now there's a little bit of a breakaway from John Bedefuer to Sven Dummel and the Team Hoisting Bell driver.
Well, that was all a bit of a surprise, but Hugh Jazz has been going very quickly in the last couple of moments. Still, after making that overtake, still half a second quicker than both of the cars, sandwiching them right now. So that's yeah, I don't know where Sven Demmel's come from there, but he's right on it now. Pit stop times have fluctuated a lot less here, by the way. They're all around the 43, 44 second mark. 5-Star Motorsport were a few seconds under, so was SimCity Racing, but it's only a few seconds here or there. So far, SimSport as well. But for now, in this category, it is staying as you were in terms of those pit stop times. Sabel Esports also in right now. That's at the end of lap 54, so only going one lap further. That's another 27 lap stint. Another 27 laps there, Nolan, will get them to lap 81. One lap short of the halfway points. I really do wonder whether Trek Esports, Sabel Esports and Maniti Racing have got those halfway points in mind, and they're kind of treating this race as these half races, I guess, as two separate races in themselves.
It's not a bad strategy, in all honesty. I mean, if you set yourself up to win one race, it's reasonable to assume you might just go out and win the other one. I mean, if you separate them out in a half and half, so you can use the same strategy for both, and if it's a race-winning strategy on one, why wouldn't it be a race-winning strategy in the second one? It's not a bad tactic at all. Of course, some drivers like to think about the whole big picture, but, I mean, half points, it's no small thing to shrug off. Now, if it was only like a 10-point bonus or something like that, I would kind of understand wanting to only focus on the long run. If you win the other ones, you win the other ones. But you can get up to 50 points in just that halfway mark. That is a significant number. That could be the difference maker in the championship here. In fact, it has been the deciding factor in championships in the past.
It absolutely has. And you would not want to turn down the opportunity for any points in the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA. The gap now 15 seconds between 1 and 2 as a result of Trek Esports pitting and also Sabel coming in. What were the pit stop times like for the two of them on that occasion? Trek Esports 55 seconds, Sabel Esports 51, which just suggests they're going to go a little bit further this time, but not too much. As CJS also hold on to that position ahead of Team Hoisingveld here. Lorenzo, I mean, the surprising thing to me, I guess, now is the fact that only the Cup teams are doing it. I mean, we've not seen anybody in Sport or TCR thinking about those halfway points nearly as much as we're seeing in the Porsche Cup.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting, but I think to be very honest, it's kind of way to go. It's the way to go for the TCRs and GT4s. If you try to break away from a different strategy, I don't think you can underfuel or overfuel the car like you probably can in the Porsche Cup. I think that's why we have a little bit of homogeneity in terms of strategies for this middle and lower classes instead of the high tier class. Unfortunately, you cannot work with a lot of that unless a yellow flag happens and you have this casuality of maybe yellow flag incidents or being re-instant happening quite a lot. So then you kind of can play with the fuel a little bit and tires. But other than that, you have to follow the strategy that everybody's going. Burn the fuel, go into the pit stop, and see where it comes out on top.
Absolutely. Lap 57 right now. This race getting very interesting indeed. Waiting for Maniti Racing to come in. I think their limit is going to be 62 laps maybe. Or lap 62, I should say. They're not going to do 62 laps. That really would be extraordinary. But lap 62, I'd expect to be their limit. Pascal Costa was the only driver in the field able to do 34 laps on that most recent stint there. We've also got maybe an early stop there from someone in in sport. That's Sapphire Simsport, who did pit a little bit, did have a slightly shorter stop on their last one, but they were quite a long way down previous to that one. Side by side between Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing and Hugh Jassen. That was not very long of a battle at all. Van Demmel up into the top 3 once again. We'll wait and see whether Justin Rame is going to try and come back at him. I think he'll be more than happy to stay behind just at this moment, and will do. These guys 12 seconds, Nolan, behind the top 2 of Timo Hayden and Alvar Gomez. So they are going to need to work together a little bit if they want to get back towards the front as the race leader comes in.
Medici Racing in from the Cup class lead as we continue to watch the guys from third place hype it on up in that fight for the final podium position in your sport category. But you mentioned before they might just go ahead and try to see if they can get themselves a solid run, and it is going to be a driver change for Medici Racing as Pedro Berger will take over in the number 78 car. So Medici is going to be finding themselves with a new driver, and that should mean a nice refreshing burst of pace as you'll be getting that next driver on in, as now car goes up on the jacks and the tires will be switched on out as the number 78 car will make its effort to get on out, hopefully before it gets too far down the order. But that being said, they will at this point, I believe, be set to cycle back through to the race lead when everything's said and done, unless anything crazy happens.
You mentioned Lorenzo, we'd probably be seeing Pedro Berger in that car at some point here today, and here he is. It's got to be a great help to him to know this circuit so well, and he's going to be an absolutely fantastic asset to Medici Racing throughout this stint and throughout the rest of the race as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Having not only virtual but a real life experience driving the Brazilian Endurance Championship, so not just in one category, but driving multiple categories and winning in some of these categories that he raced on will make things very good for the young Brazilian driver. So let's see how he will handle this car around the track. Not far behind from what it looks like is the Orion car in front of him, but let's see how he will fare. Now try to navigate with traffic and try to deal with something that I don't think Pedro ever saw them before, facing GT4s and TCRs in a race like this.
Is really an interesting one for the moment. It's still 104 laps remaining right now, but they are going to fly by based on what we've had so far. Medici Racing now just behind Orion, by the way. This is not for it is for a position on the road right now, but by the end of the race, will it be for an actual position? Well, that is certainly debatable. Akira Owata is the driver just in front, swings wide through the final corner. I think absolutely knows the fate of this battle, and so will not bother fighting it. Medici still, by the way, 5 seconds behind Trek Esports, who are the first team of those to have come in so far. Medici have got 2 seconds over the belt, and they're the 1, 2, and 3 right now. So that is a bit of a closer margin now, Nolan. We saw nearly 10 seconds between Trek and Medici before. It's now 5.5. But either way, it looks like Trek Esports are going to be pretty hard to beat for those halfway points, unless somebody who's going longer, thinking of the likes of Pascal Costa, Kevin Krosny, if they go for a shorter pit stop now, are they going to be dragged into this fight for the halfway points?
It's really going to depend at the moment on whether or how many teams out there are focused on those halfway points as a viable part of their strategy. I mean, at this point, this is where you have to make that consideration. If you're going to be going for the long game, you can't just bail out and pit now. You may as well just set yourself up for the halfway point at that point in time, because you can just push flat out until you get to the halfway mark and then pit just shortly afterwards to be able to get yourself back on cycle with everybody else. But you, of course, do risk that. Find yourself one pit stop out on your cycle. So it's again the balancing act of how do you want to play this out with your strategy? How desperate are you for those halfway points? And Medici Racing has proven time and time again those halfway points are what they focus on, because they know that could very well be the difference on getting them the title. It's what got them the title, or it's what got them the points lead, I should say, even though they didn't win the last race. Those points can make all the difference.
They certainly can. We saw that especially in TCR where the race winners from last time out are not the championship leaders right now. We'll speak about that a little bit later, as Sabelt Esports are now on the back of Orion. The new tyres here are surely going to win this fight. There's not a lot you can do as Orion race team just up in front of them here because of the older tyres. Here's the fight for third in sport, and it's changed again with Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing back in front of Sven Demel and Hugh Just there. Team Huisenveld glued to the back of this group, probably benefiting greatly from it as well. Up towards turn, or down towards turn number 1, I should probably say more accurately. Downhill through the S's. And Sven Demel here, Lorenzo, is... well, I thought he was going to make light work of these guys and run away, but he made light work of them, and then he's been re-overtaken, rather bizarrely.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. It's kind of like you think you've done something really good, but then just like a snap of fingers, it's like, nah, go back to the drawing board, restart over again, all over again, and try to claw back whatever you had gained into the track. But nevertheless, you know, still a very competitive spot. You know, let's not take away how good UJazz is doing this season. A very good team that perform in many categories. Try to look for an overtake. Sorry, Lou, you and break.
No, sorry. Timo Heiden's off though. Leader in sport is off somewhere. He's lost, not only has he lost his lead, he's lost another 10 seconds to fierce it forward. There he is, and he's got no front end. There's no front end on that Impulse Racing Mercedes anymore. He'll be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, surely, and it'll actually slow up his teammates in the TCR. There's clearly been a big incident here and a big story at the front of this category as the race leaders crash out. And fiercely forward now take the lead. HPTS are just up in front of them, but you can't blame them. That was a mistake, Nolan, pure and simple.
I think they were a bit caught off guard because the car in front of them was into the grass and they maybe got on-side of them. They just panic braked and they were parked on the grass and they did so. You saw them take that hard shot into the wall. They have no choice but to pit. They have a meatball flag. If you do not serve that, and for those that are unaware, the meatball flag is a black flag with an orange circle. That means your car is something mechanically wrong with it. If you do not serve that, iRacing will disqualify you for that themselves. So they have no choice but to serve that. That is essentially going to be race over then for Impulse Racing, at least in a bid to go for the race lead. That is absolutely heartbreaking. They were running away with the lead here. I think you just make a small mistake like that, but that's all it takes in a long race like this to send your hopes crashing through the floor.
Absolutely.
Can I just say something?
Go on.
I think I'm not going to be invited to the Impulse end of the year party.
I don't think any of us are after that. Dear me. A real shame for them, though. Timo Heiden drove really well. He's led a lot of laps in this race now. Raymond Sheffers is at the wheel now. They've taken a driver change. Yeah, let's hope that it's just a driver change and that they're not out of this race entirely. But that's such a disappointment for Impulse Racing. Down is 7th in the standings after that opening race, but no one's out of it at this stage. A race win can get you right back on track, and luckily, Lorenzo, their teammates are doing them proud at the front of the Porsche Cup category, but it's got to be disappointing for the team nevertheless.
Yeah, it's got to be, especially given the fact that their pickup team is doing really well. Did really well back into the they won the Fuji round, nearly won the halfway points, but more impressively, I think for me, is the fact that they had positions to try to catch everything around this track, but unfortunately, their TCR team, I think compared to whenever Martin Asher and Chris Archer, whenever they drive for the team, just not having the really same performance that they do whenever they drive the TCR. So that's a little bit surprising, but in the very least, in this championship, but still a very top German team that we should be looking for in this season.
Absolutely. And it'll be good to see them back at the front again in the new year when we go to Imola for round 3 of the HyperX ClubSport series. But what a disappointment for them. Pascal Costa still leads though. Kevin Crossley's just in behind for Dutch Payment. Esports, then it's Visceral Esports. Santeri Martikainen. That is your 1, 2, 3. A good way ahead of the rest. Pascal Costa's starting to show a few defensive lines. Starting to get a little bit worried about the driver in behind, but I think that Kevin Krosny is going to be in at the end. Well, he's actually got a few more laps under his belt. Managed 33 laps on his first stint, and it was Sasha Engelhardt, but if Kevin Krosny can do the same here, then he'll be going another 3 laps and giving Pascal Costa a hard time until he comes in, I believe, in 5 laps' time. So let's wait and see on that one. Over on the start-finish straight again, very close between 1 and 2 as they battle through the battle for third in sport. Traffic not going to be a factor for them into turn 1, and they're going to stay 1 and 2. Single file. They continue to get rid of Visceral Esports just that little bit in the background. Pascal Costa holding on to the lead for the moment, and one of their teammates in the TCR just up the road, up in front of these guys here. But we're very much on low fuel now, Nolan, and barely any tyres remaining underneath these guys as well. That's why they're struggling so much.
Oh, and some friendly fire there from Impulse Racing teammates, and that's going to allow for Deutsche Payment Black Dog to fire their way through. Pascal Costa had his teammate try to get out of the way, but inadvertently blocked him into the grass as a result. That is some poor communication there among the Impulse teammates, and it could have happened to anybody, but you have to wonder if maybe Impulse Racing's TCR tried a little bit too hard there to get out of the way as a result of that one, because they knew their teammate was coming up behind them.
Well, yeah, we always speak about the advantage of having some of your teammates in the field because, you know, you've got some friendly lap traffic possibly, but that's one of the first occasions I've ever seen of the lap traffic being your enemy, despite being on the same team. Well, that was a bizarre moment, and Pascal Costa's not going to be pleased about that. I'm sure they'll laugh about it later, but no laughing matter at the time. Lap 64 about to be complete, and there's going to be a pit stop here, quite possibly for Visceral. But it looks like they're able to go 1 lap longer this time. They only did 32 laps this time, 33 this time at the very least. We've got a pit stop here for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing here, Lorenzo. It's about to get very, very busy down in pit lane in all 3 categories. It is rolling round to that time again.
Yeah, it's going to be that time, and looking forward to see what the GT4s will bring out, because we saw the temperature was actually climbing down a little bit, but still scorching earth temperatures throughout the Brazilian track. So I don't know if anybody's going to try something different, especially in the GT4s. But anyway, let's see what else everybody has on the table to try to go for the halfway points at about I would say 20 laps, but it's going to be even less than that. I would say 18 to 17 laps whenever they go into the line.
Let's see just what the situation is going to be. Can't be too far away now. I think that the 62 and 97 have to be in this time around. They've both gone 1 lap further than they did last time on this stint now. So I think they're going to have to both be in on this second lap. Don't forget the formation lap will have just affected things a little bit on that first stint, of course, and that will have taken away some of the fuel that they would have needed, as that's a move down the inside from WS Racing on Hell Racers. We haven't seen or spoken of so far. Hampers Buzz now down to 9th place as a result of that one. The race leader in sport comes in right now as well. Alvar Gomez makes his way in after 32 laps. New race leader now, of course, after that incident for Impulse Racing, who I believe are now out of this race, unfortunately. Albert Jones gets behind the wheel of the reigning champions fiercely forward. It looks like Visceral and Geodesic have also come in as well at the end of lap 65. A nice stint from them there, Nolan, but it remains to be seen. Are they going to take on a short stop to think about those halfway points?
Making a move around the outside line is that of Hampus Boz of Hellraiser's Tershine around the WS Racing Esports 23 down to the turn number 1. They're going to go side by side for now what is on track 6th place at the moment. And what about that for a move, as the number 29 car just asserting dominance there over Noah Chilla, taking that move around the outside line of 1, which turned into the inside for 2. So that's going to put them now up into that 6th place. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head about how some drivers are going to be taking some shorter stops here to try to see if they can set themselves up for a good points payout when we get down to that halfway point here in about 20-ish laps, give or take here. So these drivers are going to have to be very concerned with where they're going to be positioned at the moment on the racetrack. They're going to have to, I'd imagine, take a little bit less fuel, short fuel, just see if you can get themselves sorted.
Sorry, to speak about short fuel, my goodness, 23 seconds in the box there for Visceral. They're surely going to be in the lead, and that is fueling them to lap 83, which is the lap after the halfway point, so there's no doubt about what they're doing. Well, we were talking about short fuel, but I wasn't expecting that. That might not even be tyres either there. I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. They've not exactly got a huge margin over Trek Esports. It's only 10-15 seconds in that kind of range. So nothing too huge as Sven Demmel now comes in from the lead in Sport. Timely for him. Was able to actually go a little bit further that time than what we've seen in the past from them. Hell Racers and WS Racing are in as well. Impulse and Dutch Payment still out there leading this race overall here for the moment, Lorenzo, but 24 seconds in the box for Visceral Esports 97. There's no doubt about what they're doing in this race. They want those halfway points, but I wasn't quite expecting a stop as short as that at this point in the race.
I think no one is, right? I wasn't expecting for 23 seconds unless there is some sort of a secret or something like that that we probably don't know, like secret information that only the drivers have about something that might happen midway through the race. And those halfway points are like double or something like that, or something else will happen as Impulse now takes lead, but they will have to make service and Deutsche Payment now into the lane from what it looks like here, even. But I also did not expect to see that as well. Totally not. That came out of left field.
Certainly did. Unbelievable. So, lap 68. I would expect Impulse to be in at the end of this one now. Another 34 laps in. I don't know if you can do 35. But it's now a real balancing act. With the amount of teams that are going for these points, it's a balancing act between the end of the race and the here and now. And by that I mean the halfway points, of course. It's an interesting situation. So how long is the pit stop going to be for Sasha Engelhardt now? Because that's a driver change from Kevin Crosney. They seem to be changing at every stint. 56 seconds, a normal pit stop length for them. The fight between Maniti and Sabelt is going to start to heat up pretty soon as well. Peterberger versus Clement Buzelan is going to be the fight there, quite possibly, and it could be for third place in the order, but we'll wait and see what happens when Impulse eventually come in and Pascal Costa gets his way around to making a pit stop at the end of lap 68, I would imagine. Or is he going to be able to go 35 laps on a stint? He is. Well, impressive from Pascal Costa. He's able to go another lap here, Nolan. 35 laps, and I almost wonder for Impulse whether it's worth them just really nailing this strategy for the race win and guaranteeing themselves 100 points at the end rather than messing around with the 50 at the halfway mark.
These two, I think, are going to be nose to tail right up until they come on down into pit row. We are still waiting to see where they're going to cycle themselves out. I think they are actually just the ones that are going to be coming on down a bit later in the stint. At the moment, we're really only waiting on Pascal Costa at the moment to come down to pit. Out of all your Cup class, he is the only one that has only taken a single stop on the day as opposed to two. So Pascal Costa will continue to lead the train at the moment, sub 25.5 seconds clear. That gap, though, starting to shrink on down just a little bit as we continue to tune in on the battle here deeper into this field as we're working our way up and over the hill goes the fight for 8th. And all the while, you've got other positions starting to close up as well, including the one for 4th between Trek Esports and Maniti.
Pascal Costa losing quite a lot of time on this lap now. Not entirely sure what that's down to, but he's bleeding time badly. Down below 18 seconds now, and I don't think it's just because he's slowing down to go in the box. He is slowing down. Oh, he's just in a load of traffic, I think. But he's barely going. Is he out of fuel here? Pascal Costa could be out of fuel here. He might have stretched it too far. Is he coughing and spluttering into pit lane now?
Oh, he is. You can tell. And the TCR passed him up on the entry.
Yeah. Well, he's certainly going slowly, but the reasons are not apparent for now. I mean, it looks like it is fuel related, and this is always the risk here, Lorenzo. Taking that extra lap of fuel, it's all well and good. It's great for your strategy, but if you don't have the fuel to do it, then you simply can't.
Yeah, I wonder how much of time loss they got over this issue as now Santeri Martikainen goes into the lead. And I estimate they probably lost about, let's say, 5, 6, 7 seconds total from the run into the zone all the way into the start of the pit box. And that much damage in the long run. I don't know how they will be in terms of halfway points. I might shoot them back to, what, P7 or 8, I think?
It's going to put them down a long way. Let's see. Costa's still in for the moment. Let's see how long that's going to take for him. It's going to be a normal stop length, so I think he's focusing mainly on the end of this race, but that's all well and good if you've got the fuel to do it. A real disappointment for Pascal Costa. He drops outside the top 10 now. We thought it was going to be 7th or 8th. Top 10 lost now. He's going to be 11th now, Nolan. A really costly error for Pascal Costa and Impulse Racing. After leading 2 categories at once, Cup and Sport, they've now lost both of their leads. And, well, a couple of mistakes on their part has basically meant that has been the case. A real disappointing few minutes for them.
This has not been their race today. I mean, you had their GT4 leader crash out just for a mistake all by himself. Shortly after that, you had the TCR car, their TCR entry, unfortunately cost their Porsche entry the race lead when he went to the wrong spot. And now the Porsche race leader ran out of fuel coming on down to pit road. So that is just absolutely unfortunate throughout the entirety of the run. Meanwhile, another penalty being handed down to the 198, as that would be the HBDS Academy Porsche driven by Miguel Costa over 22nd stop and hold.
3 drivers involved in this fight for 2nd place in Sport. It was previously for 3rd, of course, but Impulse Racing now being out of the equation has vaulted these drivers up another place. Sven Demmel recently getting overtaken there for that one by Justin Rehm, who's still at the wheel of that McLaren. There is the movers and shakers throughout the day so far. Jim Hertero has the most positions forwards. Lorenzo, 10 positions gained in this race so far. Not a bad tally for Trek Esports after a really good start for them.
No, absolutely not. I think that is one of the best starts that we ever had in this season. But for them, point-wise, I think they needed each one. They needed to be aggressive and do something a little bit surprising out of the gate, because they are P3. They had a really strong outing into the second half of the Fuji race, so they needed that kind of stuff. So it's quite impressive to see they had this one out of the gate, 10 positions. They were 11 positions. They were leading in the previous 10, but now they're going to get solid points for halfway, it looks like, and let's see if they can carry home that good halfway performance.
On board with Sven Demmel right now. Trying to get that best run possible out of the final corner. Although Justin Rehm pretty much nailed that himself there, which is going to make life very tricky for him. Slipstream working away, of course, for this McLaren, but it doesn't look like the straight line speed is going to be good enough for UJS to make their way down the inside into turn 1 here. They'll stay behind. The gap less than 6 seconds now to Fiercely forward. Would have thought that was a lot bigger a few moments ago. 1 minute 41.8 from Albert Jones on that last lap, which is nothing too bad, but it's certainly, you know, slower than before. So this gap very much coming down now. There's Impulse Racing just in the background there. But 3 for this second place right now, Nolan. You get the feeling, though, they might try and work together and close in on fiercely forward and give them all a chance of a race win here.
You have to imagine that that's starting to enter their minds as well, as there's an attack. The Mercedes looking for the inside of the McLaren. No dice. They certainly did make it a 10. Those Florian von Minkfitz that just tried to look at the inside of the UJAS Gold McLaren 570S GT4. Moitzenfeld starting to get a little impatient running down there outside of the podium positions. Meanwhile, you've got Justin Rems, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing 162 holding up both of these drivers as we take it back through Junsao and onto the front straightaway here as Sven Demmel continues to work his way around down to the pit straight here. So it's going to get a little bit interesting to see how this race here will develop as we cross over the lap number, I believe it'll be lap 74 this next time by when your Porsche Cup leader comes back around.
Certainly will. Winding down towards the halfway points right now. Geodesic make their way down the inside of the Team Huizenveld TCR. Not able to help the Team Huizenveld Sport Category car on that occasion. The ATRS Porsche Cup is going to try and get through here as well, or one of the 3. It's going to be a 3-wide moment. Down towards turn number 4. We're very regularly seeing those at the moment. Down through 4 and 5 they are going to go. A little bit wide from Sven Demmel there, and it might give the chance to Team Huizenveld to maybe just get themselves on to a provisional podium. 5.2 seconds is the gap to the leader now. Fiercely forward, Nolan are very much getting reeled in.
They most certainly are, as gap continues to close on down for your overall fight for that second position here. It's going to start to get a little bit tighter as this continues to shake on up towards our next run of pit stops in your sport category. Sooner or later, one of these guys is going to try to find some way through. You can't just keep running those tail like this forever if you want to make up time. If you're faster, you got to find a way through. Unless, of course, your goal here is to save fuel. So as we continue to work our way back down into the pit straightaway, will there be a move here for Florian von Minkfitz on Sven Demmel, this time by up the front straightaway and over the hill downwards turn number 1. Alpine Star Geodesic Racing has pulled away a little bit from UJAS Gold, and Team Huizenveld still sitting in a pretty comfortable 4th position. It is at the moment about another 4 seconds back to the 5th place runner in this field, 5-Star Motorsports, and of course you've got about another 4 seconds up to Albert Jones, who leads the way and fiercely forward to the 101 car. So it's an isolated 3-car battle for 2nd place, which luckily for the most part, Lorenzo, so far has been relatively uninterrupted by lap traffic.
No, it hasn't. That's the surprising topic for me, because we've seen TCR's kind of attempt to break away. The Porsche Cup's trying to break away a little bit. There was a little bit of separation, but that wasn't enough for John Bea, for whoever is in the Alpine Star Geodesic car to break away from the UJAS and also from the Team Huizenveld car. So nothing that Justin Rem could do there to try to break away. Now we got another of the Apex Tech Racing Sport into behind them, going to make the overtaking. Not in Big Gipato, which is kind of smart. You know, you don't want to overtake a 3-car battle in a very bad spot, break away in one of them, or maybe overcommit and get into possible contact. And just try to break away on the straight where the speed difference is going to be at its highest, and get that done cleanly and as fast as possible. And fight on.
You see one of the Cup cars working its way around the outside of your fight here for 3rd place in your sport class, as continue to wait for a move to be made here deeper in your GT4 field, now started to catch up to some touring car traffic, and just like that, the gap that Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has been trying to build up is gone. Might have to find his way around the long way. Not going to make an effort for it, though. Meanwhile, you've got this. The fight for 7th place started to pick up as well. RBC Esports going up against Alpine Stars, the other Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing entry for the battle of 7th and 8th. That is Joe Vigard-Goderstad currently trying to fend off Michael Kocholich right behind right behind him at the moment in that 8th position in the number 62, and they have just worked their way by one of the GT4 Mercedes, so they're going to fire their way back down the hill through the very short blast out through Berjulo up into Junsao as we work our way back up the hill up in towards the Subedo Dos boxes, as we'll take it back down the pit straight here, Lorenzo.
Sorry, I was updating the Junsao counter to number 8. As we are seeing that Kocholich having a really solid race so far. I don't know how much he's doing in terms of pace in comparison to what Graham was doing right out of the gate, but the Alpine Stars, I think, really need a good result in this round because they had a promising round at Fuji, but had a crash early on. They just couldn't continue the car. They couldn't nurse it. I think it was one of the reasons I think one of the first yellow flags was because of them. So they just couldn't keep going, and unfortunately got away with 0 points out of the Japanese round. Let's see how they will fare in the Brazilians round. And both of them actually had some Brazilian action not too far ago because they participated in the Porsche Carrera Cup Brazil entrance round not too long ago with some mild success, or good success for Graham, but unfortunately for Michael. Could have the best of results, had an incident early on in the race and had to nurse the car sort of into his stint, but still managed to finish the race nevertheless.
It certainly did, and it was impressive, all things considered, that managed to take place. So see if that'll lead to anything in the near future here, hopefully, as this battle for 7th started to split up a little bit, down to about 0.3 of a second now between them. Draft starting to become a bit more slim at the moment as you continue to watch this gap continue to grow, now up to 0.6 of a second, and some of this TCR lap traffic getting in the way, not helping things. They got a McLaren as well right up the road. They're going to have to work their way around, and it's going to be a bad point for Goderstad to catch up to that sport traffic in the GT4 field for the 570S. And there you can see Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing having to dice its way around as well. And I tell you what, this is not ideal catching this lap traffic at bad points at the moment for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, is it? I mean, they keep on getting caught at points where it makes it hard for them to pick up the draft of their opponents immediately after they get around them.
Yeah, and the problem is you caught him out right in the exit of Cover du Sol, which is a corner that for even the GT3 Cup cars can be a little bit complicated for you to try to navigate because it is such a wide open corner and it is so fast that if you catch it kind of like the wrong line of sorts, either A, your car is going to drift away a little bit, and or B, your car understeers the corner a little bit depending on the setup. So that's why we saw the case. I think that was one of the GT4s, maybe the SRN GT4 that we saw over there, kind of like drifting away out of the corner and understeering out of the corner and catching up toward Kocholich, and that's why he couldn't get the trap that he probably wanted on the car ahead of him.
Absolutely. It's an interesting fight at the moment for second in sport, and it could well become for the lead again here very soon. Albert Jones seemingly struggling fiercely forward right now. Still does hold that lead, but it's 2.8 seconds here at Nolan. I don't think there's anything wrong with the car at the minute, but it just seems to be that he just doesn't quite have the pace of certainly his teammate earlier on, Alvaro Gomez, and certainly not those behind him right now either.
I kind of agree on that one. I think it's just a pace problem that he's kind of having to struggle with. So hopefully that, whatever it is, he'll be able to get that sorted later on. It kind of sucks kind of being stuck in a no man's land like that. You're pulling away from the guy behind, but not gaining anything on the guy in front. You want to have it be one or the other, preferably the latter, of course. It's it could get a bit dull that way. I can tell you what isn't dull right now. This fight for second, which is still close as ever with second, third, and fourth in sport, all under a blanket at the moment. And are we finally going to be seeing the move made by Huge Ass Racing? Doesn't look like we will. Definitely close enough if you wanted to have a look. Opted against it, though. I have to wonder if potentially Sven Demel is just content to sit behind Justin Rem here and save up some fuel.
I think it's the best idea, and I think they've decided that it is as well. Lap 79 right now as there's a car off here. I think this is on replay. And one of the Hondas, the 225, has gone off. That big one, Club, and Albert Perich at the moment at the wheel of that one. And this is, a moment on the grass.
Oh.
Big hit on the wall there, Lorenzo. Very close to clattering into the second place Maniti car.
Yeah, that would have been tragedy for the Maniti, and probably would cause some further comments from the Green Army, into our YouTube chat and also VCO chat as well. But fortunately for them, they didn't catch the car. But going into the corner is so tricky for you if you are on the outside. I think Ram had a little bit of an issue on the inside of Jules right here. Might open the door for a Huge Ass. But the one thing, getting that line into the entry of turn number 4 is just one of the worst, because it is a deep braking zone of sorts. But it's so easy for you to tap the grass on the corner entry, because you kind of have to trail brake the entry.
Now then, lap 79 as I mentioned, Nolan, but 1.8 seconds. Halfway points given out at the end of 82. There might well be a chance here for the leader to change at the halfway stage, and there's 5 points up for grabs here for the likes of Geodesic and Huge Ass as well. Sven Demel to get through on Albert Jones here. I mean, they'll want to do that, of course. The big objective is at the end, but there is a bit of a sense of urgency that there otherwise wouldn't be here at this stage in the race.
It's going to be coming on up here in the next 2 laps or so for these guys, so you're absolutely correct, but they have to get a move on here. If you want those halfway points, you can't afford to just be sitting behind at the moment. You're right on board with the 148 Mercedes-AMG GT3 driven by Florian von Minkvitz for Team Winsenfeld. Well, I imagine would be the most desperate out of any of these guys to try to find to blast some way through. The issue is you have to almost rely on having better momentum through the corners, because we have established this time and time again, as drafty these cars might look, they don't generate all that much draft off the back end. You have to rely on getting some good momentum through the corners, better so than the drivers in front of you. And I'll tell you right now, Jude So is definitely one of the best corners to try to see if you can get the momentum. It is extremely momentum-based and line-based. It's all about the confidence on how well you'll be able to get through there safely, as the 140 will continue to close in on the Huge S car right in front of them.
We've just about got 4 for the lead, so here we go. Up towards turn number 1. Albert Jones was really held up through Zhao on that particular occasion. It's a dive from one of the visceral Porsche Cup cars. There's some lap traffic separating them, but they're almost there. They're almost battling away. And Geodesic now coming under pressure. Justin Rame here, I should say. Is he going to be under pressure from Pandemic? Looks like he's done enough here with the TCR as well, certainly to help him out. The battles, by the way, in the Porsche Cup category are going on, but they're not as fierce as the one for the lead here right now. Not as important, I guess you could say, either, if you're being harsh. Trek Esports still just holding on to second ahead of Maniti Racing right now. We're on lap 81. The end of 82 is the halfway points. So through the middle sector here, Lorenzo, stakes are very, very high indeed, and it's 4 in a row, 4 for the lead in the sport category.
Yeah, and it's going to be a good one to see, because what happened to traffic just kind of brought everyone close, and it's going to be quite tricky, because you can see the Porsche kind of have a little bit of a desperation trying to get out of the TCR. I don't know if he's going to do that. So is everybody's going to be bunched up, and it's going to be basically a straight finish, like a straight shot into the finish line, and see who's going to come out on top as we open up lap 81. Points up for grabs. Here we go.
Three wide through the middle, very nearly. For Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in the McLaren, trying to take this lead away from Albert Jones. And it looks like with the straight line speed they're going to do it. Sven Devil's done a dive down the inside of everybody. Three wide into turn one. He's deep on the brakes. Justin Rome's going to come back at him. Outside at two. He's going to put him in the grass nearly. And Albert Jones could come back. But what a move from Sven Devil, who might just have sealed himself 9 points with one move on the brakes. That was unbelievable. Justin Rame is going to hold on in behind. He's going to be second. And Team Huizingbode are trying to come along for this as well. Inside line at turn 4. And he's going to go from 4th to 3rd. What a move that is as well. Inside line at turn 4. And Albert Jones has gone from 1st to 4th in a matter of corners here, Nolan, on a very important lap indeed. He's still side by side. He's going to hold on for now. But look at this move. Sven Demel late on the brakes, but just early enough to hold on. And as I said, 9 points in one move there. Unbelievable.
Now that is how you execute a proper overtake right there. Sven Demel saw an opening and he took it. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing did not at all see that coming. They left the door open and Demel made sure that he could get his foot in it before it could be slammed shut at the apex of turn number 1. And now the best part, he is starting to pull away. Courtesy, yes, because of some of the cup car traffic that worked its way on through. But it was a solid run for all of these guys to get themselves sorted, and amazed that we didn't have any contact in that battle as well.
Up towards the line again. Well, yeah, I was wrong with that. Up towards the line again, and that will be it. The crossing the line there will be it. The Visceral 97 just overtook them. So Sven Demel will take the full 50. Alpine Stars Geodesic will take 45, and Pedro Berger just misses out there on 4 points. He does make that move now, but he will score 41 points at the halfway stage as opposed to 45 that he could have had there, Lorenzo, but it's still very good indeed. The only team that Maniti Racing started the day behind are Impulse Racing, and Impulse have found themselves a long way down.
Yeah, a long way down. It's kind of like they tumble in the standings of sorts, but then it's like racing. What can you do about it? And let's see how the remainder of the race, because there's still more than 2 hours left into this race, give or take, and to see if Impulse can come back, do an impression of like coming like a phoenix, and then contend for the race itself as we see him move out of the back. But that's 5-star kind of like breaking the field a little bit, but he has GSR not far behind here doing, and Maniti in a really good spot, maybe to take the lead out of the championship.
Yeah, they will do on the road right now as it currently stands. As Impulse Racing for 11th don't get many points at all for that one. They'll get 17 points, but they'll lose 24. So they will be out of the championship lead. And straight away, Nolan, Santeri Martikainen is into the pit lane. I don't think that is a surprise to anybody. Those guys really did go for the points at the halfway stage there. And, well, they got them, but it does mean that they have to come in pretty much immediately.
And throw in a driver swap as well for that driver. So they're going to put in Renzo Uliam Braca as he'll take over in the number 97 car. We move back to the sport class lead, as once again these drivers started to duke it out amongst themselves, and nobody willing to give an inch here, as working our way steadily through the race here tonight. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing continuing to pile on the pressure to the huge ass gold of Sven Demel, who is struggling at the moment to see if he can get himself sorted there with the position. Here comes Benitio looking for the inside, and this is going to disrupt this battle here for the race lead.
It certainly is. It's just a car length, a bit of a gap starting to open up between the two of them. Pedro Berger down the inside into the Pico de Pato as well, and so he's going to continue to extend his lead while he's just extending Sven Demel's, although that's thrown away now as he goes a little bit wide. Justin Rain, it closes in again, and it's going to be an all-McLaren fight once again. 3 manufacturers inside the top 4 here in this battle for the lead in the sport category. Out of the final corner, Lorenzo might not have done enough there to have alleviated all of the pressure that Justin Rame is heaping upon him right now. Up towards the line they're going to go. Through and past the pit lane. They're not going to use it on this occasion. No, none of these guys were playing games for the halfway points, but Justin Rame now will have a look to the inside and will stay behind. I do wonder, Lorenzo, whether if that was 5 laps ago, he would have gone for that.
I think he would have, and we saw he try to go because he went for the officially forward team, of course, but just got caught off guard by Sven and his audacity to go for 2 for 1 and got that promotion at the end of the day. But I still like what I'm seeing so far as we see the Olympus kind of like split the cars a little bit.
Oh!
Contact, big contact. And I'm afraid for Alpine Stars Geodesic, it's a couple of positions lost. Team Hoisingveld down the inside. And here it is. It was with the Olympus Esports Audi. I would have to say, Nolan, that looks pretty clumsy from Justin Wren there. Obviously not, we haven't seen all the angles that the stewards will do, and they will look at it, you would imagine. But that did look a little bit clumsy from the Geodesic McLaren.
Carlos Boschel for Olympus Esports Proton has got to be furious with that as he now finds himself tumbled down towards the tail end, and sure enough, almost immediately that popped up on the review schedule for the race controllers and the stewards here. So they are going to very much be taking a look at that one, unsurprisingly so, as we'll continue to steadily work our way through. That was not pleasant. We often see slower cars getting collected, but usually not to that extent, as look at this bump drafting down the front straightaway towards turn number 1. Alpine Star Geodesic Racing making the look to the inside, and it's going to be a lunge up the inside of the Porsche down into turn number 1, and a bump back there as we continue to get a little bit more feisty here, as Fiercely Forward going to have to drop back just a touch.
Nice move. And Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing back into the top 3 once again. Having to negotiate a little bit more TCR traffic in that one. But into the second half of the race we go, and towards the 3rd pit stop phase we go here of this race now. But not long to go, and still a lot to work out, still a lot to be played out over the course of this one. Waiting to see the next pit stops for the likes of Trek Esports, currently running 2nd, Maniti Racing currently running 1st as well. The 2 of them took on 4 pit stops at the last time of asking, but that will only get them to about this point in the race. I think Trek Esports could well be in on this lap here. Down the inside goes Judge Payment Esports, who are running their own race really. One of the few teams not worried about the points, as are Geodesic and Impulse as well. But for the rest of the teams, or most of the rest of the teams, they're all worrying about the points as we go back to TCR for the first time in a while. Full Send Racing, Lorenzo, are coming under a bit of pressure from Maniti Racing, and I just wonder that if the fact that Michael Polasek is no longer driving their car is starting to affect them a little bit.
Good question. Oh, which car was that, real quick, out in the track?
An
that was the
ATRS.
ATRS. And then Orion kind of overcommitting at the Mergulho track that is going to make that TCR lose a few seconds. Could be. Just coming back could be a factor. That I like Stroller is not having the same performance that his teammate is, as we see the Trek car into the pit lane trying to do his service. But Alex is still a very fast driver. He's kind of like on the same pace as Polasek, so could be minor struggles as we see now the Impulse GT3 Cup make the overlap on them on turn number 1. The gap now is at its closest.
Certainly is. Battle for 3rd this is, by the way, in case we haven't said already. We've had a few more retirements, by the way, since we talked of them. 3 cars retired at the end of lap 1, I'm afraid. It was a chaotic start to the race, of course, and 3 cars fell afoul of that. SimCity Racing eventually pulled the plug, I'm afraid, after seeing their repairs, and they thought about actually going through with them, but in the end did not, and they're dropping down now as well. Liper Esports have retired their car as well, the 92, I'm afraid, after their problems. 1 minute stop and hold and all the incidents, as well as Impulse Racing's sport category car Timo Hayden, I'm afraid, has called it a day as well, with too much damage to that Mercedes, unfortunately. We're on board with Maniti Racing's TCR, though. Krzysztof Melisiewski is still at the wheel. I'm pretty sure he's done all of the race so far. And it's a great illustration, Nolan, of just how much you have to look in the mirrors to TCR, because we're not doing, and look at how much stuff we're missing here. Look at how many dives we're missing, and how many cars are going past us here. You really do, or you really are, looking forward. You're looking backwards more than forwards on occasion.
And the good thing as well about this is oftentimes when a driver is not driving the car, they will often be spotting for their teammates in races such as this one, which is obviously good to have because they can always warn you about what's coming up behind you. Yeah, the iRacing spotter, it'll tell you when a car's alongside you, but it's not going to tell you, hey, you got a Porsche car 2 seconds behind you on the straight, and he's going to be at your door by the time you get to the apex of the corner. This way, a human spotter can warn you of that well in advance, which is so useful in endurance races like this, and really does allow for you to be able to negotiate races like this much cleaner than you would otherwise.
And it's not exactly a stretch to ask either of these teams to actually have that either, because when you think about it, Lorenzo, a lot of these teams will have human spotters, but I mean, they'll probably be the other driver of the car. That's kind of the other job for the other driver when they're not there. I guess some of the bigger teams maybe will have designated people to do that, but for most of these teams it will just be the driver waiting to get in the car who will just do a bit of spotting job before they get in to actually do the driving.
Yeah, I know some of the teams, for example, I think in BS competition, you have like Felix Van Delft as one of the dedicated spotters, also in race engineers, so you have these dedicated roles that are growing in sim racing. Of course, you're not going to have every team with the dedicated sim racer for each driver or each car that is handling everything or every aspect at once, because the drivers kind of like manage themselves. But it's still really good, nevertheless, to see drivers, spotting, trying to give backup or provide that immersion to the other driver that is driving and keep him in focus, as Team Hoisevel was looking out for an opening right there. Ewan just couldn't get the overtake done and dusted, as now he's probably going to go more aggressive. Look at the lines.
Yeah, it's from Minkvist, at the moment, trying to make that work. As 5-Star Motorsport coming quite early again. They tend to do this. It's 84 laps complete for them right now, but only 27 laps on that stint, as they did on the previous one as well. It's a slightly bizarre strategy that they're going for, but they're trying to make it work nevertheless. Van Devil, though, very much on the defensive. It won't be too long until these drivers do come in. It'll be 5 or 6 laps or so as the overall race leader comes in. After only 32 laps there, he's clearly been pushing very hard, Pedro Berger, because not much fuel left in that car anymore. So is in now. And Sasha Engelhardt is now going to take the lead of this race. Up towards the line then. Can Sven Demel hold on to the lead that he so gloriously took a few laps ago with a dive down the inside, a late braking manoeuvre into turn number 1? Well, he's barely going to have any challenge from Florian von Binkvist on this particular occasion. Stays behind in the Team Hoisingveld Mercedes just for now, Nolan, but it's a nice run out of turn 3. Maybe there'll be a chance at the end of the straight.
Practically pushing on the back bumper of the McLaren 570S GT4 as Team Hoisingveld thinks about making the look, and a little peak, but not going to actually commit to a move, and backs off a little bit, allowing for the Hugh Jazz Gold Machine to hang on to the sport class lead for just that little while longer, with Alpine Star Hugh Jazz Racing still trying to hang on for 3rd place in the background, but a lot of cup traffic on the horizon, so that could disrupt here your battle for the sport class lead here before too long.
Well do. Let's wait and see. By the way, while we're on the subject of the sport category and we're watching this battle for the lead, and just before we get too busy with pit stop action coming up in a few moments' time, let's bring in, if we can, Timo Hayden from the Impulse Racing team who is waiting to come and have a chat with us. And here he is. Timo, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here, although we wish it was under better circumstances for you. Unfortunately, now out of the race for Impulse Racing. It's a real shame. Just tell us a little bit about what happened and what went wrong in that race.
Yeah, thank you. It was a small mistake by myself, but one that hurts a lot. I had a left guy in front of me, which were no problem at all. But he understeered in the slow left-hander and saw that he goes on a crest, so he lifted a lot. And I had the fear that I drive into the back of him. So I went initially on the brakes for a short moment, but this short moment was at the wrong moment. So I spun the car because I was by myself with 1-2 tires on the grass, which is no problem at all, but braking there's a no-go. So a little mistake, one that hurts a lot, and the race of us, which is really annoying because everything went so well until that moment.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a little bit about what was going on before that. Obviously, you were leading at the time, but how did you rate your chances overall of actually doing well in this race, given how it was panning out at the time?
Our goal was before the race already to win it. Everything went so well. I know also Raymond, who would have stepped into the car after me, is on nearly the same pace than me. So we looked forward to a really good race. There were no trouble in traffic at all compared to other races in the series or in the 24 series, for example. It's a shame how it ended now, but we learned from it. Don't hang the head too much down and looking forward.
Absolutely. We're looking forward to seeing you again very soon in IVRA, wherever that may be, Timo. But for now, thanks very much for coming to join us, even under these difficult circumstances. Congratulations on your drive either way. You drove very well up towards that point,
Thank
of course.
you.
And we look forward to seeing you again very soon.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Timo Hayden there from Impulse Racing in the sport category. Great to chat with him there, Lorenzo. I mean, was driving so well before that moment, and really deserved a lot more, I suppose, for his efforts in the first half of the race.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm kind of sad for Timo. I like Timo. I've been driving against Timo on LMP2s for quite a lot. I know he's a very dedicated driver, very clean driver. It happens. It's just these kind of race things that kind of like bum out. And it's unfortunate to see a very human mistake take the race away from him at a very crucial time in this race. And it's kind of like, and to be very honest, I nearly cursed him at the IVRA here in IVRA during the endurance season last season, because I nearly said the same things about him doing really well. He nearly had a crash that kind of nearly ended his race. So he's deserving a really good result at the Brazilian track. The Brazilian need to just give him some love.
Yeah, absolutely. He's just mentioning something similar in the YouTube chat at the moment about his race in the GSI Endurance Series last season here at Interlagos, the 1,000 kilometers, and so yeah, he'll be looking forward to getting away from this circuit, I think, for the next few weeks. But either way, battles in the rest of the sport category now have really kicked off, and what that incident unfortunately has done is taken Impulse out of the equation. It's really opened it out to 4 or 5 teams who could very much win this one now in the sport category. Even these two as well. We could expand it out to 5 or 6, well, the two that were just on your screen, Talk Freak and German Sim Racing. Obviously these two as well, Huge Ass versus Team Huisenwald Nolan, still very much going on, but it's a very, very open category now after the kind of obvious race leaders have been taken out of it.
It's always something that you don't like to see, is when the guy that, could have very easily won a race ends up getting taken out, especially by their own mistakes. But it does happen. That's just a part of racing, and it does open it up to storylines such as this one, where you've got these battles that will go on for some time yet. And at this point, with how close Team Hoinsenfeld has been for so long to the back, of Sven Devil. I can almost guarantee you that Florian von Minkwitz here is absolutely saving fuel. He is setting his car up for a later portion of this race. He knows he doesn't need to take that lead away just yet. He's got himself over 60 laps left to go in this race still. Why force the issue, when you're still, I guess not early, but when you've still got so much left to go, and you could just save up some fuel to potentially save yourself some time on a pit stop later on in the race.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the right call for Huizenveld to do what they are doing right now. It's a very smart call. So, yeah, it's the obvious choice, but and maybe the less exciting one. But it is certainly the right one, I think, for these guys at the moment. So, at the moment in this category, it is Hugh Jass leading Team Huizenveld. Behind these guys is Alpine Stars, Geodesic Racing, Fiercely Forward, German Sim Racing and Talk Freak Racing at your top 6. And pretty much all of those drivers are in one fight or another. To be fair, Geodesic and Fiercely Forward are quite far apart now, but the fight for 5th is certainly going on right now as well, as they're split up by Trek Esports, down in 6th place at the moment. And I want to just briefly mention Trek Esports here, Lorenzo. It's another interesting call from them. Another short stop, 33 seconds worth of a pit stop. Now, I know that they're going to have some spare laps in this stint here, but, to do 33-second pit stop at this particular point in the race is another surprise, but another strategical turn in this very interesting story.
Anybody at Trek Esports, can somebody contact me over Discord so I can actually get the numbers out of your engineer, the phone number out of your engineer, because I cannot understand what is happening with these 33-second pit stops from them. I just simply can't. It's like, I know sim racing. I know I can drive. I know I can do some numbers. Never trust the commentator's math though. But this mathematics is like, I'm basically ripping the pages out of my book over here because I cannot understand them at all.
Gotta check the fuel hose.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
What's going on here? Well, what I would argue, Lorenzo, is that when they pitted there, it was lap 86, so there was 77 laps to go in the race at that point. Now, we know that these drivers can do, between 32 and 34 laps maybe on a stint. That leaves them with quite a few laps spare, because they're not going to be able to do that in 2 stints. They're going to have to do it in 3. But 3 stints is like 96 laps or something. So they've got nearly 20 laps spare in terms of fuel. So I just wonder whether they short fueled again already, instead of doing what Maniti are doing, which is leave their shorter stop till the end of the race. I mean, would that make much sense to you? Because to me, I would leave my short stop till right at the very end, as Maniti are doing. Does it make much sense to do their kind of short fill, in inverted commas, right in the middle or even right at the start of this little phase of the race? It doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
I'm kind of like on the same boat with you, because here's the thing. They already done a 33-second pit stop. We saw that already. So for me, the biggest problem is I don't see an issue for them to try to go for a short pit stop at this point of the race, because the field has broken down a little bit. So you're probably going to get more clear traffic at this point, probably into the end point. Surely, if you have a really good advantage, you kind of managing the race on your own, and you have the gap you can manage, you can put it at the end. But I think for them, they're up to a point that they're probably fighting for podium and everything like that. I just don't see that working out at the end, because they had another short pit stop, and I don't know if this is going to go back to haunt them at the very end. I don't know. Still a long race to go, still all green. I don't know. I'm going to remain skeptical on this one as well.
Yeah, what they have done is certainly laid all their cards out on the table for all to see in this moment now. So everybody knows what they're doing, and there's no flexibility now either with what they're doing. Absolutely no flexibility at all. So they've just got to go full till the end in terms of full tanks filled up all the way to the end. And they can't really do anything different from that. What it has given them, though, Nolan, is track position. And ordinarily, that will be fairly important. Coming into this race, I was certainly thinking, yeah, that could be quite important, really, track position. But we've seen it's not exactly hard to overtake around Interlagos, so track position may not be the be-all and end-all, really, of this decision that they've made.
No, I agree with that one. I mean, it has been proven time and time again that, you know, it doesn't necessarily matter so much on track position. It more is how you negotiate the traffic once you get yourself a proper position on the track. But, I mean, we've seen so many overtakes already this race, and not even just with the pit stops, but just on track itself, because all these battles are always so close. For example, this one right here, as we get set to come back up and down in towards turn number 1. This is, again, one of those fights that is definitely going to be a big thing to keep an eye out. That is the fight for 8th place at the moment in your Cup class between Philip Hammer racing for some of these drivers further down in the order here, racing with Pedro Berger at the moment. So, you know, you got WS Racing and Maniti Racing still going head-to-head with each other. It, again, puts it into... It puts it into perspective just how easily it is to kind of shift around where you can be in this race. I mean, look at Michael Koholic and Greg Simmons at the moment. Both those drivers had their teams starting way down in the order. 13th and 14th, they're both up 10 positions before they started this race. RPC Esports, who runs second, they're up 9 positions. Your race leaders at the moment are up 6. Like, it really does go to show, like, track position is not everything. It is all down to the strategy game and how you play this out in the long run. Right now, you've got about half your Cup field on one strategy who have taken 3 stops already. The other half still haven't taken that third pit stop yet.
No, it's between a 4 and 5 stop race here in this one, and we're waiting to see quite who's going to come out on top, and that's why this pass for Maniti Racing is so important. While Philip Hammer and Pedro Berger are not fighting for positions by the end of today together, I wouldn't imagine, it's important that Berger keeps his pace as high as possible for the remainder of this race, because he's got some chasing to do here. Dutch Payment Esports are miles in front of them as things stand right now. Maniti are 53 seconds behind them, and they're both making 2 stops before the end of this race. Admittedly, Maniti are going to save about 25 of those seconds in pit stop gains, so they still need nearly 30 seconds, which is a lot to catch up, and Berger does need to get through on Hammer pretty quickly to try and start gaining some of those seconds, but he's not going to be able to do it up into turn 4 right now. It's a weirdly important battle, though, here, Lorenzo, for Pedro Berger to make his way through. He can't afford to stick behind these guys and you know, really lose time behind these drivers.
Yeah, that's the danger I think mentioning earlier, you know, in the race, whenever you try to go for an undercut or something like that, because like I said, undercut works in a track like this, but the problem is just that you can get someone that is going to be really racy, that is going to try to be on a different strategy, going to try to defend the position. I thought Pedro was actually going to hit the back out of the WS car, but and you can lose chunks and chunks of time, and all the gains that you had are going to immediately vanish, and you can put yourself in a dangerous spot that you might go for an overtake, the guy's going to defend, and you make contact, and the blame is going to be on you, and then you get like a 30 or 10-second penalty, or even 60, depending on circumstances, that are going to end your race immediately.
Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing into the pit lane from the Cup category there. Expected for them, another 33 lap stint. And WS Racing also in with the 2 leaders in sport. This is going to be interesting. Sven Demmel and Florian von Migvist at the moment in pit lane together at the end of lap 94, as is Fiercely Forward, who have also made their way into pit lane. The top 3 are in, top 4 are in, with Talk Freak Racing as well. Antti Salminen is in. Earlier, we did see the team Talk Freak Racing were battling with coming to the pit lane, I believe. German Sim Racing. Patrick Perus is out there again, and he has been for a couple of laps now. So, interesting in the sport category now, Nolan, because we've got the top 4 all in together. And we'll see which one wins that race between Hughes and Huysingveld, who came in nose to tail. And it looks like Team Huysingveld have just won it, just on the exit of pit lane there. It was normal length pit stops for them, but Yannick Danis looks like he's got in front of Giovanni Romano there, Nolan, and so Team Huizenveld have now jumped up in front of the lead. I think this is what we were talking about earlier. This is the advantage of them saving that fuel that they were doing pretty much all stint there in that fight.
It means they didn't have to spend as much time filling up that fuel. It was a good idea. You know, sometimes we'll see people save fuel and then pit a few laps later. There's nothing wrong, though, with filling up or pitting on the same lap when you're saving fuel, because it means you could shave like a good 2 seconds sometimes, even more than that, off of your pit stops, and you get out in front of your opponents. So that was a great call by Team Huizenveld to play the long game there, to get themselves at this point the sport class lead on track, as one car really slowing the outside line there. But now the 148 is going to be fully clear with Yannick Danish, the new driver, into the car. Same for Huge-Ass Gold. Giovanni Romano has taken over in the number 137. So 2 driver changes undergone there in that last run of pit stops. We cross over to triple digits on the lap counters for the first time of the afternoon.
Lap 100, and it's time for Sasha Engelhardt to come into pit lane. So that's a timely stop for Just Payment. There they are, making their way into the box at the end of lap 100 here in this race. Another 33 lap stint for them, as opposed to 34 they managed last time out. But yeah, 1 and 2 in sport, nose to tail again here. It's a really interesting fight developing between them now, but Albert Jones has lost a lot of time. Fiercely Forward have lost a lot of time after leading earlier on. They're now down to 5th as Kevin Crosney gets back into the 87, possibly for the remainder of this race. But let's wait and see. As Pascal Costa somehow, Lorenzo's found his way back to the front again. It's a real case of what could have been for them, because they've only got the lead by a very small margin, but just imagine how far up the road they'd be if they had obviously not run out of fuel towards the end of that lap.
I would say probably 5 or 6 seconds, but then again, I think the fact that the track had short-fueled the car a little bit more than probably we expected to be just made the situation a little bit more desperate for them. Going around now Ferradura up to Laranjinha, and the problem is he's got to get bunched up by the Fiercely Forward. He's going to get bunched up by the Fiercely Forward GT4, but the problem, at his favor, the track is being kind of like bunched up by the TCR from what it looks from the TED line, and also from the GSR GT4s that are going to make him lose time. So that gap is going to widen maybe to over a second and a third maybe.
Yeah, let's see. It's not been an ideal lap for Jim Hertroyes. Makes that dive into the final corner there and will pass briefly, but 1.2 seconds. The gap certainly extended. Pascal Costa, well, when is he going to come in? He's probably not going to do 35 laps again. Well, he's not going to try to. We'll see if he even gets to 103 here, or whether he'll come in after 33 laps, which will be on this lap currently that he has just started. Hertroyes has got a good 4 seconds over Visceral right now. Those two are on the same strategy. Pedro Berger more than 15 seconds adrift, but still has some time to be gained through the pit stop phase. So we are going to go on board with Giovanni Romano right now as he makes his way down the inside of Team Huizenveld to make that pass for the lead in sport, quite possibly. We'll see if Yannick Danis is going to end up behind him or in front here over the next couple of moments. Well, he's going to try and go around the outside here as Giovanni Romano, and he's going to have to tuck in behind Yannick Danis. We are going to take a very short break here on RaceSpot TV. We're going to let you enjoy some fan immersion at home while we do make a couple of changes behind the scenes. We'll be back very, very shortly with the remainder of this race. HyperX ClubSport Series here from Interlagos on board with Giovanni Romano. This is RaceSpot TV fan immersion. Welcome back to the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA here at Interlagos. Lap 105 of this race. We've just been on board with Giovanni Romano, who's taken the lead in the sport category ahead of Team Huizenveld, and now Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing as well. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside Nolan Rempel and Lorenzo Bonda at the moment. Connery Maddock is now behind the cameras operating everything now. As meanwhile, in the background, there is a pass for second place already. John Butford back into second ahead of Yannick Danish. So an interesting on-board Nolan, a very well-timed one as well. On board with Romano as he took the lead away from Team Huizenveld, but you'd have to say it is deserved from Hugh Jass at the moment. I mean, they're driving very well indeed, and they're quicker than everybody else. They've got that second or two margin over the rest as things stand.
It certainly is, and it should be interesting then to see how that battle's going to continue to shake up. You mentioned it was a well-timed onboard shot, and it really does go to show just how tight it can get when you're at the Interlagos circuit. It doesn't look like that tight of a track, from the exterior, but when you actually go in car and actually see what these guys see, these cars, they are a lot wider than they might seem, which really puts into perspective how tight that 4Y moment we had some 50 laps ago must have felt to the guys out there on the track.
Yes, certainly. It's not the easiest one, but no cautions as of yet. To be fair, we made it to lap 100 at Fuji without having any cautions as well, so it's hard to speak too soon. But the first 100 laps have certainly delivered for us in entertainment and green flag racing. And it's currently Trek Esports leading with Jim Hertroyd ahead of Visceral Esports and Renzo Uhlenbrook. Then it is Maniti Racing and Pedro Berger, who's closing in on those two, by the way. Driving very strongly indeed. Kevin Crosney only 8-9 seconds behind them as we approach the penultimate pit stop already for the likes of Aztec Sim Sports Visceral and Sabel Esports as well, who are also in fifth. Francesco Lamana is now at the wheel there, but doesn't quite have the pace of Judge Payment, or at least didn't on that previous lap. So he'll need to find something, but a good 10 laps until we're going to see those pit stops rearing their head again here, Nolan. It's hard to say who is actually leading this race, even if Trek Esports are actually winning right now. It's hard to know whether they will be by the end and really where they are in terms of strategy right now. They're currently 20 laps deep into a stint, but it's really depending on how much longer everyone has to spend in the pit lane.
I think you're absolutely correct on that one. It's all very depending on when you want to find yourself coming on down into one of these things. I know we're still waiting on a couple of drivers to come on down and make pit stops. Among those, I believe is going to be, excuse me as I work set to update my own timing screens here. It looks like we are going to be getting a few cars still yet to come down, as you mentioned before. Trek Esports has to come on in within the next 10 to 15 laps or so. We're waiting on Visceral Esports to come on down. Maniti Racing is about halfway through their stint, if I had to take a wild guess. You've also got then Subelt and the other Visceral Esports car also a couple of laps out. So it's going to be interesting, I think it's safe to say, to see how these pit stops are going to shake on up, because you take a look at where all the drivers have been on their stints and when they last pitted, and it is so dynamic across the board.
It is, and that's what's making the Porsche Cup category so interesting. What's making the sport category interesting is obviously the close fighting that we're seeing at the front. The top four are separated by no less than 3 seconds at the moment, considering we've been racing for 3 hours, or nearly 3 hours. That is an astonishing achievement, really. 5 seconds is still the margin between Brabham Esports and Team Huizenveld at the front of TCR, where things are a little bit more spread out, and the battles have not been quite as as close and as interesting as what we saw at Fuji. But the Cup and Sport categories have delivered in absolute spades here today. The Hugh Jass car just getting slightly slowed up there up the hill. We mentioned earlier that the final corner was the most important on the circuit because you live with it up the hill and then along this straight as well. That's exactly what is happening, I'm afraid, to Hugh Judge right now, they're going to come under pressure into turn number 1. But it looks like they're going to just hold on for the moment here, Nolan. Real big pressure, though. The top 3, all in that camera shot right there, all covered by less than a second.
And sure enough, Trek Esports has made the trip down to pit road. So Niels van Handel is going to be in as we continue to observe this battle here, shake it on up for second place. Make that actually the race lead, over in your sport category as Alpine Star Geodesic Racing once again headed up now by John Baderfer, arguably one of the better drivers on the service in GT4 racing, trying to race down Giovanni Romano. Now this is again the battle of the two McLarens, and it is an exact repeat actually of what we saw in Fuji, right, where we saw Mercedes packed field in qualifying, and we were seeing Mercedes dominate much of the early portions, but all of a sudden it became a McLaren 1-2 at the end. And look at that, carbon copy of how that's playing out. Admittedly, the circumstance of how this came about around have changed. It's just a very interesting parallel I found to our 700-kilometer race to kick the season off a few weeks back.
It's yeah, very interesting indeed. So that 108 right now. Oh, caution! Safety car out there on the circuit right now. Well, this changes everything. Absolutely everything. And it's coming at a very similar time to what we saw at Fuji. It's Big One Club's Honda with Albert Perich, who's gotten into trouble. That's even more damage to that TCR than we saw earlier on. And we did see that this car had already suffered with a little bit of contact. They're back to pit lane now. We're going to try and find what happened to them. They've been there for a very long time. They just seem to pull up to the side of the road. I wonder, they could be out of fuel. They're rolling down the hill there.
A lot of damage on the front end, I'm noticing. You see all that? Like right on the right. It looks like they got hit somewhere.
No, they had that damage already when they actually touched the grass.
Correct. They had that damage earlier, but that's I think, Nolan, that could be more damage than what we saw earlier on. But either way, this really does change everything. Now, Lorenzo, 54 laps to go in this race, and it's, well, goodness knows what's about to happen. All bets are off now.
Yeah, all bets are off. I think we're going to see a pit party coming up, and cars are, well, we know the golden number is going to be 27-27 or 28-27. For the P-Cup. So when everybody actually pull up into the pit lane, go to the service, it's going to be how fast can you actually fill up that car. If you're going to go for a tire strategy, you're going to try to something different than the other cars and try to actually be aggressive out of these first laps whenever we go into the restart. Actually, not even then. I think we might actually get like 24 laps or even like that. It's going to be quite interesting. I don't know. We'll see. It's going to be interesting.
It is. The team, in my opinion, that's going to benefit most from this is Trek Esports, who are the first of the cars in the queue to have pitted already and won't be pitting here. They are still on the lead lap as well, which is crucial. But they will benefit from this. The teams that will also benefit are those that are not as deep into their stint as some others. So, for example, the longest stint at the moment out there is for Visceral and Renzo Uhlenbrook, who's currently leading this race, by the way. I don't think they can pit this time, just as a note, so we'll continue talking about this one. Visceral have 25 laps on the stint. It's about to be 26. That's the most out of anybody who's on this strategy. The least is going to Just Payment right now, who are really going to be unhappy about this situation, really, because they are going to have a short pit stop. They are going to win the race off pit lane, so they'll tuck into second behind Trek Esports, but they will, Nolan, have the entire field behind them, as opposed to, a few seconds of a gap, which they would have had if this race had stayed green all the way.
And I have actually found out some more information on exactly what it was that went wrong. We mentioned it was a possibility of more damage, and yes and no to that as to why the touring car ended up pulling off. The damage was caused from way earlier in the race. We've already established that. But when you have damage on the front end like that, it puts more and more wear on the engine as the time goes along. You have to keep looking into that and making sure you get that fixed under your pit stop windows. They didn't do that, so eventually the wear accumulated to the point where the motor expired coming through turn 10. So they didn't have a motor at all. They were completely coasting. So it wasn't a fuel problem. Their engine just blew up. So that's why you saw them pull off to a stop. There's no way they're going to be able to coast up a hill all the way around to pit road.
No way, no. We've said it time and again. It's straight uphill out that final corner, and you're never going to be able to coast around there. I think we may well be in order now with the oh no, not quite. We've still got some TCRs to negotiate. I think what happened is that Visceral overtook everybody apart from the leader, and so that's caused some problems for the TCRs. They've just had, well, not problems, but they've had a lot of wave rounds to do. I think now they've finally sorted them, with 9 drivers still on the lead lap there. And in sport, we've still got 14 drivers on the lead lap. Overall, we have 13 still remaining on the lead lap in this race here, Lorenzo. That's quite a lot. So, as you said earlier, we're going to see a very busy pit lane, but I guess more importantly, even more busy when we go back green flag racing again. That's a lot of cars on the lead lap fighting for positions and potentially fighting for a win.
Yeah, that is going to be, I think, the greatest thing we're going to be talking about. And if there will be a separation, I'm not going to say separation, but a organization of the classes and not have everything like bunched up and mixed up around the field. If we don't have that, what we're probably going to get is like straightforward shootout racing, basically a sprint race of sorts, even though it's going to be 50, 40 something laps that you're still going to have to deal with. You're going to have one pit stop and have an elongated pit stop. It's still going to be a shootout from this point forward. So whenever they come down, man, it's gonna be hectic. And you know that phrase that one yellow flag causes another yellow flag. This can actually become true because you're gonna be more aggressive out of the gates for everyone.
It certainly can become true. Just try to peer into the distance there to see which is the first TCR in the train now. Is it Brabham Esports? It's I think it is. Yeah. So it looks like we have sorted ourselves out now, and we will be able to pit up on this next lap. We'll decide who. We'll see who decides to come into pit lane in about 3 minutes' time. When the safety car makes its way all the way around there, be 52 laps to go at the time. But it makes the strategy very simple here, Nolan. Nobody can make it to the end stopping now. Everybody who's and so pretty much everybody's going to be in, and that means everybody will have pitted on the same lap, and so they'll have almost identical pit stop times to the end of the race, unless they want to do something on tyres, of course, which has seemed unlikely based on what we've got so far. So we're going to see an out-and-out battle, really, even more so than what we saw at Fuji, where things really got split apart by the caution because it came in the middle of a pit stop cycle. But this is very different. This has come, when nobody's been in, everybody's on the same strategy, and so it makes things very simple. It's going to be a straight shootout between them.
I agree with you on that one. I mean, a lot. You mentioned it before. A lot of drivers have already come on down into pit road. There are a few though that are still outliers. Most notably, a 4th place at the moment overall in your Cup class. They only came down 6 laps ago, so I'm not sure if they're going to be wanting to come on in again. Personally, I think I would. I wouldn't want to risk being caught off cycle on the tires. At this point, you may as well. It's still a confusion. It's still a bit of a confusion though, as you still got some guys that are checking out the point of coming to full stops down between about turn 6 and 7, but looks like it's just people trying to get themselves sorted. Word has come down. The pits will be open this time by, so we'll be able to see just how this is going to play itself out. I got to be honest, I'm really curious to see what the pit call is going to be here. That's not like a good safety car to throw a wrench into the works.
Exactly, yeah. That's why we love IVRA. An IVRA competition, especially in the HyperX ClubSport series and the GSI Endurance series. There's lots of things that can happen as a result of these caution periods, these safety car periods, to just spice up these races a little bit. So, 52 laps to go, and a huge decision coming up for all of the drivers, especially those contesting a race win here today. Let's see who comes in, who stays out. Maniti stay out on the circuit. Visceral come in. They were near the end of a pit stop anyway, so it's not surprising. Maniti staying out, though, is a very interesting call, despite the fact they're 22 laps into a stint now. Sabelt Esports also into the pit lane. So is the other Visceral car with Geodesic as well. RPC Esports stay out. They were going quite far on the stint. Trek Esports obviously stay out as well. They just came in. Let's see who else is in here. Well, that's pretty much everyone. In terms of sport category, we've seen a lot of the leaders staying out there, Lorenzo, but those behind willing to take a chance.
Yeah, my question is how long? I think there's a little bit of a gamble on Maniti, to be very honest. Because if they stay 22 laps prior to the yellow flag, was it all right? This is 22. It has to be 22 laps counting the yellow flags, and I think we had about 2-3 laps of yellow flags. So let's put around 18, 19 laps. You have, give or take, about 12 laps of current fuel left in your car, if you haven't wasted totally quite a huge amount on that fuel. If you stretch it out, and this race starts around lap 118, 116, 118, and you go to lap 130 to 131, 132, you can start dreaming of making a one pit stop or just on one pit stop, saving fuel and risking the numbers to see if you get to the end and you win this race. Because now everybody else, they're going to be basically gas pedaling all the way down to start to finish. They're gonna short fuel their cars whenever they come into pit lane during the restart. So for them, it might be a gamble that pays out, but it's a very risky gamble that not only Maniti and Deutsche Payment are taking, because I think that's the way to go for them.
Well, Deutsche Payment and RPC and Trek can make it on fuel with just one more stop. There's no doubt about that. But Maniti Racing, there's no way they can make it on one more stop. Unless this caution continues for a long time with a lot of fuel save for Pedro Berger, I don't think they can make it at all. I don't think they have a chance of making it. Meanwhile, in the sport category, by the way, the top 8 stayed out. Well, they weren't the top 8 before, but the now top 8 all stayed out. 5-Star Motorsport, the most high profile of the cars to come in. We've also seen Tedline Racing into the pit lane as well. Michal Limon is now at the wheel. And in TCR, we really haven't seen very many pit stops because it wasn't that long ago until they were most recently in. So not a lot has changed down in TCR as the Porsche Cup drivers are just making their way towards the front. And to your point, Lorenzo, earlier on, the Porsche Cup cars will be making their way to the front of the queue ahead of all of the TCR and sport category cars, just to make things a little bit easier on lap traffic. So that's going to simplify things a little bit on this restart.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If like I said, if we have the split up of the fields, or even for the Porsche Cup, just have the Porsche Cup in the front. It's gonna ease their job for them. So now it becomes like a race out of the gates. So everybody's gonna be aggressive. They're gonna try to climb up positions. You can even see, I think I saw the Alpine Stars Geodesic climbing up a few positions just on this pit strategy alone. So, but then if you split up the TCRs and the GT4s as well, because it is a complete different race whenever we start. It will be basically just like the start of the race we had. All these guys out of the gate basically try to lap themselves and go toe-to-toe around the corners, because the one thing you really want to be is having the track position as an advantage whenever the slower cars get caught up by the faster traffic. So this is going to be important.
Well, let's see. By the way, Impulse Racing retired from this race. By the way, Pascal Costa, race winners at Fuji, out of this race, I'm afraid. I'm not sure quite why. I didn't see incidents or a reason why in terms of an incident. But clearly something went on there. Yeah, there's been something going on. But anyway, that's all sorted now. And they're out of the race, I'm afraid. They'll be looking to bounce back at Imola in the new year when the HyperX ClubSport Series by IVRA returns once again. Pedro Berger leads them around then. 50 laps to go at the end of this one. And it is going to be an all-out fight here, Nolan, because apart from Maniti Racing, everybody has one stop remaining. Admittedly, those stops are different lengths of time. For example, Just Payment and RPC Esports are going to have the longest stops of anyone. Trek Esports the third longest, and everybody else will have the shortest with the same amount of pit stop time, pretty much. But other than that, it's a one-stop race, and pretty much everything's the same. Making it, well, it makes it a proper shootout to the end of the race.
Race control at the moment issuing end-of-the-line penalties, and of course that also goes for anybody that had a time penalty that is eligible. If it's a small enough time penalty and you haven't served it, you can convert that into a tail of the longest line penalty instead. I believe that is up to about either 45 or 60 seconds. I would have to check the rulebook on that one, but there is a threshold where it's too big a penalty to just turn it into an EOL penalty, which is, in my opinion, completely fair. Obviously, the way that works with any Cup cars that have those time penalties converted to EOLs, they line up at the tail end of their own field, not the main field. So, once again, no matter what, all Cup cars will be in front of all your GT4 and touring car traffic. So, they're getting all that sorted now, and we should be back to green here within the next lap or two.
Yeah, I thought we were going to be going green this time, but I didn't realise the end-of-line penalties had to be filtered through yet. That's what they're doing right now, as you say. And there's the front of the race. We were mentioning earlier, Lorenzo, about the risk that Maniti Racing are taking here. I mean, can Pedro Berger pull them out of this situation? Can he stretch this field long enough to actually make this race only one stop more for Maniti Racing? Or are we going to see one of those races where Maniti actually have to come in twice? Which is, well, I know they've got the track position now with the lead, and they are probably going to run away, really, and build a bit of a lead in this race. But surely making two pit stops is not the way to win this race.
No, it's not. But I think they're betting on try to get an elongated stint. Maybe if we get around 116, I think their number might be around 128. Or something like that, and maybe go for 32, 33 laps and try to do some miracle numbers. I don't know, and I'm just wild guessing over here. But even then, it all goes down to how aggressive out of the gates this race is going to be. Because if they have the track position, the guys are like out of themselves, banging doors, battling themselves as we're going to go green flag this time. But from what it looks like, the lights went out. It might just work for them. Let's see. This race has now became a fuel number race for them moving forward.
It is for them, but the problem is it isn't for anyone else. And everybody else will be going absolutely guns blazing here. So pace car lights are off here, Nolan. In terms of aggression levels, what are we about to see? Are people going to realise and remember the fact that there's still 49 laps to go here? Or are we going to see some real aggression in these opening moments?
Depends on where you are in the field. If you're one of the leaders that you're going to be able to break away easily, then you're not going to have anything to worry about. If you're one of the guys, though, that had some bad luck early on, and that saw you lose a bunch of spots, now's your time to make all that time back up again. So these guys are going to have to get themselves sorted really, really quickly as we get set to exit Jute Cell for the final time before we go green flag racing.
Up the hill and towards the start-finish line they go again. Before long, Pedro Berger will be back in control of the field, and hopefully we will see a little bit of a calmer start, a calmer restart than what we saw on the official start of this race. Of course, single file restarts, we don't need to artificially put them side by side. They'll probably be side by side by the first corner anyway, so we'll wait and see how that pans out. Pace car pulls in, and Pedro Berger now in control of the field for Maniti Racing. He's going to hold them for a bit longer, and then he's going to go. Just Payment Esports not really quite aware of what was going on there, and in the background, everybody fans out massively. There was probably 1 or 2 jumps in there, maybe. We'll see what Race Control have got to say about it. Top 5 or 6 go through single file. Then we do get a bit of side-by-side between a few, but it is a clean start for the Porsche Cup cars. You can see the huge-ass McLaren there infiltrating the Porsche Cup field just a little bit there and getting themselves up towards the top few positions as 5-Star Motorsport have got themselves off the road. I believe they have been off the road at some point. They were spun at the back of the field, Nolan, by the looks of things, on that safety car restart. There they are recovering.
It was the 198 that ran them over, up and over the hill. You saw it there. The 198 jumped the start and just ran over the 155, spinning them around as a result. We'll try to get another look at this one. Everybody was kind of checking up deeper in the field on this one, so that caused a bit of confusion as drivers weren't quite sure where to go. And there was the hit that sent 5-Star Motorsports around and got collected as well. On top of that, there was another jump start where the 150 Eclipse Racing Team Mercedes ran over the Olympus Esports 221 touring car, destroying their machine.
Yeah, here it is. This is on board with Chris Wally there in the Eclipse Racing Team Mercedes. And I don't know whether he believes that they've already gone or quite what is going on. But clearly, he's going to run. There it is. Oh, Olympus Esports. Yeah, there it is. And the Audi with damage now as a result of that. Just trying to get the jump as best as possible. And unfortunately went straight into the back of the Audi just up in front of them. Down towards turn number 1 for them again as we got side by side for RPC Esports with Visceral, one of those who came in. Still the first of those who came in. Or the 2 Visceral Esports cars side by side with RPC on the very outside line here now. Inside for turn 5, but it is going to give them the outside at Ferradura once again. Geodesic watch on from behind. They're going to try and get involved here as well. Not able to, as the Stuck Sims Visceral just have to swing wide, and then they'll defend going towards turn 8 here. On this occasion, it's a good battle, but it's only helping Lorenzo, those guys up in front, because the 2 Viscerals now are 6 seconds from the lead already.
Yeah, they're breaking away a little bit right now. Even I think Pedro is kind of doing his best to try to break away from the glitch payment as well. But this is important, you know. The one thing you really don't want to be is like gauging yourselves in battles and losing small amounts of time with this restarted. You really want to be competitive if you really are looking for a podium spot. But then again, everything can change whenever traffic gets on way in about like 6-7 laps time. So we still have to see how this is going to play out in terms of how aggressive guys want to be, like I said, out of the gate.
Yeah, here it is into turn number 1. Fastest lap of the race so far, by the way, for Maniti Racing. The first team into the 32s on that most recent lap time. Unbelievable pace from Pedro Berger at the moment. He's already pulled a near 2-second lead to Kevin Crosty right now. The battle for the lead in sport is now 6 strong with the huge-ass Geodesic and Huizenfeld cars we had before. German Sim Racing and Torque Freak Racing have brought their battle into the top 6 now, along with Deutsche Payment Interceptor, who have got themselves involved for the first time today as well. You can just see them with Fiercely Forward and Eclipse Racing Team hanging on from behind. The others on the lead lap there, and there are 6 more GT4s on this lead lap. Got caught up behind a number of the TCRs on the restart, and that's why you can't see them in the background really at all. Speaking of the TCRs, 1.6 seconds is the gap that Brabham Esports have over Full Send and Team Huizenfeld, who are fighting over second place right now. It's really about battling your way through traffic when you're a TCR on one of these restarts, because Nolan, as we referred to earlier on, the Sport and TCR category cars do start these races, or these restarts I should say, with mixed categories. They do mix them up, as opposed to the Cup cars that do get free reign at the front of the field.
still got a lot of this traffic trying to sort themselves out in the middle of your Sport and TCR fields. The Cup cars clear by several seconds. As a result, you're right on board with Fabian Siegman for Team Hohensteinfeld, the one right behind the Full Send Racing machine, just up in front of them in the 285. And the Veloster doing a good job of just trying to hold on for the time being while Siegman tucks in right behind with that draft up and over the hill in the run down in towards the start-finish straight. I think now that we've escaped those initial couple of laps, we should be smooth sailing once again in your 700 kilometers of Interlagos.
Inside line for SimCity Racing, that is, on Full Send. Side by side they're going to remain. Siegman's going to benefit from this, although he will have to tuck round the outside through turn 3 as well now. The UDAS Mercedes will have to come through as well. It's going to be free wide briefly, and the 2 Impulse cars are going to be right onto this as well. Free wide they go, but the TCRs don't really have anywhere to go in terms of making a move, and diving down the inside of everybody here is Impulse Racing. Free wide, oh dear, through turn 4. That was very wide from Full Send Racing because they were forced out there basically due to the circumstances around them. And somehow they still hold on to all of their positions, but Hoisingveld are not going to be very pleased about that at all as they're sandwiched by 2 Impulses. It's Miguel Freitas who's been able to get up into the top 3 now as a result of that, and the 222's going to try and come down here as well with Chris Shorter. He's on the outside though for turn 9, and so won't be able to get through there, Lorenzo. That was all very close indeed. Very nerve-wracking as well, you'd imagine, for all of those teams involved.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and the Impulse car just thinking this is like Black Friday. Calm down, Black Friday is next week. You don't try to go 2 for 1 and think this is gonna get away for free. But that was a smart move from them. He saw the opportunity, went for it. The 233 made the overtake, and now is going to try to benefit his sister car to try to make the overtake on Team Hoisingveld. The thing is, they're both giants in the TCR, so they know what they're doing. And it's going to be quite tricky. What might be the difference maker, though, apologies, might be the SRN car as Team Hoisingveld. Yeah, Hoisingveld around.
Oh dear, oh big damage here for Talk Freak Racing, and German Sim Racing have been involved as well as Team Hoisingveld. That's 3 of the 8 contenders in sport who have been involved in an incident here. It was German Sim Racing down the inside of turn 1. It's all well and good for now. Side by side, nice racing. Oh dear me. And oh goodness me. So side by side between German Sim Racing and Team Hoisingveld. And I don't think Hoisingveld gave German Sim Racing nearly enough room on the outside line there. The 2 of them got into contact, and Talk Freak Racing were innocent in that one, Nolan.
Couple of hard hits in that one. There was a Hoisingveld car going around, and there was 1 and then 2 hits. Hard shot, and caution is out. That is a direct cause of that incident. We have ourselves our second full course yellow. One of these cars had to pull off and stop, I'm pretty sure. It was at that point, yeah, I think you're correct, as on board, there's the first and there's the second huge hit, so he got hit twice.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that Team Hoisingveld have got the 100% blame from me there. Not giving enough room to German Sim Racing on the outside, who were going so well in that Aston Martin. But unfortunately, it's not going to be their day. As you can see there, Team Talk Freak Racing had to pull off to that marshal's post on the left-hand side there, and we need a safety car to recover that car now as well. So we are back under safety car again. This is almost to the letter, Lorenzo, what you were talking about earlier on about safety cars breeding safety cars, and it has happened exactly like that.
I know my tracks and I know my races. I'm not gonna even humble brag. I'm just gonna brag about this one. I know my races. But jokes aside, you know what this kind of does? This is the perfect yellow flag for Pedro, because he needed kind of this yellow flag. He's kind of like, he's going to be now equivalent in terms of fuels like everybody else. So he actually can go into the pit lane like a lap around the 130, 132, maybe, because everybody's going to take about a lap or 2 to try to actually negotiate themselves. There will be the first wave around, because there might be some cars in between the pace car and Pedro. So it's going to be that thing of like, this is a blessing in disguise.
It could be, but my worry is there's 43 laps to go as they just crossed the line right now. So Pedro Berger's still got 43 laps to go. If he comes in under this caution, he's going to be doing nearly 40 laps on a tank of fuel. I know we are still under caution and whatever, but he's going to be doing nearly 40 laps on a tank of fuel. If he stays out, and even if he does make it to a point where he can make it, his pit stop is going to be, I don't know, quite long. So I'm still not sure about their strategy here, Lorenzo, but I do agree this is the perfect situation that they could have found themselves in. There's not much, it couldn't have gone much better for them. But I'm still not convinced they can only make one more stop to the end.
I'm getting more convinced they're going to make one more stop, because now, even though he's still broken by the pace car, like I said, might be some cars after the pace car that are going to have to catch up. It's going to take about maybe a lap or two to try to organize everyone. And then once they come to the pit lane, it's going to be, I think, lap 124, 123. And you're going to have about 1 or 2 more laps additional for you to get the end of line penalties and everything. So whenever it's basically reorganized, you're getting what? Lap 125, 126 green flag. You only have to do 6 more laps, 6, 7 more laps. And I think he has that in his tank effectively. So if he has that and going to 131, 132, you can basically go into the pit lane, do the full fuel, the fuel stop, maybe get a tire in or something like that, and then bang out of the gates. You can might have to do some fuel saving, but you can fuel save 30, 31 laps without too much of a hassle. We've seen that before.
Well, you've changed my mind from a definitely not to a maybe, but I'm still not entirely convinced for Maniti Racing. They might be able to do it, and I always hesitate to write them off, especially in IVRA competition. But I just think it is a step too far for them on this occasion. Let's not forget that they are the only team in this field to have won a race around here in IVRA competition at all. Back in the GSI Endurance Series last season, Maniti Racing took a category, the GT3 Pro category as it was. Obviously don't have that anymore, but they took that one last time out. They are into the pit lane now, though. 42 laps to go. This is going to have to be a very long yellow flag period, Nolan, in my opinion, for them to be able to make 42 laps on a tank of fuel. Although then again, everybody else is going to have to pit once, and they'll only have to splash fuel. So, goodness knows what's going on at the minute. And whether their strategy is the right one, I've got no idea.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't like the longest fuel stint about 37 laps-ish, kind of around that period?
36.
36.
Oh, 36 maybe. I saw 35, but that was the one that Pascal Costa ran out of fuel in. So, maybe. I still don't think they can go all the way.
I think you're right. It depends on how long the safety car period is, but we know that these periods can be a bit longer depending on, how long it takes to get the EOL penalty sorted and how long it takes to get waiver rounds and all that sorted. It's not out of the question for this to extend out to the point where if he's clutching codes the whole time, he could theoretically make it to the end. It would be one massive stretch, though.
And here's another problem that I can see happening right now, Nolan, is the fact that he is going to be coming out in 13th place in this race. That's a lot of cars for him to have to overtake. I know they're all going to be packed up together. He's not exactly going to be at the end of the 40-car line like he might have been last season, but he is still at the end of a 13-car line, and that's going to take a lot of working through. And while he's doing that, the likes of Kevin Crosney and Niels van Handel are going to be able to get away.
And they certainly will. So it's always one of those very difficult things of, do you even want to try to risk it? I mean, he's in now. He is committed to that strategy. He's got to try to follow through with whatever he's got in mind now. It's going to be at least 40 laps to go when we take the flag. And I don't think the safety car is going to last that long. I don't think he'll get that lucky. I mean, goodness knows he could certainly try to pray for it and see if something comes about his way, but I don't think it's going to happen. He would need, I would think, a secondary safety car period after this one if he wanted to really get himself, set up for that strategy to work out for him.
Yeah, I think so. But then again, that opens up a whole can of worms of all the others being allowed to come in again. And if it's within those, 35 laps or so towards the end, I think if there's another caution after this one, then everybody will be in and everybody able to make it to the end. So it kind of neutralises everything. And that brings track position into play, which they don't have right now. So it's difficult. You can see they made a 50-second pit stop there, which does show that they were quite near towards, or they weren't quite exactly running on empty just yet. They didn't need the 5 seconds of fuel. They didn't have space in the tank for the extra 5 seconds of fuel there, so that's an interesting thing to note, as they do just make their way to the back of the train now. Another thing that has happened here under this caution as well here, Nolan, is Hugh Jass have been in with both of their cars. The Hugh Jass Blue Mercedes is not too much of a worry because they're down in 14th and they're 2 laps down on the class leader. But the Hugh Jass Gold car was being driven by Giovanni Romano, and they were leading. They're now all the way down, and even more of a disadvantage for them is the fact that, and why I think it's a bizarre call, is that look at how many TCRs that's put the McLaren behind. They really do have a lot of work to do now.
They certainly do, so it's going to be a hard run for them if they want to get themselves back up into contention of this thing. But if they can work their way through all those TCRs, they get lucky with another safety car period, there's still the possibility that they could make this one work and they could get themselves sorted for later on in this race. But again, you have to at this point get lucky. I think at this point a lot of the skill stuff has to turn into mostly a luck-based thing. Are you going to be lucky enough for where you catch the lap traffic? Are you going to be lucky enough to get potentially that one more safety car? Will these guys be lucky enough for this to go green for some guys on their strategies? There's too many factors at the moment that are really outside of these drivers' control at this point.
They certainly are. And it's not long to go at all. 40 laps when we get to the line. Pace car lights still on the top of the hour racing pace car for now. Just going off now, so we will go racing here, Lorenzo, with 40 laps to go. Just Payment Esports are currently leading. Trek Esports in second. Maniti Racing down in 13th with a lot of work to do. But this race is really hanging in the balance now. I mean, everybody has to come in again. But after all this, Lorenzo, I mean, Maniti Racing's pit stop is going to be the shortest. Their splash and dash at the end is going to be the shortest.
Yeah, it's going to be the shortest, but I don't think it's gonna come down on how they can quickly progress to the field, right? Because I don't think there will be anything specific, right, to them to do around the track, and they will cut the time short on everybody else just because they're doing a splash and dash. I think it will take something extra for them to come into the field and make those overtakes. Other than that, it's gonna basically come down on if we get another yellow flag, because they're gonna be racy. Here we go.
Here we go. Final corner with 40 laps to go. And it's going to be Just Payment Esports and Kevin Crosney in control of the field on this occasion. A really tense situation for all of these teams and drivers as we count down into the final hour of this race, count down towards the final pit stops that are going to be made in this race. The first of which is going to be made by RPC Esports or Just Payment Esports out towards the front. Into the home straight they come. The pace car will duck left, and Dutch Payment Esports, Kevin Crosney, will be in control of the field. The green flag is raised, it waves, and who is going to get the jump? Kevin Crosney with a nice start, but he's not gotten away too heavily ahead of Trek Esports and RPC Esports, who come in second and third. And then the rest of the field come in all side by side. There's Maniti Racing. And further behind in the sport category, it's a great start from Dutch Payment Esports there too. They take the lead in 2 categories. As John Budford tries to regain that one, Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing back down on the inside again. It's McLaren 1 and 2, but side by side for the win at the moment. Budford down the inside into turn 4. He's going to take that ahead of Dutch Payment Esports. Then it's going to be Eclipse Racing team here, Nolan. A great start from the McLarens to be 1 and 2 once again, and here's a replay.
A replay of something that occurred here potentially on the initial restart, as See a couple of cars checking up in the background, and this is how they took over the race lead here. There's the look. They just timed that perfectly. She took that around the outside before they even got back to the timing line.
Yeah, that was bizarre. Verging on a jump start, but I don't think it was. This was further behind in TCR as well, with Huysingveld, who are now second behind Impulse, Brabham down to fourth. This was all very messy. Oh my word. SRN have, jumped everyone there. That Impulse car is going very quickly as well.
Jeez.
What is going on here? Well, Brabham Esports are going to be pretty furious about that, I would imagine, Lorenzo, because they were going nowhere when the green flag was waved there, but whereas some behind, I think, anticipated the jump a little bit, like SRM Motorsports, for example, and Impulse Racing. I mean, the speed differences on these restarts are wild.
Yeah, this is because you have a long straight in. It's not. It isn't like Fuji where everybody kind of like it is on the straightaway. So it's a little bit more difficult for you to navigate. But look at Daniel Grote. Excuse me, coming through, and then the confusion starts right after. It's just pure chaos around the Brazilian track.
Yeah, I think Race Control are going to have a look at these restarts and think about a way to calm them down a little bit in terms of the jumping that's going on in the background. There's been a lot of it going on throughout this race, I have to say. Maniti Racing, there they are, back in what is still 13th place. Pedro Berger's not been able to gain any time here, Nolan, or gain any positions, I should say, and he's losing time. He's now 6.3 seconds behind Kevin Crosney. I know he's got a shorter pit stop, and he'll probably save more than 6 seconds in this pit stop. However, he can't continue to lose time at that kind of rate.
I agree. I mean, this is not the time you're losing time. This is the point where you have to be gaining time. You can't be, risking this when you've got less than 40 laps left to go in a 163-lap race. You have to take these moves as soon as you can. You might not get another chance at this point later on in this race. Now is the time to start to get aggressive. You can't afford to lay back. You know you're going to have to pit at least one more time. There's no point in getting all of this done now. You want to know something else? This last time by, every single driver here in your top grouping here of the Cup cars, they set some of their personal best laps of the race. Almost every single one universally.
Yep, Kevin Crosney did his best lap time, so did Niels van Handel, Thomas Wagner, Renzo Udenbroek, all of them. We saw it for Alpine Stars Geodetic as well. The conditions, they're cooling down and becoming a little bit more favourable as Maniti Racing make their way up to 12th position right now. Getting past WS Racing Esports and Noah Chiller, who is now at the wheel of that one for the end of this race. Here it is in TCR, side by side for the lead, in between Impulse and Huysingveld. Chris Shorter versus Fabian Siegmann. There they go, Siegmann's on the outside line. He has been given the room, and that would get him the inside eventually for Ferradura, but he's not going to be able to do it there, Lorenzo. The TCR fight now becoming a top three with two Impulses and a Huysingveld as well, as Impulse make their way right around the outside in the 2-3-3.
Oh, and they kind of get shoved out by the huge-ass GT4 right at the exit of Laranjinha, but now huge-ass kind of like blocked out and see what the lines that McLaren 750 570 SGT4 rather is going to do to try to maintain also the status quo between the cars, but we still have to see if I think Chris Shorter's car, the 222, is going to get any penalties for jumping the gun on the restart or something like that. And so everything's still pending because that restart, like we said about 2 minutes ago, was very, very confusing and hectic.
Certainly was. And that's Giovanni Romano, by the way, making his way through these TCRs, which has really slowed his progress in these few moments. He's a good 10-15 seconds from the lead already. I know his pit stop, once again, his pit stop is going to be shorter than his rivals, but he's so far behind now, you wonder if it's going to matter at all. There has been a change for second in Sport as well, as Eclipse Racing team get their way up ahead of Team Huysingveld, ahead of Joyce Payment. Team Huysingveld have also managed that, and so after taking that lead, the Just Payment McLaren is down to 4th place. German Sim Racing, after their most recent incident with Team Huysingveld and Torque Freak Racing, are still up there, still inside the top 5 in their Aston Martin as well, which is fantastic to see for a manufacturer that struggled so much in the first race at Fuji here, Nolan. But side by side for second, it's allowing Geodesic to get away first of all, but it's really backing up this group, and it's really getting very messy now.
There's such a massive cluster of cars from second on back, and it's not going to take long before one of them is sent careening into a barrier somewhere at this point in time. These guys are not careful. You've still got Alpine-Star Geodesic Racing headed up the field with guys like Hoytingveld, 5-star, and more all tucked in behind them. Everybody's trying to find some way to get on through, and at the moment Eclipse heads up second place. Will it be that way for long though, as Team Hoytingveld closing into the back end for second place. The Deutsche Pavement McLaren looking for third, pulls out, commits to the dive, and they're going to be side by side for the third position down to the turn number 1, out through the Senna S, and around turn 3, Curva de Sol down to the Loretta Oposta straight towards the Cita del Lago, and no move able to be made for third. Gonna try for it again though, down the straightaway, and it's a block from the Mercedes now, down that back straightaway as well, as alongside them, here comes the German Sim Racing Aston Martin, who's now gonna go on the offensive around the outside.
Not able to, going to be shoved out wide there, and so can't hang on to, into 6 and 7, that was close. The McLaren covers it off, and outside line now, contact with one of the cars on the outside. That's Sapphire Simsport, and Isaac Barkley, who all of a sudden is right involved in this. We've not seen them all day. German Sim Racing back down the inside again into turn 8. That was a big slide from a couple of the Mercedes behind as well, but the Aston Martin is not able to get through up into 4th place again, so they will have to stay behind Patrick Pierce, that is, at the wheel of the black and green Aston Martin just for the moment. This is a very entertaining restart, I've got to say, in Sport and TCR especially. The guys in the Porsche Cup category, by the way, are taking things a lot more calmly than we're seeing back here. All the entertainment is back here, Lorenzo, and that's a change to what we've seen throughout the day, where the Porsche Cup cars have been providing the entertainment for the most part.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, but also I think it is the most dangerous one, because we saw the issue was actually the yellow flag was caused because of the GT4s. So the sport category also might be on the spotlight, but it has to be on the spotlight for the right reason. They're providing good action, but it has to be consistent during their stint right now, the second to last stint. So let's see how racing they're going to be, because everything, I think, if we continue to go under green, is going to be decided by how the traffic plays out whenever the peak cups reach before the pit stop.
Absolutely, it's a very interesting one here in Sport. John Butterfield has been able to get away here. He's got 4 seconds over Chris Wally just in behind. And the rest of them are all in this fight for second, basically. Eclipse Racing Team heading it, followed by Team Hoytingveld. Then it's just Payment Esports and German Sim Racing. Your top 5 in this GT4 category. 34 laps to go when they get to the line. It's worth noting here, Nolan, that lap traffic will be upon us again very soon. The Porsche Cup cars will be onto the back of the lead of the TCRs and GT4s very soon, and they're fighting amongst themselves. Niels van Handel holds on to second, but only for now.
And going to be taking that one around the outside line then, as well as the TCR traffic continues to dice it out amongst themselves. We continue to watch these battles develop, as one of them wide and almost off the track on the left-hand side, down towards Jutso here, as we continue to work our way through the final quarter of this race. Team Hoytingveld still hanging on for second place against Impulse Racing's 233. That Impulse Racing car has had some better days, especially when that one held up his Impulse Racing teammate and Cup and cost him the lead. Now he's trying to make it, though, an Impulse 1-2 in the TCR category. Can't get there, though, as one of the Mercedes-AMG GT4s dices through.
And once again, Hoytingveld, after playing the strategies through the caution periods, are right up there at the end of a race once again. Outside line for German Sim Racing. On just payment now. Can they do it? Well, they're very wide, but they'll have the inside for Ferradura, quite possibly not quite, as Team Hoytingveld have to battle side by side with Sapphire Simsport and Tedline Esports as well into 6 and 7. Outside line there for Miguel Limon, who's now at the wheel there. That was close. And once again, not able to do it. Limon back down the inside. A big dive from him on Danic. Will it work? Well, it won't into 8, and he'll have the outside at 9, so probably gives up on that one. Once again, the battle for second in GT4 in this sport category. So interesting. Kind of bizarre though, Lorenzo, to see Huizenveld drop from 3rd like a stone to 6th place in one move there. Not quite sure what happened.
I don't know if tires could be aligned because of this, you know, even if there's any tire strategies or tire differences in terms of wear between the cars, because right now we're reaching a point of the race where the tires are at its quotas. So there might be some slight difference in terms of the tire strategies now into these final stints. Here comes GSR, but no, something else going on.
RPC through with Thomas Wagner into 2nd place, ahead of Niels van Handel there to drop down to 3rd place. Alpine Stars Geodesic, the first of those who came in under a yellow flag, who is in the order right now. Esports have been able to get through on Huizenveld finally. Oh, it's SimCity Racing that come and join the party now as well. They're on the outside line. SRM Motorsports McLaren as well. Wonder if this is 4th position for them. It is indeed. Outside line. Oh dear, around goes the SimCity Racing car. Well, not quite all the way around, but certainly off the road for Kevin Carlisle, who drops down to 8th place. That was all a bit silly. We'll see what happens here, Nolan, side by side between everybody into turn 4.
Side by side in multiple instances, so we'll see what happened to Kevin Carlisle for SimCity Racing. Oh, bit of contact, forced him onto the grass, and that's what sent the 171 wide. Good save, though, from Carlisle. Wrestled that car back under control, but that's going to be one for the stewards for sure, as can't be argued there at all that he was given enough space, considering he was forced to break on the grass.
Absolutely. Well, Lorenzo, unfortunately, you're going to have to leave us now in the next few moments, but just look at this. I mean, what an amazing race we're seeing, and what a finale we're going to get here. Yeah,
you guys are going to get a really good finale going on, even with the pit stop and then the traffic in about a few laps time. So it's going to get hectic. It's going to get crazy. Really want to see if Manini's bold strategy of pitting on the 2nd cycle of pit stops during yellow flags is actually going to work out. But the P-Cups, man, they're starting to get more battling now, and so far RPC's are having a good time, and it looks like Deutsche Payment is loving this issue right now with the cars battling for position, but everything can like break down in the next few laps whenever those traffics and potential yellow flags come out, as you can see right now on the screen.
Absolutely, this is absolutely fascinating. Track Esports certainly seem to be the cork in the bottle right now, though. We've seen this with RPC Esports, who, after getting through, have gotten away. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing going to try and do the same as well. It looks like they're going to be able to. Aztec Sim Sports Visceral cannot afford this to happen, and so they're going to try and go through now as Trek hold the middle of the road. It's going to be a switch from the outside to the inside, and here come Visceral now with both of their cars trying to get through. Renzo Uhlenbrook going to do it first, side by side into turn 1, can't do it, but will around the outside into 2. Oh, it's a slide for Trek. They get things wrong. It could have gone badly wrong for everybody behind as well, but in the end, it was only the 33 that went sideways, and unfortunately for them, they lose 5 places as a result.
This is definitely getting a bit more antsy than I think these drivers have bargained for you, and as we now continue to get our way now into the final 30 laps or so in just a little while, all your Cup cars tucked up together, and just as if it was the first lap of the race when we're already now 30 laps in. This is exactly what you want to see, though. You want to see racing like this. You want to see these guys, you know, having to beat and bang for these positions. I love this stuff. I love it when, you know, it gets aggressive like this. One of the Aston Martins for German Sim Racing is in. That's Patrick Prius. That's one thing we haven't had the chance to talk about a lot. There have been pit stops underway for a good chunk of the guys in your sport field at the moment, particularly the guys that didn't pit under our safety cars.
Fiercely Forward and Eclipse Racing Team have both been in. Fiercely Forward's pit stop was well shorter than Eclipse Racing Team's. Don't know why. May have been a tyre difference there, but either way. But yeah, I think actually there definitely was. No tyres taken maybe by Fiercely Forward, not entirely sure. Some came in, as you mentioned there, under the safety cars. Some didn't. And so there's a big differences here as we're nearly 3 wide into turn 1 again. It's the two visceral teammates now side by side between Uhlenbrook and Vince Peters, who's now found his way through in the red of the two visceral cars. But unfortunately for Uhlenbrook, he loses out to Francesco Lamana as well in the Sabel Esports IVRA car. So that's not ideal for Aztec Central officials. Patrick Hingston is now involved for ATRS Esports right now as well. It is an all-out fight between now and the end, between all of these drivers who are still ages away from a pit stop. Trek Esports are in right now. That's not unexpected. Just Payment and RPC Esports are going to have to be in soon, but at least 10 laps after that, these drivers will be in. They've got a long time with each other just yet.
HRC Esports getting the nose chopped off a little bit as they exit out at the top of Bigo de Ponto, down through Mergulo and down into Jutsu now as we continue to look back as these guys have to now struggle through TCR traffic. This is where we saw a lot of the early incidents starting to come from, was when these cup cars hit the touring car traffic. Can they work their way through successfully though this time around? Look at the switchback and 3 wide on the exit of Jutsu. Now up the hill. Where did that move come from as we go into a drag race up the hill?
Vince Peters with a great cutback there as it's nearly 3 wide again, going past the TCR leaders now. Here they come. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing have lost out there in that 3rd place, but they'll pull to the outside again. Sabel Esports trying to get there involved as well. They're half defending themselves, half attacking on the front of the field at the moment. They're going to have the outside at 2. They could swing all the way around here, and maybe Geodesic are going to be shuffled right the way back right now. Michael Kolicic has had a good start to this restart, but it's not going well anymore. Sabel cut right across the visceral car and ATRS Esports of Patrick Kingston as well, as around the outside goes Geodesic, trying to hold on to the place again. Through 4 and 5, it's a big slide for the number 62. They're going to have the inside for 6 and 7 as well, and it looks like they are at least going to hold on to this place, but they've been shuffled back quite a lot in the last few moments as Maniti go off in front of them. It will allow this battle to continue on into the middle sector.
And still side by side as we go back down the hill, crossing over left, right, front, and center. Everywhere you look as they bang doors again. Back up the hill, a lockup, and another crossover. This is absolutely legendary here. Out of the hairpins, down now into Jutsu once more, and we'll get set to race it up to the Sobedados boxes as it'll be down that straightaway with a couple of kinks in it. I think finally these guys have got enough space between them where they can finally take a breather. Not that Painterberger's going to want to, as he's going to look to get around that of Patrick Hingston right up in front of him.
Exactly, Pedro Berger is here again, and he's on the inside as here he goes. He switches from the outside to the inside, late on the brakes, and Patrick Hingston can't hold on here, can he surely? Inside line at 2, and Berger going to give him a lot of space just to make sure that nothing goes untoward happens there between them. The TCR leading battle, by the way, is happening just up in front of these guys. Fabian Siegman has just taken that lead away as they're about to get lapped by the Cup now here as well. This is absolutely fascinating right now. A lot happening in sport as well, but there's a lot of pit stops to happen there. So everybody out of position just a little bit. Just Payment have also been in from the lead of the race. Sasha Engelhardt now at the wheel of that one for the final stint in this race, for the final 28 laps. It remains to be seen where they end up, because after all, Just Payment had a huge lead when they came into the pit lane there.
Goodness gracious, it just doesn't end, and I think finally Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing again can breathe for all of about 3 seconds or so. Then he's going to have to get himself sorted again, because he's going to be right back under fire, having to go the long way around the Impulse Racing TCR. Well, all the while, oh my gosh, is again 3 wide, and this time it's the touring car to be pushed out, and the Porsche Cup car that shoved him out, just losing all the time in the world. And Impulse Racing clearly not terribly pleased with how Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing worked their way through, but the 2 touring car teammates now able to work together.
No, Chris Shorter flashing the lights there at, well, everyone, and making sure that they know he was unhappy with that one, and you can't blame him. That was not a particularly great move. There, you've got to say. Isaac Barkley, by the way, may have been off here. Oh, no, sorry, he's in the pit lane. That explains a lot. He's in the pit lane right now with Kevin Carlisle as well.
But he's technically off.
I guess so. But yeah, that's why he's dropping down the order. Nothing untoward has happened. Tedline Racing are now leading this one. Mehal Limon, then it is SRM Motorsports, Hughes Gold, and then 5-Star Motorsport. Right now, the first of those to be able to make it to the end right now is John Butford. He's just gotten through Alvar Gomez, who's at the wheel of Fiercely Forward, and you would expect that in that Porsche right now that was briefly leading those who had pitted, you'd expect the fact that it's not taken tyres is really going to make it suffer over these final 27 laps.
We look back towards a slightly calmer battle in the field in your sport class with the McLaren 570S GT4 trying to close in on our good friends in the Mercedes-AMG GT4. This is where the action is, of course, at the moment as they race it down back over the hill. This is the fight for 4th, 5th, and 6th at the moment. I believe you're right on board with the versus second place drivers. This is the fight for the lead here on board with Vince Peters in the Ace Sim Sports Visceral machine as he's going to try to close on into the RPC Esports driven by Tommy Wangan at the moment. Has to work around sport traffic, but look at the run that he's got as a result. He could easily have a move down at the seat of Interlagos if he wants to.
Well, Vince Peters has been so smart through traffic so far in this race. He's going to lift off and allow Thomas Wagner to continue on in the lead here for now. But the positions he's getting himself into to run through traffic are quite extraordinary, as now he's going to look to the outside again. There's going to be an SRN in the way here, and so they're going to have to tuck in. But he's really applying the pressure now, is Vince Peters. Thomas Wagner going to be in very soon, by the way. It's been quite a long time since we saw that car down pit lane. This is his 37th lap of this stint. There's been 2 safety cars contained within that. So that's why you can. That's why he's going so far here for RPC Esports. But either way, Vince Peters is in a real strong position. He's going to have the shortest pit stop of anyone, apart from Pedro Berger, who he needs to continue to get away from.
Hard on the brakes for Junso, and now up over the hill. It is an unobstructed run from here down towards turn number 1. Nothing standing between Vince Peters and going for the lead. Will he make the move, though, down into the first corner? We are still waiting to see if these guys will pit again. Their last pit on lap 99, and sure enough, there it is. Wangan is into pit road, giving the race lead up to Vince Peters, who's on side with Koholic, Ulium Brock, and others. Wangan was the driver furthest off cycle, and we talked about how he was the one that had to hope for a very long safety car, or just a secondary safety car period. It didn't come, though, and now he's back down into the pits.
Is the fight for 4th place. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing versus Visceral Esports. Sorry, it's 3rd now, isn't it? Because LPC have just come in. And so we're very much getting up towards the front with these drivers who, don't have long stops to make here. So Visceral Esports with both of their cars, Alpine Stars Geodesic and ATRS, have the same length of pit stops remaining in this race. Maniti have a shorter one than that. But of those who have been in and will be going to the end here, WS Racing could well be the first of them. Now, I'm not entirely sure how that might have taken place, but they are currently. And RPC Esports have ended up miles back. So have the likes of Just Payment, who are now down in 10th. Trek Esports are 9th. And most of the drivers we thought were going to do well earlier are now way outside the top 5. But either way, this is the fight for 2nd place. Renzo Uhlenbrook is trying to make his way through here. Not expecting these drivers to come in for a little while yet, but they could do it. And Geodesic are doing it. Clearly wanting here to cover off those who have already stopped.
Still nose to tail in your sport class as we now have 24 laps left to go. The fight for 2nd still on. It's currently Visceral Esports 1-2. The number 1 car in the lead, the number 2 car down in second. HRC Esports trying to disrupt that as they are within 0.4 of a second for third place. And right behind them, Maniti Racing's Pedro Berger trying to once more close up onto the gap. So you've still got 3 different drivers that all have the ability here to take a third and a second place. They're a bit split apart for now, but as they start to catch up to some more sport traffic, won't be long before this gap starts to close back down.
So the top 3 in, well, maybe even the top 4 in terms of those who have already stopped for the Cup category may not have pitted, may not have taken tyres at their start. It's hard to tell, but I don't think WS Racing certainly haven't. They're going a little bit slower right now. So are all of the top 4, but so's everybody at this stage. Because of the amount of battles that are going on, and the amount of time that costs you, you're seeing a lot of people just losing a lot of time. In terms of the sport category, it's a little bit simpler now, with the Huge Ass Gold car out the pit lane. They're in front of Sapphire, Simsport and Geodesic and all of those drivers, but they haven't taken tyres, whereas some of those behind have. So John Butchford's got a bit of a chase on right now to try and catch Giovanni Romano and potentially some others as well, depending on where this car comes out for SRI Motorsports and where the 5-star Motorsport car comes out, which is there. That's Leon Erger. Although Giovanni Romano is already ahead of them, so I think the others behind are going to be okay. It also depends on Michal Limon as well. In the TCRs, we've already seen Chris Shorter in for his final stop of the race. We're still waiting for Siegmann, Freitas and Siad Norris to come in. Pedline Racing are now in for TCR. Then things will be a little bit simpler down there, but for the moment this race is just absolutely everywhere. But it is absolutely fascinating, a gripping race. And I was disappointed, I've got to say, Nolan, earlier when I saw the cautions come out. I wanted to see how the race would have gone clean and green, but this, since we've had the restarts, it's been absolutely 5-star entertainment from those moments, and the last 40 laps or so have really flew past.
They certainly have. I mean, this race has just blitzed on by, especially in the last little while. Like, it seemed like it really settled on down, but now, you know, we're talking about, you know, this race entering its end game here as Tedline Racing going to make its way back out of pit road in the number 9 position in your TCR category. But you mentioned before, I mean, this race has flown by, and you're absolutely correct. I mean, this race has shown no signs of stopping anytime soon, as looks like a trade in hands, possibly for third. Thought there might have been, as you'd see Maniti Racing make a look to get up the inside of ATR as Esports. They had gone a bit wide off the track, right out of the Curva du Sol. Didn't end up coming anything out of that move, though. I think it was more Maniti just trying to give them some room to rejoin in case they slowed up.
Yeah, we're waiting for pit stops there from Vince Peters, Renzo Uhlenbrook, and also Patrick Hingston as well. They will all be in, I think, before 15 laps to go, and then about 10 laps after that, we'll see Maniti Racing in. In sport, the Huge Ass Gold car is in the net race lead because they have pitted and they've come out in the lead ahead of Isaac Barkley, who is in second there, but I believe has new tyres on. Maybe, I don't know. Certainly John Butchford does. He's in fourth, but that's net third. There he is in the McLaren. Then we've got 5-star Motorsport, Leon Erger. And then German Sim Racing. Down in TCR, Impulse Racing and Team Huisingveld are still having that battle between them. But they're 30 seconds apart right now, waiting for Miguel Freitas to come in and make his final stop. But I think there comes Siegmann actually out the pit lane. He's a good 9.5 seconds ahead of Chris Shorter. I think Team Huisingveld have got a real golden opportunity, an open goal here, maybe even, to maybe take this race win and take 2 race wins in a row, which is remarkable in such a topsy-turvy and unpredictable category.
the possibility is certainly there. And again, wouldn't it be something to see them being able to take a race win like this? I mean, it's not very often that you see that sort of thing, especially coming about in the manner that it has today. But I doubt they're going to be complaining about that. I mean, hey, it's a win. A win's a win no matter how you get it. Just take it and be happy with it. They're going to be able to have themselves a pretty solid race. They can kind of back off a bit. They don't have to push it all too hard. They can afford to hang back just a touch. Drivers that can't afford to hang back, though, this ongoing fight from second through fourth that just got checked up by more Alpine Geodesic Racing TCR traffic.
Around the outside for Uhlenbrook there, and he's done it. We'll see if Hingston can do the same as well. Into Junkiao, oh dear, close. And he's going to get a poor run as well. Pedro Berger might have his chance now. He might have his chance to get up to third. Let's see if he can use it. Using the slipstream on the ATRS Esports car up in front. They could well bail into the pit lane here, but there's a TCR on the inside, so they won't be able to, even if they wanted to. Hickston's going to be on the inside line. Are we going to see a switch from Pedro Berger from the outside to the inside? We aren't. He's going to stay behind with 20 laps to go right now. It's a bit of a waiting game for Berger to see those top three in front of him come in, and then he really has to open the taps and he has to absolutely go for it when he gets clean air there.
He is being remarkably patient in how he is going about making this pass work. He is making sure that he is taking no unnecessary risks, and he wants to make sure that if he's going to go for the move, he can 100% guarantee get it done and seal by the time they get around to the next corner. He doesn't want to waste time fighting it out with ATRs, if at all he can help it, because he knows that the more he does this, the more it allows for the Visceral Esports car ahead of them to pull away with that second position. The only point when I really think he's going to start being aggressive and slowing these guys down by going side by side, if he has to make it a pass over several corners, would be if we get within like 10 laps to go.
Yeah. And we are not far from that point, to be fair, so who knows. Down the hill through 11 as the leader in TCR comes in, Miguel Freitas. Somehow it's going to have to be a miracle for them to come out ahead of Team Huizinveld here. Fabian Siegmann is far too close, surely. Unless there's a really short fuel for Impulse. They're going to be out in second and third, I think. And here comes Miguel Freitas. Here comes Fabian Siegmann. Well, it's not that big of a margin. Miguel Freitas is not that far behind, but that's certainly a margin that Fabian Siegmann might well be able to nurse home to the very end to take 2 race wins in a row for the reigning champions Team Huizinveld.
Out of pit road goes Impulse Racing's Audi, as we will once again head down the Rita Aposta straight. 19 laps remaining.
Just seen Michal Limon in as well here from the lead in sport, which is an important one. Giovanni Romano about to take the lead there, and I think he can make it to the end. I'm very sure he can make it to the end. He's not long been in at Giovanni Romano, so Michal Limon is going to lose the lead here. It really depends where he ends up afterwards. He's on his way now. He's behind Romano. He'll be behind John Butfer and Isaac Barkley, who have just changed their positions. Butfer has just gotten through there, and Limon's got a stop and go to make as well. Especially painful now for that Mercedes. That was a big slide from Isaac Barkley, who certainly doesn't have tyres on. I don't think Romano does either, but he was in under the most recent yellow, so they won't be too old. The gap is just under 8 seconds, and it's basically Romano versus Butfer for the race win. Here at Interlagos, it's between those two, surely now.
Just thinking about how this strategy is going to continue to develop as time goes along here. I mean, at the moment, I'm kind of looking at the last laps when drivers came on down to pit, and for pretty much everybody in your sport category, it does look as though they should be able to make it to the end of the race from here. It's really the top 3 at the moment in the Cup class that I've got question marks over, but particularly the top 2. I mean, Patrick Hingston just came down to pit from ATRS Esports, so he gave up that 3rd position to Pedro Berger. The 2 Visceral cars, they last pitted on lap 111. They're rounding lap 145 right now. there's no way they're going to be making it to the end. So the question is, where are they going to come out in all of this?
Yeah, there's only 3 cars in the entire field now to come in, but where is Patrick Hinson going to come out here? He has had 34 seconds in the box there, and he's out on his way now, but he will be behind Sabelt and Orion. He'll be down in 7th here. The first car to pit and make it to the end from here is WS Racing Esports and Noah Chiller, but Francesco Lamanna is gaining on him, so's Greg Salmons. 2 seconds is the margin. What a bizarre, in some ways, race this has been, but a very royally entertaining one indeed. Pedro Berger, by the way, is only, 37 seconds ahead of these guys? I don't know. Maniti Racing might well come out ahead of WS Racing here, but we'll wait and see. We're still going to wait for Aztec Simsports Visceral to come in, but there's so many unknowns. Even with only 17 laps to go, there are so many things we don't know about the end of this race just yet. It could be so entertaining indeed as we see this fight going on between the likes of 5-Star Motorsport and Sapphire Simsport. That's Leon Erger getting through, and Isaac Barkley and Patrick Prios trying to do the same. Oh,
A little bit of a hip check back there in the fight for 3rd place in your sport category with 5-Star Motorsports, German Sim Racing, and Sapphire Simsport now all under a blanket as side-by-side, particularly for 4th and 5th at the moment, with Sapphire to the inside, the German Sim Racing Aston Martin to the outside, down through Mergulo and in towards Junso here. 5-Star still hangs on. Got a couple of cup cars in the background that are going to be trying to dice their way through, but they're being patient. They're waiting around until this main straight where they'll be able to have a better run to get themselves sorted. You see the Aston Martin taking a tighter line, trying to force some of this cup car traffic around of the long way, while trying to himself to take a shorter line to get the drafting run on his opponent in front of them. This is allowing 5-Star to pull away a bit, making the look, and no move made for 4th place down to the turn 1.
Yeah, 5-Star should be able to get away from Isaac Barkley here, but it's just a case of whether the Aston Martin can get through. Oh, they will do now, but there's contact beforehand. Isaac Barkley goes around. Those old tyres starting to really serve him badly. Fiercely Forward will also go through. They're right in the middle of the road, and they have to avoid behind, trying to get back going again without causing a real problem for anyone. And I think, oh dear me, they're just about going to manage it. But those old tyres for Isaac Barkley catching up with him, and he's still got 16 laps to go. That's not going to be a nice car to drive to the end.
Taking a look at the replay. Was this by himself or was there contact down to the turn 2? Too much grass. That was an unforced error. Clipped the grass, and with those old tires, that was all she rode. And the Aston Martin for German Sim Racing going to escape that relatively unscathed. We'll get a look on board. I'm curious to see how hard a hit this was. It didn't look all that bad. We'll get a glance here, though. A little bit of a tap there. It got a bit slowed up, but I think they'll be able to escape that without too much that'll impact their performance.
Yeah, I think they'll be all right. They should be okay after that one, and I hope so. I would love to see the Aston Martin having a good day out there, and the Porsche as well. All 4 manufacturers in GT4 up there inside the top 5 after what we saw at Fuji with Mercedes everywhere. McLaren's up there as well, and the Aston Martin's Porsche is absolutely nowhere. It's absolutely absolutely refreshing to see, I should say. So, here's Trek Esports. They're down in 10th at the moment as Visceral Esports come in with Vince Peters. This is a replay, and this is why we're seeing Trek Esports. Oh my goodness! Big contact with the wall after contact with Olympus Esports Audi, and it just looked like Jim Hertroy's there just came across on the Audi.
He was lucky that he didn't find himself out of the race as a result of that one. That was a huge impact. Yeah, the Audi had nothing he could do there. That was Trek Esports just clumsily trying to clear himself head on into the tire bundles. Yeah, very, very lucky that that car was even able to still drive. I know there's quite a few cars that probably wouldn't be so lucky in that instance. We've also had a car sideways somewhere on the racetrack. It's the 15th place runner of, I think, your TCR category at the moment. It is the Archer Brothers machine, the 115, who is currently off course.
Certainly. Oh dear.
That might be a safety car if he sits there for too long.
My goodness me. 15 laps to go here at Interlagos. Are we about to see another safety car thrown for the Archer Brothers Esports Porsche? Stopped on the exit of the Bico de Prato. A corner that's seen so much drama in recent years could be about to see some more, and the safety car is called. Yellow flags waved. We are under caution for the third time today. We'll get a replay as to what has happened. They just kind of pull off here to the right-hand side.
Looked like he recovered from a spin.
Well, let's see. This is turn 8. Liam Matthews at the wheel. All looks well through turn 9. Are we about to get a little bit... the engine. The engine's gone.
Right there.
Just on the exit there of turn 9, the engine's gone, and all of a sudden we have a totally different race situation on our hands.
It's actually interesting. That happened as well to one of the touring cars earlier on in this race to bring us under our first safety car period of the night. Remember? I mean, literally the exact same place.
Well, slightly further around. I thought it was on the run down towards Junkao, or was that the second one?
It was. The motor for that touring car expired in the middle of turn 10, and it coasted its way down the hill and parked by the exit of Junsao. Obviously, the Mercedes or the Porsche there couldn't do the same.
They're very similar. But yeah, I just wanted to say, by the way, before we got to that, the Aztec SimSports Visceral cars both came in there for a splash and dash. They managed to get out ahead of WS Racing Esports. So they were net leaders, or they were the first of those who could make it to the end. Only Maniti now have to stop. But who is going to stop here? Because they know that Pedro Berger's going to come in. He's going to take a splash of fuel. He might take tyres as well. Does that encourage anybody else to come into the pit lane, or is everybody going to stay out and put Pedro Berger down in 13th place?
Well, don't forget as well, is this race even going to go back green? I mean, this is really close at the end of this race. Well, I mean, usual safety car periods are around like 3-4 laps, give or take. The IVRA pace laps, though, we've seen them sometimes go over 20 laps before.
We have seen long ones in the past, but I think we're going to be absolutely fine for going back green again. There's no doubt in my mind, but you're right, it's going to be less than 10 laps to go in the race, in which case track position becomes a lot more important than it has been previously in this race.
At least the good thing is all the cars that were eligible for wave rounds were relatively close to the head of the pacing line, so they're all able to get waved around very, very quickly. That in turn is going to allow pit road to open up sooner, which in turn is going to allow us to go back green sooner. So that's the good news that we have here. Now it's a question of waiting until pit road is open, which is not going to be this time around. But Maniti's pitting anyway. They didn't have enough fuel to make it around.
Wow.
They just said, the reminder, pit road is closed, and Berger pitted.
They'll get an end-of-line penalty for this, but it might not matter anyway. It might not actually matter. Let's wait and see. Pedro Berger's in, and he's drove through a lot of pit boxes there. You're not allowed to do that in IVRA. Hopefully he's all right, and he didn't drive through too many, but if I was Pedro Berger here, I mean, you're taking the penalty anyway. You're going to be at the end of the line. I would absolutely take tyres here.
I think the reason why he might have driven through so many boxes, if he's already like sputtering and coasting on fuel, you don't want to risk making a sharp turn in and then overshooting your box, because you might not have enough fuel to back up. That's actually something I've seen before, and if that's one of the ultimate embarrassments, I might have just been more content to just take that brief penalty instead and not risk running out of fuel and having a tow when you're 3 feet out of your pit. Oh, boy. Close call there. He's going to reverse in pit road now. Oh, that's an interesting one. Pit exit is closed right now. It kind of chopped the nose of the Cayman there, then reverse. So a bit of confusion going on there on the pit exit lane, it seems.
I also didn't see that car go up on the jacks, but he must have taken tyres.
He certainly took fuel. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but he didn't need 35 seconds worth of fuel.
Damage, maybe?
Well, I guess that's the only. That is the only explanation I have. By the way, Patrick Prius has been in there for a long time as well here. Well, not a long time, but he has been into a closed pit lane, which is the worrying thing. And it was quite a long stop actually as well for a sport category car. I wonder, he also had damage, didn't he? He also had damage from contact. He's back in again now. I'm not entirely sure. Is pit lane officially open this time around? I mean, not many people are using it anyway because we're so close to the end.
They did just make that confirmation that pit entry will be open this time by. So we will be opening pit road, coming to 12 laps to go. That shouldn't have to be open more than a lap or so here. And then I think after that they'll take a lap to let everybody catch up. Then they'll take the lap to let everybody get to the back of the line that they need to give EOLs for if they need to. That's a very, very big thing here, if they need to. And from there, we should be able to go green. I'm thinking 9 or 8 laps to go. We'll get this race back underway if I'm kind of estimating this out properly.
Yeah, I'm slightly more optimistic actually. I think we might even get sooner than that, but let's see. Can't guess anything just yet. Will anybody decide to come in is the real question here. I would say it's not a good idea, in my personal opinion, in any of the categories, especially not if you're in Sport or TCR, where you do actually go to the very end of the whole line, never mind just your class. But we're seeing a stop anyway. Now this is not a too bad call from WS Racing Esports. Noah Chiller was on old tyres there. He's not pitted since the last, he's not changed tyres since the last yellow flag. And so he was going to get overtaken by everybody there. And so he's decided, I might as well come in for new tyres, and maybe he will be the hero in this race.
I was about to say, watch him make you eat your words by not taking tires, but immediately up on the jacks. So he might only be taking tires and not even fuel.
Bissy Forward also come in, and they're in a similar situation. They didn't take tyres last time under the previous yellow flags. Same with Isaac Barkley. They're deciding to come in right now. But, I mean, yes, we've seen the real old tyres, you know, when they're more than 30 laps old, really struggle. But, I mean, the new tyres have not actually been... They've not been so sharp, and I do wonder with the amount of track position those guys are going to have to gain. I don't know if it's the... I don't know if they've put themselves in the best position here. I know there's nothing else they can do, but I don't think they've put themselves in a great position.
You can see the Cup cars working their way through on the right-hand side of the racetrack, being ordered by race control to put themselves at the front of this field to avoid any restart complications among the Cup drivers. That would be only a worry about the GT4s running over some of the touring cars deeper in the field. That's been a consistent problem on the restart so far, especially near the back end of the field, because when they go green, they're typically right over a very blind kink, so it might be an assumption that they're going green, and they just get caught out wrong. You want to know the unfortunate part about all this? Basically, the entire GT4 field is stuck behind the touring cars.
Well, I don't know if I'd say that's unfortunate. I'd say that's quite entertaining.
Well, for them at least.
It's unfortunate for them. It's great for us. We're going to have great fun. But they're not. Hugh Aston leading there for Giovanni Romano. He'll be really annoyed about this as well. He's got older tyres than John Betfair at the moment. So that's going to be a battle to watch. They're separated by that one TCR there, but let's not forget, Geodesic won the race and Giugias was second at Fuji. At the moment, it's the other way around. So these two are showing themselves to be real strong championship contenders as long as Romano can hold on, and that's not going to be easy with the old tyres I just mentioned.
It's not often we get a late race caution on road course racing, let alone, in general. So, I'm looking forward to this one. I mean, I think this was well worth the wait for the last 4 hours and 20-some minutes at this point in time to get down to here where it's going to be all down to the wire. I think if there was any doubt where the drivers would be conservative or aggressive on the restarts, that question is kind of out the window now. If you don't go aggressive at this point, well, what are you even doing here?
When are you going to go aggressive? If you're not at this point. So the pace car will stay out for another lap. Light's still on, but I reckon next time maybe there's a chance we can go back green with 10 laps to go. You mentioned earlier about the kind of these restarts, and there's been some real bunching up and some real messiness going on, especially in the background of these restarts. To be honest, I don't really know what the solution is, because the drivers keep trying to obviously anticipate the green, and then they're trying to go without making jump starts, trying to anticipate it, but it's really bunching everyone up, and it's caused an incident on almost every restart we've seen so far this season. And I'm not really sure what the answer is, I'm afraid. It just keeps happening.
I know an unpopular one. Don't go until the car in front of you goes.
Well, yes, that would be the way to do it, but my problem is I don't know how to get that into people's heads that that's what you need to do, because obviously race control will say that every time, but it's all well and good saying it, but if the drivers don't listen, then what are you going to do?
Well, you're going to penalize them and hope that gets through. That's really the only thing you can do at that point.
Yeah, well, that doesn't seem to have worked either so far, unfortunately.
Well. If at first you don't succeed, try again.
Well, yeah, just keeps getting more severe penalties until they listen, I suppose. But we'll wait and see how this restart goes. I agree, though, that this track doesn't make things easy with the kind of blind corner that you go around, but that's going to be the story of this season. I mean, Imola doesn't have... Imola does have a curved straight. Mid-Ohio's got a very short front straight. Barber's got a very short front straight. Suzuka a little bit longer, but those at the back probably won't be able to see the green flag either. So, it's going to be a problem these drivers have to get used to.
Hey, it's actually funny you bring up Mid-Ohio, because I was actually... it's actually the reason why they have the second start line. Is just for that exact reason, because you can't really see it when you're double file, so they just throw it on the back straightaway. We are green this time. Lights just turned out on the pace car.
Yeah, we'll stop squabbling and complaining about drivers and green flags and restarts and all that. We'll get to some actual racing. 10 laps to go in the 700 kilometers of Interlagos. Round 2 of the HyperX ClubSport series by IVRA is set to come to a dramatic and enthralling conclusion. Visceral Esports have a 1-2 right now. Sabelt Esports third, head over Ryan Race Team and ATRS Esports. Manici Racing and Pedro Berger all the way down in 13th. Where can he get to at the end here? The leading battles in Sport and TCR very much to be decided as well. Giovanni Romano and John Betterford with a car between them, but they will fight for the race lead when this goes green. Front straight again with 10 laps to go. Vince Peters in control with Renzo Uhlenbrook, his teammate, just in behind. Peters goes pretty much immediately on the green flag. Just Payment Esports with a great start. Hoisingveld as well in the TCRs with a great start as well. As they fan out, they all look and dive for their little bit of free track space. Geodesic and Just Payment fight for 4th place. Great start from them as Hoisingveld try and hold on to the TCR lead ahead of Miguel Freitas, who's giving him a hard time right now on the inside line of turn 3. We may have a change for the lead in TCR, as in Cup as well. They're all weaving around trying to find that little bit of space. Impulse, though, may well have just taken this one. Hoisingveld on the outside line into turn 4. They're not really that far alongside, but they're going to dive it around. Fabian Siegman goes for this, and it looks like he's done it. I have no idea how he managed that, but around the outside of turn 4, he gets back into the lead.
Beautiful overtake there to put the Hoisingveld TCR back up into the race lead. 10 laps to go. These drivers have got to be careful at this point in time. A caution would effectively end the race if they were to go back to a full course yellow. So these guys will have to negotiate these last few laps very, very carefully, especially your sport field, who are slowly but surely picking your way through TCR traffic. Right now, Impulse Racing has the ability to gang up on Hoisingveld if they so choose. One car, Giovanni Romano is off the track. The sport leader is off.
Giovanni Romano from the lead in Sport has gone off for Hugh Jackson. I'm afraid the genius strategy they've put on today has all fallen through their fingers, I'm afraid, at the Bico de Panto. What a shame that was. Here it is. He's trying to make his way through on one of the Full Send Racing cars, the 287. He gets through there, he gets up on the curb, and he goes around, dropping all the way to the end of the lead lap.
Such a shame there for Giovanni Romano. That was the worst point to get themselves sorted. And another crash, this one in your cup field. And this is going to be a disaster as you've got a lot of drivers being collected in the cup crash, it would seem, as they went 3 wide to turn 1.
Yeah, Hell Racers are also caught up in this. ATR is through the middle. Oh, my word. ATR is looking up the inside. Trekker trying to give space to everybody here. They're getting bumped around by everyone. Hell Racers get into them. ATRS as well. Oh, that was all very messy. These kind of things expected in the final 10 laps when there's a restart like this.
Lucky again not to get a safety car appear. The one thing that these drivers are at this point not hoping for, except for potentially the glass leaders, they're the only ones that would be hoping for a safety car appear because that guarantees them a race win this late into a race. Meanwhile, Vince Peters continues to hang on to the race leading cup, but he's got the likes of Renzo Ullenbrock right behind him. The 2 Visceral Esports teammates sitting 1-2 still as a result of all this. Now the big question is, how long are they going to be willing to play teammates for, and when are they going to be willing to fight it out for the win?
Well, that's a good point. Let's not forget, Visceral are 5th and 13th in the respective standings. I don't mean that's going to be factoring into their thoughts at the moment. They won't be prioritising either car over the other, you would imagine. It's going to be a straight fight between them, as it will be in TCR between Impulse and Huizingbeld. 2 of the great TCR teams in iRacing, you'd have to argue. Miguel Freitas shows the nose, gets in the mirrors, moves around, won't go through because he's got John Betterford down his inside, and so is Fabian Siegmann now, side by side between everybody. Through the centre S they'll go. Oh dear, Siegmann didn't give an awful lot of room to Betterford on the outside line there, who flashes the lights in disgust. Here comes Leon Erger as well for 5-Star Motorsport. He's going to try and go through as well. There's not a big gap in pace between these GT4s and TCRs, and that is very apparent right now.
It most certainly is, as these drivers continue to duke it out amongst themselves. How long is this going to be, though, before this all comes to a head? You know these guys can't keep racing so aggressively. This one GT4 having problems down at the Interlagos. Michael Lyman for Ted Line Racing. Oh. There's a launch for the lead! Leon Erger from 5-Star down the inside of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, and somehow the McLaren going to fend off a sneak attack from the Mercedes and try to ambush him up the inside of turn 8.
What a dive that was from Leon Erger. It nearly paid off as well, but he didn't quite. John Bedford just had enough to stay on the inside line and stay in front. As the top 3 get away here in the sport category, it's going to be between these 3. You get the feeling it's going to be between the top 3 in TCR as well. You can just see them in the background there as Erger doesn't get a great run out the final corner. It doesn't look like he's going to have the chance into turn 1. Instead, he's going to be the one who is under pressure from Dutch Payment Esports just in behind them. So close, you can barely see the McLaren of Daniel back there anymore. Outside line, using the slipstream of the McLaren and the straight line speed as well to get through, and he is up into second place for Dutch Payment Esports. John Bedford probably wanted them to fight a bit harder over that so that he could get away. That hasn't happened. We still have 3 for the lead, and this time it's Daniel Moth who's going to try and get through on the Alpine Stars Geodesic. McLaren up in front. It's 3 for the lead in all 3 categories as the Porsche Cup top 3 also get closer as well.
7 laps to go. Going to be 6 this time by. Race leads under fire all over the place at the moment, especially though in TCR at the moment. You'll look back at the TCR field as they're going to go side by side. Huizingbeld once again under fire by Impulse Racing as they exit the Interlagos up the straightaway. It's outside line for Miguel Freitas as he tries to reel his way around Fabian Siegmann. They make contact just the slightest, and they're going to get themselves tucked in line.
They will indeed. Good defence there from Fabian Siegmann. He knew that Miguel Freitas was going to go for that, and in the end covered off well. SRM Motorsports trying to stay out of this one as well, to be fair to them, but fair play to them for trying not to interrupt too much. Maybe it's more that they can't interrupt right now rather than that they won't, because it is a very, very intense full-on battle right now. Out of Junker they go, and it's very wide from everybody, pushing the absolute limits at this late stage in the race. Fabian Siegmann holding the inside line, hugging the inside throughout the entirety of this circuit pretty much, just trying to give himself the best possible chance. as the SRN McLaren will just get through. Will Freitas have that little dive? It's going to be a big defence from Siegmann. Outside line for Impulse once again. Here he goes, late on the brakes. Freitas decides to tuck into line again. He didn't decide to go for it on that occasion.
Still, these guys will not give each other a break. A third of a second separate the TCR battle for the lead. And it's even closer up here at the moment in the fight for second place in your GT4 field, the sport field. Leon Erger trying to get around Daniel Muth once again. This is the fight for second place with the race leader right in front of these guys. And little by little, that gap continues to shrink and grow, ebb and flow at the moment. It's a very fluid gap for the race lead, especially as this Mercedes continues to try to fight his way around the McLaren. 5-star is not willing to let a Deutsche Payment Interceptor go in the slightest. All this is allowing Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing to build a gap up more and more over the 187.
Are they on their way to taking a second race win in this one? Team Huizenveld also in TCR trying to take a second race win here as well. The race winners, of course, in the Porsche Cup category, long gone now. But yet, 2 for 2, quite possibly here for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, if they can just hold this one out. 5 laps to go. And Vince Peters can't be far from lap traffic again for the final time. There's going to be one rip-round lap traffic one more time in this race. And it's going to be some of the most intense traffic he's had all race, because the TCRs and sport category cars are still sort of mixed here in this race. And that really is going to cause a little bit of a talking point there. Side by side for 4th, just behind us. SimCity Racing try and get through on Team Huizenveld now. You can see the TCR leading battling behind as well with some of the other sport category cars. Can't see any Porsche Cup cars coming around that corner just for the moment yet either. But this all-Mercedes battle for 4th is very interesting. And in SimCity Racing are putting on their best performance that they've done in IVRA so far by some distance, really, to be up in 4th place right now.
And they're not about to give that 4th place up easily here, as they'll continue to try to keep the likes of Team Huizenveld here at bay. As Florian von Minkfitz trying to find a way to get around Kevin Carlisle at the moment, but Carlisle holding strong, not letting himself be intimidated. Here's a look for the Porsche Cup class. This is down to turn number 2 at the Senna S. This is for 6th place as we continue to watch some of these other drivers duke it out. Orion Racing for Greg Salmons hanging on against Patrick Hinston's ATR's Esports machine and Pedro Berger's Beniti Racing machine sitting right in the wings. 4 laps to go for your Porsche Cup field as we dive it back down into the seat of Interlagos.
And here comes Pedro Berger. Oh, everybody's so wide through there. And here comes Pedro Berger, going to take both of them, is he? Outside line into Ferradura, it's going to have to be, but he's going to have the grip here to do it. With the newer tyres compared to the rest, it's still an awful long way around there, and so he's going to switch it to the inside for 8 maybe, but he's going to decide that staying behind is the better choice for now. Aztec SimSports visceral fans are going to be biting their nails certainly at the moment, because it's a 1-2, but it's very close between those two. Out in the front of the overall race lead, Team Huizenveld have just gotten through into 4th in the sport category, as it's side by side further down in Porsche Cup. Deutsche Payment Esports hold on to 4th, ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing in that fight there. What a race we are seeing, and what an ending to this race we are seeing. It's going to be free to go when we get to the line here, and lap traffic is going to be a factor one last time here in this battle for the race lead. Here it is.
3 to go, and they have just caught up to more TCR traffic. This is all where it's going to come into play. Who can get around the lap traffic the best? The Visceral teammates have got to work together to see if they can gang up and keep Sabel Esports in behind them. Sabel Esports is charging, though. They set the fastest overall lap of the race about 4 laps ago. This late in, that's how you know they are on a tear at the moment, as Francesco Lamana continues to charge after Renzo Ulianbrock and Vince Peters wide out of turn number 4, and that's going to cost them a little bit of time as the two Aztec SimSports visceral machines remain 3/10 separated.
Nothing separating them at all here, and there's going to be even less when we get into this traffic. That was one of the Brabham Esports cars from TCR there that they just had to negotiate. Brand Esports down in 9th. That's Harold Stadler, and he is quite a long way from some of the others, so maybe they will survive without that traffic. But Sabelt Esports are trying to get through here, trying to get up the inside, but not able to quite into the Bico de Pato, and that is going to allow Vince Peters just to get away that little bit more into the final corner. On board we go. He needs a big run here, and there was a bit of a slide from Francisco Lamana. Outside line around this final long sweeping left-hander up towards the line, penultimate lap, and if Sabelt Esports want to win, they have to make this move pretty quick.
2 laps left to go. There's a switchback to the inside and a huge lunge up the inside. Lamana goes for the bonsai move, and he's taking it. Going to take the second place away. Somehow, Sabelt Esports is up to second place. 2 laps left to go. Nothing standing between himself and Vince Peters, who's trying to hang on with everything that his Visceral Esports machine has got underneath him. They've led for so long, but Sabelt Esports threatens to upend all the progress they've made. Remember, Sabelt took a shock pole position in qualifying, moving from 7th to 1st. They lost the lead early. Vince Peters worked his way up from 15th on the grid, and now they get set to almost be forced to relegate to second place. They got to hang on for another lap and a half.
Surely they can't do this. Half a second between them with a lap and a half to go. But Francesco Lamana has got everything in front of him right now, and he will want to try and get through, of course, for this race win. Will there be traffic to sort of affect this one? There may well be. One TCR, maybe. There's a couple just gone through your shot there. They're just about onto the back of the train. They could be involved in traffic in this final lap of the race. 4 attempts is a bit of a slide from the manor at the final corner. It's a really not very good run out of Juncker on that occasion. It's going to have to be somewhere else into this final lap by the looks of things. 7/10 of a second between Sabelt Esports and AssetX SimSports Visceral. 1 lap to go here at Interlagos in an enthralling HyperX ClubSport series by IVRA race. What a fantastic one we have seen. Half a second between the top 2 as they go through onto this final lap. Vince Peters will get through here, will get through on the TCR by the looks of things. The TCR are going to stay out of the way of the both of them, and they're going to go into the middle sector nose to tail. Can Lamana find anywhere to get through here?
The gap's under half a second. He used the lap traffic as a peg to work his way out. Both drivers taking it over to the runoff area of the exit of the seat of the Lago. Back up into the hill, into the middle sector for the final time. On board with Francesco Lamana for Sabelt Esports, trying to do everything he can. It has been a long 4 hours and 41 minutes. But now with less than 60 seconds left in this race on lap time alone, he's trying to close. Half a second, it's under that now. Still closing in, but is it going to be enough?
It might well be too little too late. Let's not forget Sabelt Esports pole position earlier on. They were last in the first race at Fuji. But here they are challenging for a race win. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough. Vince Peters might well just have this one into the final corner with less than half a second over the rest. He just needs a good exit off of the final turn, and I think he's got it. Less than half a second. There will be a slipstream up towards the line, but I don't think he's going to have enough here, Francesco Lamana, and so it is going to be Vince Peters and AssetX SimSports Visceral who will breathe a sigh of relief and win at Interlagos in the 700 kilometers. A shake of the wheel from Lamana over the line. Maybe disappointment. He can be very happy with second place, though. It was a hard-fought one in the end. As you can see, John Bedford with a little bit of a margin right now. It's only half a second here in the lead. Battle for sport as well, though.
Still have all your other battles to get themselves sorted, and we'll wrap it on up with the sport class. TCR also just as close. 0.3 of a second between them, down to 1/4 of a second. It's about a full second, though, almost 0.8 down between Daniel Muth and John Bedford here in your sport class field. They got to move their way through Junso one final time, and I don't think there's going to be anything that Muth will be able to do. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing has themselves a good drive and a good second gap back to the 187. You just cannot close up that much time in one unless something bad happens to Bedford here on this final lap. He's going to come around the final corner. Bedford wins sport in the 700 kilometers of Interlagos.
Daniel Muth just in second, with Leonerga will be third for 5-Star Motorsport, and there's the fight in TCR as well. Alpinestars Geodesic in Sport take the second race win out of 2, and Team Hoistingveld are about to do the same in TCR as well. Impulse Racing pushing them all the way once again, as they did back in Fuji, but it's going to be Team Hoistingveld to take 2 for 2 in the opening rounds of the HyperX ClubSport Series for 22-23. What a fantastic race that was. The biggest winning margin between the three categories was 1.0 seconds. That's how you know we have had a fantastic race, with those 3 cautions in the last half of the race. An absolutely enthralling end to what was a fantastic 700-kilometer race.
I don't think you could ask for a better way to finish off a race. I mean, that was absolutely incredible. You saw the race at Fuji had its moments, but this right here reminds me about why Interlagos is loved by both drivers and fans alike. It is why it is a staple in South American motor racing and, in fact, global motorsports. It reminds me of why this remains definitely in my top 5 list of racetracks in the world. You can get an exciting race at Interlagos. Doesn't matter what kind of car you bring here. Bring them all. We'll be able to always have an entertaining race here with an enthralling finish. And boy, oh boy, did the HyperX ClubSport Series presented by IVRA deliver today.
It certainly did. In the end, a race victory overall for Visceral Esports, who have 2 cars on the podium at the end of this one. And Vince Peters coming into today with that car 5th in the standings. He's going to jump up just that little bit more. But what a race we have seen. A couple of the class winners coming onto the front straight right now, to probably do some burnouts. We'll have a look at that later on. Vince Peters, half a second's worth of a victory ahead of Francesco Lamana for Sabelt Esports. Visceral, though, with 2 cars on the podium. Dutch Payment Esports maybe deserved a bit more than their 4th place today, but that's what they've got. Ahead of Alpinestars Geodesic Racing, rounding out the top 5. Orion Race Team was sick ahead of Maniti Racing. Pedro Berger did well to recover that, although cautions didn't go their way at the very end. ATRS Esports, RPC Esports and WS Racing Esports round out your top 10. Down in 11th was ATRS Esports number 14. Hell Racers and Trek Esports rounded out those that finished on the lead lap. Orion Race Team were 1 lap down by the end. Impulse, ATRS, Liper and SimCity Racing all failed to make the finish. Back in the sport category, John Bedford hold off the rest to win for Geodesic. Just Payment Esports were second ahead of 5-Star Motorsport, joining them on the podium. Team Hoistingveld had to hold back SimCity Racing and SRM Motorsports for 4th at the end there. Fiercely forward, may well be disappointed with 7th as the best performing Porsche. Eclipse Racing Team 8th ahead of Sapphire Simsport, then the best of the Aston Martins, finishing inside the top 10 for German Sim Racing, although that may be a little bit lower than they were hoping for today. Huge Ass and Tedline Racing rounded out those that were on the lead lap. SRM Motorsports 1 lap down, Huge Ass 2, with Archer Brothers not quite making it to the end after bringing out the final caution of the day. Chalk Freak Racing, HBDS Academy, Impulse Racing, Ingersoll Rand and German Sim Racing all failed to make the finish as well. In TCR, it's another race victory for the reigning champions Team Hoistingveld. 7/10 of a second ahead of the 2 Impulses, with Full Send Racing and Maniti Racing rounding out the top 5. Brabham Esports were 6th ahead of Alpinestars Geodesic Racing and Tedline Racing rounding out those that were on the lead lap. Brabham Esports and Full Send Racing were lapped by the end of that one. Full Send Racing, the best of the Hondas, finishing down there in 10th. SRP Racing Team were in 11th ahead of Tri Racing. They were 12th. Then it was Olympus Esports and Fiercely Forward. Those drivers did make it to the end. Big One Club didn't quite, and neither did Ingersoll Rand, who both retired before the end of that race. And there they are. Most of those, though, will be scoring at least some points from this race here today. Well, 700 kilometres of pure action there, Nolan. I mean, it makes you very excited for the next part of the season. Unfortunately, we have to wait until January 2023, which is nearly 2 months away now. But, I mean, we absolutely can't wait for the next instalment of this championship. Interlagos has absolutely delivered for us this afternoon.
I could not agree with you more. I mean, this was, one exciting race from start to finish. You had all the early race chaos that we are so used to. You had all the strategy games play out right in the middle portion of this race. We had those calmer moments, and that was just fine because it set us up for all of the barn-burning moments right here at the end of this race within those last 40 laps or so, where we had the 3 safety car periods, and every single one brought a whole new list of challenges and new questions for us to talk about. There was never a dull moment. There never really is when you get to one of these IVRA races. They have that magic touch to their series that just allows them to put on entertaining shows week in, week out.
Absolutely, and they certainly have done here on this occasion. Let's chat to a couple of our drivers, starting with the TCR winners, Team Huisingveld. Joining us right now, Roman Paschke, now from that team. Roman, welcome to the booth. Good to have you here. It's another nice victory for you guys. You've won 2 races out of 2 now for Team Huisingveld, but this one was very hard fought for. Just tell us a little bit about that final stint of the race when you were trying to hold off Impulse Racing.
Yeah, thank you very much. That I think when I gave the car to Fabi after my second stint, we were like, okay, everything goes as planned. But then the safety cars came and we started to, getting lots of fun. No, I mean, Fabi had stellar pace today. He was on point. Just Impulse. They were really well fighting. Was a good fight with them in the end. And I mean, like the last 8 laps was just push.
Absolutely, it was very entertaining. I mean, what is it like when you're either at the wheel of one of your cars, or if you're behind the strategy for one of your cars, and the caution period comes out, a safety car period comes out? What are you exactly thinking in those moments? Are you ever pleased to see a yellow flag to come out?
Certainly, this race, for example, Impulse, they benefited a lot from the safety cars. And there are situations where we would like to have a safety car. Today, we were kind of certain that we don't need one. But usually, the question goes, can we save time now if we go in and get the end of line? But today, there was no necessity. We just stayed out the whole time.
Absolutely. It's certainly served you very well indeed. Congratulations, Roman, on the race win here tonight. And congratulations to you and all the Huisingveld team. Thank
you very much. Have a good one.
Thanks very much there for joining us. Roman Paschke there joining us from Team Huisingveld, race winners in TCR. We're going to work our way up the field on this occasion, so we'll go to the sport category next. And John Bateford now. John, welcome to the booth. Geodesic with a second race win in 2 races here in this season. It's getting off to a great start, but that one was very hard fought for indeed. Tell us a little bit about those final 10 laps for you.
Yeah, the final 10 laps were interesting, just trying to get through that TCR traffic. It looked like Giovanni got collected somehow. I haven't seen that yet, but really tough getting through there because obviously they were fighting for their win and we were fighting for ours, so no one really wanted to give an inch. So really tough battle.
Absolutely. I mean, you have taken 2 race wins out of 2 now, which suggests, I guess, to some that you might have dominated the races or so, and it hasn't quite been like that. Do you feel like you've had 2 deserved race victories here today? Here so far this season, or do you feel like you've had the luck on your side a little bit?
No, I mean, I think our pace has shown that we're one of the quicker cars. We might not lead the whole race, but I think we play the right strategy and put ourselves in a spot to win. If there wasn't that last yellow, we probably would have been in second place, just based on fuel numbers. Huge Ass had gained quite a bit of time on us. So without that yellow, for sure we would have been a second, but I think we're, one of the top cars as far as pace goes. So not really lucking into the wins, I would say.
Absolutely. It's a dream start to the season for you guys. Congratulations, John, on another race win here tonight. We look forward to seeing you again very soon for the next one. Congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks very much, John Baterford there from Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing with another race victory there. And finally, Vince Peters joining us now from Visceral Esports. Vince, welcome to the booth. That was very, very intense towards the end. You obviously had a teammate with you. You had the team car with you. You couldn't quite execute the 1-2, but you've gotten the race win for yourself, so you must be really pleased with that one.
Yeah, it's finally a good result after our last round. Puts us back in the championship fight, and well, it was exciting like every IVRA race. So yeah, very much fun.
Absolutely, very exciting indeed. I mean, is that really a goal for you guys so far this season? Is the championship the goal for Visceral here in this ClubSport season?
To get the championship?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Yeah, that's what we're aiming for. I think last season we had a very good comeback, being almost 150 points behind and then getting P3 in the end. But now I think we had a better start in general to the season, and yeah, we're just going for it now. I think our main quality is that we're consistent, don't get into trouble, and pretty good on strategy and tires. So yeah, that played on our advantage today.
Absolutely. You are in with every chance of being up there. We're very much looking forward to seeing you again very soon, though, Vince, for the next round of the ClubSport series. But for now, we'll let you go and enjoy the victory. Congratulations and thanks for joining us.
Sure. See ya.
Thanks very much. Vince Peters there, victorious overall there in the Cup category. Well, that was all very entertaining, Nolan. The Imola race coming up in just under 2 months' time. But for now, this is, well, I was going to say the best HyperX ClubSport Series race we've seen for a while, but then again, last season we did have a last lap pass for the win, so I don't know. These races, though, continue to deliver.
They certainly do, and time after time again, you have to always ask yourself, is this race going to be an entertaining one? That's usually how it goes when you get to some of the road course races, especially more endurance races like this one. In this point, it's just a scale of how excited this one going to be from a standard of, this is like your standard, Brazilian Grand Prix for this last season, or to this is possibly the best thing ever. It's always like a very high bar that IVRA sets for themselves on not just the integrity of their racing, but also the scale of the product that they can put on the track with just how entertaining their races can be. And every single time, they seem to push that bar higher and higher with what they can do and manage to turn any race into an entertaining one. Heck, one of the first races I ever did, it was at a track that I had never really regarded as entertaining. And they somehow turned that one into must-watch. They just find ways to do this stuff so consistently.
And indeed, Imola may well be counted to that list as well. Sometimes doesn't produce the best racing ever, but it's an IVRA race. It's the HyperX ClubSport Series, so who knows? Make sure you join us for that over the course of the new year. Still plenty of broadcasts for you to enjoy throughout the rest of 2022, though, here on RaceBot TV. So make sure you join us for those, including next weekend with the GSI Endurance Series by IVRA and the IVRA GT Sprint Series as well. So make sure you join us for those next weekend and for the rest of this weekend. All of the racing we have covered for you. For now, though, tonight, that is it from us. I've been Ewan O'Leary, Nolan Redpool has been alongside me, Lorenzo Bonda having joined us earlier, Connery Manick behind the cameras for the last portion of the race. And until we see you again very soon, it's goodbye for now.